What is up, everyone? This is Matt, and we are here at day 5 of the Cocodona 250. I wanted to get us up and running here as quickly as I could so that we don't miss any more of our finishers. And so we will keep it locked here on this finish line shot while we continue to get things dialed in here in the studio. We will have runner cams coming up shortly to be following runners into the finish here. But I hope everyone in the chat is as excited as we are to bring you all this live coverage. We'll have Chris Warden joining us in a few minutes. But yeah, for the time being, we're going to keep it locked right here while we continue setting some things up. Chris Warden is here in the studio with me now, ladies and gentlemen. We've got looks like we got the garbage truck coming through, timing it perfectly so that it doesn't impede any of our runners. Maybe as we've still got a few minutes, but Chris, according to the live tracker here, Miss Dawn Greenwalt, she's making her way. It looks like she should be just about to kind of Fine Street, Dale Street, so just a few blocks away from that left turn on Birch.
Yeah, Dawn has run this race in 2021, and last year she spent a lot of time pacing runners in over those last couple miles off of Beaver and Birch Streets. So if there's anybody who is super familiar with this stretch of the course, it would be Dawn Greenwald.
Sorry, I had to turn your mic up there.
Oh, no worries.
Chris, we're going to keep adjusting audio as we go here,
Sure.
folks, so bear with us.
Such a great shot of Eldon in the morning. Sounds like a Midwestern, maybe network affiliate show.
Yeah, or maybe even like a folk song that you might hear down in the heart of Illinois, you know?
Eldon in the morning?
Yeah.
It does.
You know, a little banjo strum or something. And again, we'll make sure that we get you back to the finish line. We're not going to miss Dawn Greenwalt finish here. Just wanted to give you this incredible shot. Anyone who's up on Eldon right now or coming up Eldon right now is just in for a treat. This is one of the things that makes the climb up Eldon so magical is once you get up there, it's just incredible.
That's actually really unique. I've not been up there when there's been that kind of, I guess, cloud presence. It has been remarkably clear all week here in Flagstaff and along the course as well. I have not heard much in the way of precipitation. Sounds like there were a few spotted moments maybe for some of the runners in some spots, but that's about it. This view of Eldon was kind of a revelation to me when we started to see it yesterday as when I had been up there, I had not actually climbed up to see the other side, and you can see the difference. The left is the north side of Eldon, and the right is the south side. And as I was heading up the south side of Eldon, I didn't see any snow, and now, as you can tell, on the north side, the whole face is covered in a blanket of white.
And yeah, I want to make sure that we get that registration link pinned to the top of the live chat. Registration for next year's event is open now. So if you're inspired by some of these views here at Mount Eldon, well, we've got 3 race distances for you. We've got the Cocodona 250, the Sedona Canyons 125, and a race that will be kicking off in a little bit this morning, the Eldon Crest 36.
Yeah, beating the sweeps, mentioning congrats to those who finished between streams. I'm going to see if I can run down some of those names.
We'll make sure that we update you on that. I know that as I was having my coffee this morning, I was scrolling through the live chat of the current stream as people waited, and sounds like West Plate finished. There were a number of other people who were in the chat whose friends or family finished, and so we want to make sure that we're running through that for all of you.
Did you hear how we left things last night on the live stream? It was
shortly after Sally finished. I needed to tap out and try to get some sleep. So I don't know. After we saw Sally McCrae come through, as we've got Dawn Greenwalt coming through the finish here.
Nice.
Flagstaff local 2021 second place female. What an incredible run from Dawn. 97 hours, 1 minute. Her 2021 time, 90 hours, 8 minutes. So sounds like maybe doesn't sound like she had a really strong performance and really dug deep there to get to the finish line. Awesome to see Miss Dawn come through here.
Yeah, Dawn has been working with, I know, another couple of runners locally when she trains, and kind of compares notes with Colleen Lingley and Desiree Clark, who is, I believe, still out on the course. So congratulations to Dawn on a job well done.
Yeah, huge shout out to Dawn.
So last night, as we see Dawn and her team green celebrating at the finish line.
So do you think that shirt color is probably a lime green?
Yes.
Because it can be hard to tell on the various feeds whether it's like it looks pretty green. Earlier in the week, I think I thought it might have been yellow.
Yeah, I heard a couple people thinking that it was yellow, but no, it's definitely a bright green.
It makes a lot of sense now. It's taken me a bit.
And it looks like it's actually the same shirts that they had from a couple years ago, because originally she was number 13 in her first year. And I thought I was going to be bringing the bearer of good news when we did bib selection. I actually shot her a text and said, hey, just so you know, you've got the lowest bib number amongst women because you're the highest returning finisher. And she's like, oh, because I guess she was hoping for number 13.
So maybe she had to take the shirts back and get them.
Well, they're modified.
Printed, yeah.
They modified them and put number 13 and then number 2. So.
And then before we get into some of the finishers, sorry, I did just want to update everyone on cutoffs. How late were you all on stream last night, Chris? Did you stay were you on for the Munns Park cutoff at 12:30?
No.
You guys were off.
We signed off before that.
Awesome. So the 2 last place runners came through Munns Park, left minutes before the cutoff.
Great.
And so they are on their way to Kelly Canyon.
Yeah, we signed off shortly after the podium was determined for the Sedona Canyons 125. In fact, that was pretty much the final moment. So
Yep.
Did you hear what happened there?
No, I did not.
7 seconds.
between third and fourth?
Yes.
No way.
It was a sprint finish, dude.
Like, no way.
Yeah, like we were following the tracker and the two women who finished third and fourth in the Sedona Canyons 125. You can go back and watch it on our day 4 stream 2. But Leah Genth and Jennifer Schwegler were so close. I believe I can pull up their times. I think that's who it was. Yeah, I think it was Leah Genth and Jennifer Schwegler. Leah Genth's final finish time. I'll use our internal tracker.
Yeah. Those results on live.aravaiparunning.com for anyone who is.
So Leah Genth finished in 39 hours, 25 minutes, 58 seconds. Jennifer Schwegler, 39 hours, 26 minutes, 5 seconds. It was literally a sprint finish because we saw these a flurry of headlamps coming down, runners, pacers, coming into Cocodona Alley. We didn't have any follow cams at that point anymore, but
That's awesome.
It was. It really was, and you could see that those two had left it all out on the course, and Leah Genth edges out Jennifer Schwegler for the podium.
You'll like this. Sorry to interrupt, Chris. You'll like this question mostly for the name. We've got the Ultimate Warrior in the chat asking if
Loved your work.
Yeah, if you've got 0 ultra sign-up results due to being in the UK, will you be denied entry? No.
Funny thing about
We've
that,
got a
Ultimate
number.
Warrior.
I think we've got a number of people who have 0 or very little ultra sign-up.
Our male
experience.
runner-up this year, Josh
Oh
Perry,
yeah, Josh
had
Perry.
no results on ultra sign-up. Now, to be fair, that I take that with a grain of salt because Josh Perry is a well-known, highly accomplished thru hiker and FKT bagger. FKT grabber, FKT bagger sounded pretty bad, but he did not have an ultra sign up. And what was funny was that I'm not as familiar with the fastest known time FKT world and the thru hiking, but thanks to people like Allison Mercer at fastestknowntime.com, I was able to research, and that's one of the things that we've learned to do when we're covering some of these races via live stream is that we have to go through, we look at ultra sign up like everybody else does, but we also look at some of the names that don't have any ultra sign up history, and occasionally we'll find somebody like, maybe who's coming over from the roadside with a highly decorated career, or somebody from the FKT side, and so yeah, Josh Perry was that person this year in particular. So yeah, Ultimate Warrior, if I could look the Ultimate Warrior up on Ultra Sign Up now, and I'm betting I won't find anything.
Yeah, I would agree. You probably won't find anything from the Ultimate Warrior.
Great to see. That is Dawn Greenwald's crew at the finish line of the Cocodona 250. Congratulations, Dawn, for her second finish. Dawn was the 6th female this year. She finished second in 2021. So a pair of top 10 finishes for Dawn. Congratulations to her. A well-accomplished runner here in the Flagstaff area. Basically on a run and hike home.
Yeah, huge shout out to Dawn. We got to see her. I can't remember if it was yesterday or the evening before or like the wee hours in the morning, but we saw her come into the Squirrel's Nut Butter aid station, which was really cool to be able to see. And we are gonna send it out to Fort Tuthill to check in on the runners out there in just a moment. Runners there have, I believe, until 1 a.m. or 1 o'clock this afternoon to leave that aid station.
Yeah, the runner guide, I'm going to pop that up in my my laptop here, so I've got that handy, and we'll occasionally pop reminders as far as the aid station cutoffs that the runners have to deal with at this point. We are on day 5 of Cocodona. Day 5. We just keep plugging along here, following along with these runners. So the cutoff times this year, Munns Park was at 1 a.m. Fort Tuttle, they have to be out at 3:30. Walnut Canyon, they have to be there by 9:30. We'll be following that tonight as well during Aravaipa After Dark. And then, of course, the final cutoff is at Heritage Square in Flagstaff at noon. Also, we're about 51 minutes away from the start of our third race here this week, the Eldon Crest 36. Runners that are participating in this race are actually, I'm betting that some of the Eldon Crest runners are probably intermingled in here. That's an awful lot of people for an aid station here at the Cocodona 250. I don't know like where they're set up. I'm sure we'll have a camera on the start line for that. Maybe a drone shot as well if we're lucky.
Yeah, I believe we're going to be trying to get something out there. But we do have Stephen Crawford out at Fort Tuthill, so he should be able to get the start of the Eldon Crest 36 for us here.
Yeah, that's absolutely Lisa Kravitz right there. We saw Lisa running the Eldon Crest 36. And Lisa, a Cocodona finisher in 2022, shout out to her coming back for a different flavor, a different perspective on this race. And I spoke with Lisa earlier this week, and one of the things that I got from her was the fact that the reason why I asked her why she came back to run 36 as opposed to the 250, and she said it was because she didn't remember much of the last 36, so she wanted to take in the views in Walnut Canyon and heading up Eldon and down into the streets of Flagstaff.
Yeah, and again, I think I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but you've seen a lot of that from various people who have a history at the race, right? You've got Pete Mortimer has been back 2 years in a row now. You've got Rob Martin, who's going to run the 36 mile, and we are going to send it to the beautiful views of Mount Eldon here momentarily.
So I have the list of runners that finished while we were sleeping.
Awesome.
Our last finisher that we had for the Cocodona 250 last night on air was Kevin Hadfield. It was kind of cool. Kevin's mom was in the chat cheering him on. So, we love to see the fact that friends and family are here following along with us here at what is now day 5 of the Cocodona 250. The finishers last night after we went off the air, Jimmy Strayhorn, a resident of Central Arizona, basically ran past his home. Congratulations to Jimmy Strayhorn, finishing 90 hours, 13 minutes. Don Reichelt, finishing in 90 hours, 23 minutes. Michael Bach in 91 hours, 28 minutes. Nick Pedersen in 91 hours, 43 minutes. Our 5th place female finisher, Alicia Jenkins, in 92 hours, 57 minutes. Garrett Nelson in 94 hours, 7 minutes. Logan Ziegenmeyer in 94 hours, 40 minutes. Peter Noyes in 95 hours, 39 minutes. And Wes Plate in 95 hours, 43 minutes. I'm sure that Wes has taken a ton of video along the way and will be providing us in Trail Running Land a huge, epic video of his now 3-time Cocodona finish. And, of course, we saw just a little bit ago Dawn Greenwald finish at 97 hours and 59 seconds. On the Sedona Canyon's 125 finish list, I want to give credit to those runners as well, so I'm going to go down the list. We had a few more of those. Our last finisher that we had on camera was Ron Hammett. Fred Roberts, Arizona legend. Talk about a guy who, I believe, 11 or 12 Haviland 100 finishes, 5 Mogollon Monster finishes, maybe even 6 at this point. Plenty of podiums in his career. Fred Roberts finished last night in 41 hours, 21 minutes. Derek Floodman, 43 hours, 4 minutes. Tina Ormuz, 43 hours, 43 minutes. Michael Kars, 43 hours, 46 minutes.
We do have runners coming into Fort Tuthill here, so we're going to break off of that beautiful shot there. Let's see if we can get a bib number here.
Is that 102?
Yep, bib 102.
Monica Winnett. Monica coming to us from Canada, from Ontario.
Just looking in the live chat here, yeah, a lot of folks excited about Wes's upcoming video. Oh, Eric in the chat. Yeah, guys, I was thinking of signing up. Then I saw Sally's feed on Strava.
Oh man, did you talk with Jamil about that this morning?
No, I'm scared to.
So apparently, I don't know what she's put out on social media, but we do have a bit of a back channel inside connection, and Jamil got footage of Sally's feet last night, and I barely caught a split second of it because I really didn't want to look too much. But if I had filmed Jamil's facial reactions, it would have been fantastic to.
Yeah, well, there are pictures on Strava.
Okay.
For anyone who is interested.
Yeah,
I
just saw a video, but.
Oh my.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I mean.
It's what you'd expect, but it's still.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
There were more than a couple people that were wanting to see Sally's feet last night on the live stream, strictly for educational purposes, or so they claimed.
Feet, I'd be more worried about my soul.
Well,
she may have left a little bit of both out there.
I don't know. Her cup seemed pretty full at the finish line. We actually interviewed Sally, first of all, kind of as she was heading down Beaver Street, and then also at our finish line setup, we did have her on when we had my co-host Bronco Billy and I were able to conduct an interview along with Jamil Curry here on Aravaipa After Dark.
Yep, and there were some questions about race markings in the chat, and so that is correct. And then through towns, there are also kind of pretty sizable
decals,
like decals that go on the sidewalk. They're like kind of a brighter yellow color with the Cocodona logo and turn arrows and things like that. So
we had seen Monica Winnett earlier in the aid station at Fort Tuthill. As I mentioned, she's from Canada. She finished 200 miles last year at the age of 49, and she said, why not 250 at 50 in Arizona? So she is excited, well, maybe not excited about Eldon, trudging through snow on trashed legs, looking forward to going through Sedona and the ranches. Sedona was fantastic. I loved our follow cams and our visuals that we had there. One of the most beautiful places on earth, in my opinion. Although I guess that could probably be stated as fact as well. But one of the things that Monica was looking forward to is still yet to come in the climb up Eldon. And I wonder if her perspective might possibly change as time goes on.
And we've got Arlen Glick, he can't stay away. You know, he helped pace Sarah O earlier in the race. He registered for a volunteer shift at the Sedona aid station and was out there for what seemed like an eternity. He's been in the live chat, and he said after looking at Sally's feet, he might just sign up.
I see we have a friend of the family there, Rob Martin, getting ready to run the Eldon Crest 36. Rob has been doing work. Rob in the green jacket right there, bib number 801.
Bib 801. Everyone in the live chat should pin bib 801 to like their people to follow for Eldon Crest 36.
Yeah, so Rob Martin is he is a man who has been so integral to Aravaipa in the last year or so, last couple years. Last year he filmed out at Sedona. This year he has been filming actually out at Fort Tuttle. He is also the man who delivered the case of Flota to the studio so we could try it for the first time.
Look at this shot as we've got runners having now made it past the Eldon Summit. They're now on Eldon Lookout Road. This is probably, as we talked about yesterday, this shot right here is great because it is the little dip in between Eldon Summit proper and kind of where you really start to descend Eldon Lookout Road, and it might be one of the windiest spots like in the entire world.
Yeah, so the last time I was up at Eldon during this race was 2021, and it's interesting to see that they're actually on the road because parallel to this service road on the top of Mount Eldon, to the right of where the runner that you see right now is currently moving, there's a single track trail that dips even lower. And when the old aid station was basically, I guess, on the top of that little hill that you see to the right, you could see the runners from about half a mile away, but you would see them come around the edge of Eldon, basically over the northeast, and then they would head down into this a little bit lower gully area and then have to make the climb back up. And in the case of some of the runners late in the race, they were not moving especially quickly. So now, as we follow the runners that are heading up now, the runners for the Cocodona 250 and Sedona Canyons 125, they're going to be joined by a crowd of the Eldon Crest 36 runners as they make their way from Fort Tuttle to Walnut Canyon and up to Eldon.
Yeah, and we're keeping an eye on all of our other feeds so that we don't miss other runners here. We also are going to have some shots here out at Walnut Canyon. So this is the last aid station before runners are going to get to or make their way towards Mount Eldon, which is where we are now.
Seek Truth asking an extremely pertinent question. What kind of recovery time are these runners looking at after this? Do they basically just need to stay off their feet for a week or longer? I think in the case of most runners, yeah, they might largely avoid doing any sort of training for at least a week, possibly more. They might go out and do a shakeout in a couple days, unless there's someone like Andy Glaze.
I was about to say, Andy Glaze is going to put in a 100-mile week.
Yeah, because Andy Glaze has done so now for, I believe it is 164 weeks, counting this one.
Yeah, and I do just want to see if we can. I'm going to pull up this video on the iPad real quick. You're not going to have audio, but it is on the Cocodona or the Run Steep Get High Instagram account. It's probably on the Cocodona account as well, and then we'll switch right back to this. But this video kind of puts into perspective a little bit where that trail that has been a part of the course typically is. So the road right above, that's the road that we're currently looking at, not the exact spot. But that road kind of parallels the trail. And this is video of Joe McConaughey and Whit Weisbram from last year with Jamil behind pacing them. So.
Yeah, it seemed like that trail is still pretty well covered with snow at this point. But yeah, as you can see, it's several feet lower than what they were or what the current road is now. So just an example.
Switch back to that. But if you want to check that out, yeah, Jamil, I believe, had said that the old aid station location was under 3 feet of snow.
So the first year's aid station, because it's moved a couple times now,
yep.
The first aid station was actually right there, just on your right-hand side of the screen.
The reason it moved from year 1 to year 2 is it got so windy in that exact location that our tent got destroyed.
Yeah, I was up there hanging out just to catch runners as they were coming in and cheer them on, and my intent was to put up a tent and camp, and after hanging out there for about an hour, I knew that I was going to be sleeping in my car that night.
Yeah, I mean it was pretty gnarly up there, and you can see the aid station now as our runner comes through. Looks like is that a timing? That must be a timing point. Hey.
Yeah, yeah, that would have been a timing match.
And while this runner is in the aid station here, we're going to send it back out to Walnut Canyon. Shout out to Jason, our drone pilot, for getting that shot. And actually, I want to send
There's
it to
Andre Lee.
There's Andre Lee at Walnut Canyon. I do want to send it to our other drone shot here in just a second as I get that pulled up. But we do have a drone in Buffalo Park today, so we'll be able to get you some shots on runners as they come kind of through the center of the angel wings there in Buffalo Park.
I want to also get back to letting people know who finished the Sedona Canyons 125 as well. I believe the last runner I mentioned was Tina Ormuz, 43 hours, 43 minutes, 48 seconds. Michael Kars and Matthew Watkins both finishing in 43 hours, 46 minutes. William Hinkle, 43 hours, 48 minutes. Ryan Bailey, 43 hours, 51 minutes. Tsuyoshi Darby, 43 hours, 58 minutes. Benjamin Kamen, 45 hours, 43 minutes. And Sharon Mosley, 45 hours, 45 minutes. We do have a few runners that are making their way down to the finish line as well. When they get closer, we will definitely keep tabs on them. I believe that we've got a runner potentially from each race that we might be keeping an eye out here shortly. Looks like they're in Buffalo Park right now.
Yeah, I think that our drone may have some people. I'm just trying to get
Richard Plum and Kevin Metz being the next expected finishers. Richard Plum in the Sedona Canyons 125 and Kevin Metz in the Cocodona 250. And again, we're about 34 minutes from the start of the Eldon Crest 36. I hear a rumor that there might be some extra miles, some steps that Aravaipa threw in just for kicks this year.
We're just trying to give everyone, a bang for their buck. I saw some movement on the finish line camp, so I wanted to switch there quickly, and it is just some spectators or volunteers coming through. So shout out to all of them, and we're going to send it back out to Fort Tudhill as, again, it looks like we've got runners coming. This place is going to be popping in in the coming minutes, right? As you're going to have Eldon Crest 36 runners out there getting ready. You're going to have runners who are coming in from the Cocodona 250 or Sedona Canyons 125.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
It's going to be the place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll keep an eye and see if we can ID some of the runners that are hanging out, both here and at Walnut Canyon, as well as Eldon. We'll be having shots of Eldon throughout the day and tomorrow, I'm sure. Not sure if they'll be on the ground or if they'll be in the air or some combination thereof, but we do want to make sure that the aid station manned by the three Amit goes is given its due. That is bib number 133. Hannah Carta at Fort Tuttle Aid, getting ready to make that last push as Hannah has hit the gateway to Flagstaff. That's really what Fort Tuttle is, as you basically, at that point, you can see beyond the finish line. For those that are familiar with the area and familiar with the race, you can see the high peaks of the San Francisco peaks. You can see Eldon, I believe, from the meadow that you run through the lower lying areas. So the runners are basically getting to that last part and hopefully are going to have a good experience there. I believe that was that I just saw there. Roy Quinn, bib number 172, right there in the middle there. Roy has run Mogollon Monster, I believe, Javelin 100 as well. No stranger to running in Arizona, no stranger to Aravaipa events. But I know that Roy is a California runner that has come over to partake in Cocodona.
And I do want to send it, bib 133, leaving here.
Hannah Carta right there.
Yep.
Heading out with her pacer.
Then we do have some movement here in Walnut Canyon. Looks like we've got some runners in. I think we just had a runner leave. There, we got runners coming in. See if we can get a bib 445. The Sedona Canyon's 125.
That
And we
looked
do
like it might have been
have-
Matt Miller, but let me. James Willett.
Wow.
James Willett, for those not familiar, James is a local leader in our Aravaipa Running community as well. James leads the fun group because we don't have slow groups at our trail runs. He leads the fun group some Mondays, some Wednesdays. If you're interested in trail running in the local Phoenix area, we do offer free trail runs at Aravaipa Group Trail Run on Facebook. And James is a very valued member of the community. I know he had started Cocodona last year. The race did not agree with him, but James making a strong comeback here at Sedona Canyons. He's got that push up Eldon, and then heading down the other side through Buffalo Park into the streets of Flagstaff. Can't wait to see James at the finish and to be celebrating a job well done. As it looks like he might be partnering up with another friend of ours here in the community, Andre Lee, who has been milling around the aid station. I could totally see the two of them teaming up.
Yeah, I agree. And Tamara Tillman in the chat, no finish follow cam this morning. We're
Not yet.
actually, we're getting our follow cams up and ready. We don't have any runners. I believe our follow cams are going to be following runners this morning from the hospital to the finish. So we'll have runners once, I think actually all day. Yeah, all day we'll have follow cam runners following from the hospital to the finish. So it looks like per the tracker, our next runner is going to be Richard Plum, who is just coming down from Buffalo Park. So our follow cam will probably pick him up in a few minutes. Then a question about Andy Glaze. You guys saw him last night.
Yeah, he looked fantastic.
At Fort Tuthill, right?
Yeah, and again, if somebody's pinger is off track, especially at this point, there are not a lot of ways to go off course. Like, for instance, I'm looking right now. I see that Aaron Barber's tracker is going off course. I know for a fact, number one, Aaron has done hundreds of miles on this course to train this year. And number two, his pacer, Cole Fahrenbrook, knows this area like the back of his hand. So, there are going to be some, I guess, GPS float situations. I did not see where Andy Glaze's tracker is pinging, but I would not be especially concerned because Andy Glaze is, no stranger to running a ton of miles, and the course is extremely well marked. We've only had a couple of instances where people went off course.
Yeah, and anyone who is interested in following any runner specifically, you can check out the runner tracking. It is linked in the description of this video, so you can check it out there. And in terms of overall cutoff time, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time, whatever. I don't know if that's Pacific Daylight or Pacific, if it's PST
I should
or
say
PDT.
Arizona time.
So 10 a.m. local time, I guess. See, we can do it that way. And we are going to send it back to Mount Eldon here in, we're going to get
so the
drone
runners
back
aren't
up.
really running through snow, but they're running in the middle of it, if that makes sense. They don't have to be wearing.
Yeah, and so you can literally see that patch of snow to the left of the road, kind of
Yeah.
just down the hill. That is where the Sunset Trail would be that runners follow.
So for those interested in registering for Cocodona 250 2024, registration is now open. Looking
And
at
Chris,
yes.
sorry to interrupt, but we've got some breaking news.
Uh-oh.
At some point today, registration for the volunteers for the live stream will be open for 2024.
So Shad is going to start signing up for
Well,
follow.
Shad won't be able to because he's going to be following in so many runners that he won't be able to follow. He won't be able to, take the time to sign up for next year yet.
Well, maybe he should take some lessons from Kevin Goldberg or Jeff Garmeyer.
He should. Neither of them have signed up yet. But
yeah, because we've got 17 names so far in the 250. We have 14 in the 125, and we have 12 in the Eldon Crest 36. And we also have one verbal for Cocodona next year. They said it was a soft verbal, but I think it was a pretty stout declaration by this year's Sedona Canyons 125 winner, Jeff Browning. Jeff Browning said that he expects to run Cocodona next year. So Bronco Billy going to toe the start line down in Black Canyon City and be a part of this race next year. Of course, he got his taste of the course this year as he absolutely shredded the field, winning by about an 8-hour gap in the Sedona Canyons 125. But next year he is going to expect to be at the start line for the big one for Cocodona.
Yeah, and I'm going to pull up maybe just an update of how many total participants we've had sign up for all three of the races. 43 people signed up across the 3 race distances for next year, which is pretty awesome. Patrick Carlisle in the chat. My email is just matt@aravaiparunning.com. If anyone, obviously don't send me anything weird, but if you have any questions about live stream volunteering or anything that we do on the media side for these races, just shoot me an email.
And also, if you're interested in volunteering.
And we do have a follow cam. Sorry to cut you off there,
no
Chris.
worries.
Got to get the Shad cam up. He was charging up. It's bib 112, making his way onto Birch.
Left on Birch. That is Kevin Metz right there, the hamburger man himself.
The hamburger man himself,
K-Money.
K-Money.
K-Money coming in. I just heard Brett Hornig in the background in the kitchen. K-Money?
I wondered what that noise in the kitchen was.
It is the midday crew, Brett Hornig and Finn Melanson, waking up. They're probably getting ready to go for a morning run. They've been using their time when they're not on the air to scout the course themselves to get familiar with it, and I think that's awesome because it shows that they care about what they're doing. They're getting familiar, so they are able to speak from a position of greater expertise. They went up to Eldon yesterday, just to hang out.
Up the infamous Blue Dot. And here we go. Kevin Metz finishing strong. Scotty Trayer in the chat cheering for K-Money.
Scotty Trayer, when are you running Cocodona? That's what I want to know.
Look at this. What an awesome finish.
K-Money
drops the pole.
Leaving it all out there.
Laying down. I love it. Got the Speedlands on, it looks like. Brett's watching the YouTube feed, so he'll be able to confirm in just a few minutes. Shout out to our good friends at Speedland.
One of our sponsors for the Cocodona 250 this year.
One of our sponsors.
I just want to see him dump all the burger wrappers out of his pack.
Brett
Well,
Hornig.
he's taking the pack off as we speak. Oh, he handed it to crew. They're going to have to pick all the burgers out.
They're going to pull them out and count them like Barclay pages.
Yeah.
Make sure he's got them all. If he doesn't have the requisite number of burger wrappers, he has to go back out onto the course and eat some more and come back in.
And now we're going to see if we can get the drone at Buffalo Park up here in just a second. Yeah, and we do have that shot. It looks like it's maybe just a little grainy, so we'll see if that connection, if if we can get that connection cleaned up and bring that to you. But we are able to pull that in now.
Yeah, those look like speed lens right there. I can get a better view of them.
We'll get a confirmation from Brett. We got a thumbs up. 2 thumbs up, actually. And I do, I believe that I may have.
Yeah, Scott Traer throwing up support in the chat. Whenever Scott types something like that, you can almost hear it in your ears if you've ever hung out with Scott Traer at a race. Definitely brings the energy, whether he is directing a race, spectating a race, or running a race. His finish last year at Western States was fantastic. Scott going to be one of the 10, or grabbing a golden ticket, one of the 10 at Western States last year, and going to be heading back to the race this coming June. Oh my goodness, next month.
Scott Traer, known for, always being one of the best dressed. Button-up shirt, short shorts, can't beat it.
And also the course record holder at the Haviland 100K. Yeah, I can't wait to see. We'll have to
Do
kind
have
of
some aerial shots from Buffalo Park here.
You'll have to figure out when he can run this race himself.
Well, I mean, we've got some race distances right up Scott's alley now.
That's true. We have the 125 and the 36. Somebody asking about the ability to volunteer here. Yeah, if you want to ask about volunteering on the media side, you can actually contact Matt directly at matt@aravaiparunning.com. But if you're just interested in volunteering for Aravaipa events in general, you can go to the aravaiparunning.com page. And
can you scroll down for
I
a
absolutely
second for
can.
me? And look at the bottom there, Chris.
Yeah. The live stream volunteering is available there on that
believe
page.
That one is the race day volunteer link. So we do have, it looks like, the race day volunteer link for next year up. Not sure if that will be tweaked in the near future or anything like that, but we'll have the live stream one up.
Yeah,
shortly.
there it is. The Cocodona 2024 volunteer. You're able to sign up to volunteer for aid on the course at this point. Aid station captains, aid station volunteers. And for some of those shifts, like some of those captain shifts, there are a ton of credits assigned to them. But keep in mind that does involve a lot of work. You've got to, in some cases, help assemble some semblance of your team and put in the hours. But it's definitely a worthwhile experience. I have volunteered out on the course as a aid station helper several times. I think the most recent time I did it was at Coldwater Rumble last year, and we ended up having a bit of a longer day than expected, simply because our assistance was needed out there, and that's kind of how we roll in the Aravaipa community. We do what we can to help lift one another and push people to the finish line. We have runners in Buffalo Park. Basically, Buffalo Park serves as the conduit between the Arizona Trail descent. Actually, not sure if that was a runner in the races, but Buffalo Park, I was about to say, that kind of makes my point for me, is a place where really fast people run. Matt, you're a Flagstaff resident, so you can probably better speak to that. It's not uncommon to see Olympic hopefuls or other professional runners running through Buffalo Park on a regular basis, is it?
People asking about the finish line. You can see the finish line if you would like. However, there are no runners there, and we promise that we're not going to miss any
Yeah,
any
we
finishers
have
here. So
we have the same information, if not a little bit more than everybody out there. We are following.
trust in us would
Yes.
be the phrase I would use. We also have the shad cam out and around on the course now. So
Yeah, our next expected finisher is Richard Plum. He's a little bit more than a mile out, so we'll definitely be keeping an eye on Richard for his finish of the Sedona Canyons 125. Andrew Barrett and Andy Pearson are likely next finishers for the Cocodona 250. And we're about 15 minutes away from the start of
Gosh, look
Eldon
at
Crest
this.
36.
this right here, this is Flagstaff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Buffalo Park. Runners will head from basically one end of the park, from the north end to the south end, as they make their way into town through that connecting trail. What is that called again? I keep forgetting. That little downhill trail.
Oh,
that
the
connects.
the Switzer Canyon Trail.
Switzer Canyon. Yes, I need to write this down. You
Also, I don't want to give away all the good spots to maybe Valley residents or out of towners, but arguably the best sledding spot in the winter.
Interesting. But then again, if you're not a Flagstaff local, it can be sometimes tricky to get to Flagstaff during the winter.
We got Andre Lee
And James
heading
Willett.
out, and James Willett.
Yeah, that is James Willett on the left, Andre on the right.
I'll send it back here, and I see a jam cam running here, so it looks like we are going to have Jamil out at the start of the Eldon Crest 36, so we'll have Dr. Stephen Crawford maybe hang out inside so that we can keep our eyes on the sights and sounds inside. And looks like Jamil, shout out to Jamil, because he was still at the house when I came in this morning to get set up, so he got all his stuff ready and got out there for us.
Yeah, Jamil was producing the show last night and also co-hosting along with myself and Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning.
You know, I'll say it. I'll say it for the people here, Chris.
Uh-huh.
It's nice to hear Jamil's voice on a live stream again.
Agreed.
It's been a while. He's been, either participating or really focused on the field side of the production, right?
Yeah.
In terms of making sure everything gets where it is or it needs to be, coordinating drone pilots, troubleshooting tech.
Is that our buddy Aaron?
That's Aaron, Aaron Schmidt. He was, I don't know if he's still on Race Command right now or, we have audio. I have to unmute Jamil. Sorry. And then I need to tweak some things here real quick. This is the beauty of live television, folks. Oh, and it looks like maybe we don't have any audio coming in on Jamil's end, but we do have Aaron Schmidt here.
Yeah, Aaron.
With us. What a legend! He's been doing the night shift for the Race Command. So I don't know if him and Noah pulled straws to see who was going to get the night shift versus the.
Well, I feel much safer
Day
if
shift
Aaron
or-
Schmidt is on Race Command in the middle of the night as opposed to Noah, because with Noah, he's probably listening to Fish and hanging out in the Race Command. I believe that's a trailer that
Another
they're
runner coming in here to Walnut Canyon. I missed the bib. 418. It looks like that's a Sedona Canyons runner.
in. Yeah, that would be Deborah Gardner, bib 418.
I'm just going to say this too, Chris. That it's been pretty awesome to be able to kind of bounce back and forth between the two races a little bit, kind of organically.
Yeah, for those, thank you very much, Matt. We had a great time interviewing. Also, Shelby Farrell joined us yesterday earlier on Aravaipa After Dark, Before Dark. Shelby came in and talked about her time pacing Sally McRae for roughly 80 miles.
We do have the Shad cam up here. So, yeah, Shad's
Left
getting
on
people
Birch.
a few blocks from the finish here.
Yeah, that is Richard Plum, bib 459, an Arizona resident himself from down in the valley in Phoenix, Arizona, as he is heading down Birch. Basically got about a block to go. looking good, moving pretty well for having just run about 124.85 miles at this point.
And we've got Nico Betancourt also in the chat. I believe Nico maybe signed up for one of the
Yeah, Nico
Cocodona races
is
as
in
well.
Sedona Canyon's 125 himself. See,
Yep.
we pay attention to what's going on here. We've got so many windows, so many screens in front of us that we know you, Nico. We look forward to meeting you next year. Oh, don't go into the parking garage.
It is kind of tricky, right? To like your instincts want you to go down that parking garage.
Yeah, it's the first opening that you see as you move past the building. And, yeah, so here, congratulations to our next finisher of the Sedona Canyons
Richard
125.
Plum, what a run, what an effort. Absolutely amazing. A lot of love in the chat for Mr. Plum. So awesome. Look at him. He looks just full, like
Emotionally
internally.
full, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like emotionally very full. Looks like he
finish
just
line-
had a great experience. Look at the emotion there.
the finish line, emotion. Have you gotten a chance to get down there yet, Matt?
I haven't. I think that at some point today, maybe this early this afternoon, Bryce is going to come in and do some producing until we're back out. I want to make sure that we've got 10 minutes here still, but got the sights and sounds. Bryce is going to, I think, produce the afternoon into evening shift here, so I'm hoping I'll be able to get down in and around the finish line for a little bit.
Yeah, I can't stress it enough. It's so inspiring to see these runners come into the finish, whether it be the so far the Cocodona Canyon or Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, and soon to be Eldon Crest 36. To see these runners leave it all out there in a lot of cases and push through. It is a great feeling to see. As that is going to be the start line of the Eldon Crest 36 in just a few moments.
And we do have Shad is on his looked like he was on his way back out to just keep an eye on runners. So again, we won't miss anyone, but looks like we likely have a little bit of time before maybe Andrew Barrett comes in. Looks like he's making his way. Yeah, he's making his way through Buffalo Park. So once we get that drone back up, we may get eyes on him. Otherwise, we'll catch him at the hospital.
Yeah, our next cutoff for this race, as we've mentioned, is Fort Tuttle, the aid station where the Sedona Canyons 36 starts. Runners have to be in there by 3:30 this afternoon. That is the last sleep station. That is also the last major indoor aid station. There are two aid stations beyond that, one of them being Walnut Canyon and the other being Mount Eldon. But this is really the last major way station where runners can get inside and also kind of get protection from the elements. I know that it looks clear.
Look at this is awesome right here. It looks like maybe mother and son, both bibbed, both getting ready for their Eldon Crest journey. That's really cool.
Yeah, and one of the things about the Eldon Crest 36 is that you don't have to be an accomplished athlete to finish it. It is a 36 or so mile race. But you have 27 hours. You have until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. to finish the Eldon Crest 36.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the cool thing with some of these shorter race distances is just the generous cutoffs. Another thing I love here, Chris, is each start line has their own individual finish.
Yeah.
Which is pretty awesome. They all share a finish with the Cocodona 250,
but
they each get their own branded start line, which is pretty cool.
Lewis Hayden asking about Aaron Barber, bib number 17. I know that it's pinging off course, but I will eat my shoe if Aaron Barber is off course in the Cocodona 250.
Well, let me see if I can get Aaron Schmidt away from being a fan of the sport for a minute to check in on me.
Yeah, Aaron and I share a coach, Pete Mortimer, and he is, like I said, he has done numerous miles here on the trails in preparation for this race. So I'm not phased by seeing his, and I also said his pacer Cole Fahrenbrook is a very talented and experienced runner in
Got a
this area as
Sedona
well.
Canyons runner out at Walnut here, I believe.
Yeah, Brett Hornig answering the question I saw that was posed by somebody asking about the climb up Eldon. Jason asking about the climb Eldon. Is it more dirt road versus trail? It's rugged single track.
Yep.
Brett Hornig describes it perfectly. I went up there on Sunday and I had a bit of a rough go of it on fresh legs. So
I'd be interested to know, and maybe Brett can let us know in the live chat, are there any, because the descent down Eldon Lookout Road is just down a Forest Service road, but I wonder with all like the snow and rain whether there's any kind of washout sections that are maybe a little bit rougher than others, or if it's all still pretty groomed.
in the middle of the shot, I see two women. One of them I know very well. The other one I just met yesterday. Alicia Judy and Sarah Bell. Alicia paced me at Black Canyon a couple years ago for, I believe, my third finish and also a PR for myself. And Sarah Bell I met yesterday, and they are competing in the Eldon Crest 36. There they are. Alicia is in the black and Sarah is in the white. Thanks, James, for the generous Super Chat donation. The field is starting to get to the point where they're actually on the other side of the start line, which means they are getting ready to go. Yeah, Run Drew, I'm not going to eat my shoe because, again, I'm confident that Aaron and Cole did not go off course. I've spent plenty of time with them to know that they are out there and they're doing just fine. I mean, the backtracking could be very well just ping float as well from the GPS.
However, if in fact he did get off course, Chris will in fact eat a shoe.
I'll text Pete Mortimer right now.
If it's confirmed. However, not until we get confirmation. I did reach out to Race Command to just give us an update. And here we go, Steve Adderholt. I'll see if I have audio. Oh, yeah, I have audio there, but not here. We'll see if Jamil can maybe refresh his stream. We'll put it on Stephen Crawford's shot here just while we get Jamil pulled back up. See if we can get some audio now. Still not getting audio. So we will just we will be graced with the wonderful sights.
We'll take a spin back further on the course. At least I will on our runner tracking to see who is approaching the final cutoff areas of the race. We've got right now we have looks like a couple runners heading out of Kelly Canyon. Sean Barnes, bib number 174. Benjamin Kuhn, bib number 452. Looks like they're bringing up the rear right now.
Again, we are just a matter of moments away from the start of the inaugural Eldon Crest 36.
Yeah, West Plate was an earlier finish this morning, Bob. We did not catch him on the live feed. He finished while we were off the air, but we'll be catching most of our other finishers here through the day and into the night. Tonight on Aravaipa After Dark, I believe my special guests are going to be Colleen Lingley, a local member of the Flagstaff running community, a registered dietitian, as well as, I guess you could say, captain or manager of the Aravaipa racing team.
Yep.
And the winner of the 2023 Cocodona 250, Sarah Ostaszewski.
Nice.
So, it's pretty exciting to be able to speak with these talented runners, willing to come on and hang out after their finish.
I believe Aravaipa Racing Team member Pedro Gomez will be on for a little bit. You're going to have a whole slew of hosts tonight, I believe.
Yeah, we're gonna have a team effort. We'll probably be all popping in and out on the coverage, and then we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning. That'll be probably Pedro, you and I hanging out and calling the last few runners into the finish.
Yeah, and I'm still awaiting confirmation, but I did get an Instagram DM from a runner in the race who is finished, who has a lot of fans in the chat, who said, if you need any help hosting or filming over the next 30 hours, I'd be happy to jump in. So there's a chance that I don't want to drop the name until it's confirmed.
As we're off on
But
the Eldon Crest 36, I believe that on the right, that would be the lead woman, Nicole Hansen, Aravaipa Racing Team member, off to a quick start. Among the favorites of the Eldon Crest 36 would be Nicole Hansen on the women's side, Ryan Raff on the men's side. That is bib number 701, correct? That's Ryan Raff.
That looked like him. I believe that's the maybe the first time I've seen him in the new Hoka kit, so I don't know if this is breaking news or not.
Yeah, I was wondering about that myself. So we've got the Jam Cam hanging out at the lead pack of the Eldon Crest 36, which is just underway.
There is no runner tracking for the shorter race.
Okay, it's good to know.
Which makes sense. That looks like maybe Ryan Hansen there as well, Flagstaff local.
You are correct. That is Ryan Hansen, yeah. So Ryan Raff, Ryan Hansen, Nicole Hansen. So we've got two Ryans and two Hansens at the front. And
looks like they're keeping it moderately chill.
Just
right
behind
here, having
them,
a conversation.
I see Phoenix local and member of our Aravaipa local running community, Ryan Kiewit, actually is in the blue just behind the lead couple runners and right alongside Nicole, which makes sense because they train together quite a bit.
Yeah.
Ryan, a pretty stout runner in his own right. He and his brother Ross are great guys and are very good about mentoring and helping runners as they join the trail running community here in Arizona.
And I just want to, we still have our shot over Buffalo Park, so we'll be keeping our eyes there.
So how long do we think that Jam Jam is going to stick with the lead dogs for the Eldon Crest 36? Do you think he just goes to the highway and then fades out, or does he go under the highway and then through the meadow with the lead pack? I know that he was actually looking at this as an excuse to get his miles in today, and so he's definitely getting it.
That sounds like Jamil. I think we were able to, or I could overhear him yesterday saying, if it were up to him, he would just have a camera, and he would just run around filming the entire race.
Oh yeah. I mean,
So,
he loves to film via camera, via drone as well. No, that's not True Heart Brown. Although it wouldn't be a surprise to see him out here. That is Ryan Hansen in the black.
Yes.
Looks a little bit like True Heart. A little bit.
I think he's taller. Ryan's
This is taller than Ryan.
Ryan's a fairly. He's a team run Flagstaff member.
Ryan or True Heart is probably several inches shorter. That's a good point.
Yeah, True Heart's probably closer to Ryan Raff's height, ish. Like Ryan Hansen's just a taller guy. Ryan Raff, member of the 2022 National Cross Country Championship team at NAU. The Dynasty.
Yeah. Individually finished 88th place, I believe, in the national championship.
Yes. And then immediately hopped into Black Canyon earlier this year, just a few months after graduating college.
Derek, if the cameraman wanted to get in the race, he absolutely could. He's got connections.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe.
Yeah, because to give you a heads up, all of this crazy stuff was his idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking with him about that when we kind of recounted his experiences. He finished the first Cocodona. Jamil Curry we're talking about here, and he's talking about how his feelings and everything like that, and how rough he felt and how worked he felt, and I had to kind of throw it back at him a little bit, and I said, "Remember, this is all your fault."
Well, at one point, I remember he said on camera, I think Dylan Harris was filming him, and this was coming down, I think, the Senator Highway, so still early in the race, but after that rough early stretch, and he wasn't sure if this made him I forget what the quote is. I'd have to rewatch it, but he called himself maybe an idiot at one point for having signed up for that when he should have known.
Yeah, I was actually
look
curious
at this.
to see.
We're gonna lose I assume we're gonna lose the feed here soon.
Yeah, I mean that.
But that's pretty cool.
That tunnel goes right under Interstate 17, so I figured we might lose it as we were heading under the highway.
Look at this beautiful shot from Buffalo Park.
Yep. Buffalo Park, one of the last stretches that the runners hit in the end of all three races. Basically, they're going to be coming off of Eldon down the service road, a little bit of a section of the Arizona Trail into Buffalo Park, through Buffalo Park to Switzer Canyon Trail, which is a connecting trail basically that gives them a cut through to the streets of Flagstaff. And once they have finished Switzer Canyon, it is just a few short blocks down to Birch Street and the finish line of the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, and Eldon Crest 36.
Yeah, this overhead of Buffalo Park is amazing. So you can kind of see the little double track there. It's funny because it smooths out as you get to Buffalo Park, but there's this section right here that is just full of like old volcanic rock, which is really cool. So it's a bit rugged, and then you can see where we lose the trail. It actually turns into single track and kind of cuts slightly off to the left through the trees and makes its way down kind of into that valley there. The Eldon Lookout Road comes off the mountain kind of more to the left-hand side over there. So runners skirt the base of Eldon as they make their way back to where we are right now.
Yeah, our next expected finisher is going to be expected to be Andrew Barrett, and he's got roughly 2 miles to go, maybe a little bit less than that. Bib number.
We got Bib 84
Bib
right
84,
here.
yeah.
Andy Barrett. Shout out to Shad. Shad keeps his camera dark and is charging everything up, and then when he sees a runner, he comes back on. As soon as I see the Shad cam pop up, I know we're in for business.
Yeah, so Andrew is going to be heading down Beaver Street for several blocks, and I would say I think it's like 8 blocks that we determined that they had down. They had passed the hospital. And
He's moving so strong right now.
yeah, the reverse alphabetical streets, as I learned
Yep.
and finally observed last year. And he'll take that left on Birch, head down Cocodona Alley, and make his way to the finish line. So we'll probably see him cross the finish line in about 10 to 12, actually probably about 12 to 15 minutes here. We'll see, depending on what kind of pace he decides to keep. At this point, it's just about getting it done, whether he chooses to run or, as you can see right now, hiking with his trekking poles, but then picking up a jog. In terms of finishes for the Cocodona 250, we currently have 36 finishers. For Eldon Crest 36, I'm sorry, for Sedona Canyons rather, we have 20 finishers, and the Eldon Crest 36 is just underway.
And we will come right back to the Shad Cam here in a minute, but I do want to just give people
That is Nicole Hansen on the
look
left.
at how fast these women are running.
Well, Nicole is unbelievably fast. I'm not sure who that is on the right, but yeah, Nicole Hansen on the left.
Just absolutely crushing. We're going to keep it locked on the Shad Cam here as we've got a finisher coming past the hospital here. Mr. Andrew Barrett from Trinity, Florida. I believe Nico Betancourt in the chat is also from Florida. And I know that he had mentioned he's inspired by a number of the Florida runners who are out here. So,
And yeah, you can see the lead women for the Eldon Crest 36 right there. It is remarkably early in this race at this point. They are only about can we go back really quick and I can get a bib number on the other woman? 807. So yeah, bib 807. We will I will pull up who that is on my feed. Bib 807 is Sarah Brown.
you can see the men just a little bit up ahead there. And we'll cut it back.
Yeah, I have a
here.
feeling that the lead women are going to be able to keep up with the lead men in this race. I know that Nicole is crazy fast, so we'll be following them. We will not have a lot of coverage on the course at this point because Walnut Canyon does become a bit of a dark area when it comes to coverage.
We have a feed at Walnut Canyon, but I
The
don't
aid
know how
station,
long.
yeah.
We'll have. We won't probably have Jamil's follow. I don't know how long Jamil's going to follow.
Because the Walnut Canyon aid station is basically a little bit after
Yep.
they.
Once you get down into like Skunk Canyon in that area, it's cell reception's super tough.
Yeah.
So we got Andrew Barrett about to pass Beaver Liquor. Such an iconic liquor store in American ultra running, Chris.
Yes, probably the most significant liquor store in all of American ultra running, Beaver Liquor.
Well, I'm trying to think. Are there other in other races? Are there iconic landmarks that that you run by like that?
I mean,
Is there like a pastry shop in Chamonix that you run by and runners are like, oh, that's the
that's a good
pastry
question.
shop,
Are
or-
there
I
are
don't know.
there notable businesses along the course of other ultras that everybody uses as a landmark? That's an excellent question.
Like
Matt.
when you hit Beaver Liquor that you've got X amount left and that you're almost home.
Yeah,
It's like a mile marker.
Yeah,
for 'em.
once you hit Beaver Liquor, it's all downhill and pretty straightforward from there.
Dads that run in the chat. I would bet money that Andy Barrett has kids. He looks like this isn't nearly the most complicated thing he's done.
Yeah, I'm really, Matt. You've really got me thinking about this. I'm trying to think of the races that I've spectated
And I do
or
want to just
sure.
switch it back to Jamil's feed here. This is awesome because this is footage that we haven't gotten in any of the other races thus far.
Yes.
As runners are making their way from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon. But again, Andrew Barrett, the man of the hour, he deserves
About let's see,
deserves
he's
all
on
of it.
Hunt, so he's got about 7 blocks before he takes that left on Birch. Yeah,
I love Scott Trayer. There's a Sitco sign, 1 mile to go to the Boston Marathon finish. Scott would
that's
know.
fair.
But is that like common for Boston Marathon runners, or is that common for Boston locals? But Pacer Travel also says the Sitco sign. So
You know what? That is a fair one. What is it? What did somebody post? It's only beaver liquor if it comes from the Beaver region of Arizona. Otherwise, is it only sparkling rodent? Folks, it's day 5 here of the Cocodona coverage, and we are at our best on this beautiful Friday morning in the streets of downtown Flagstaff.
yeah, so it sounds like the Sitco sign.
Sitco sign, yeah, that's fair.
I can imagine that. I think there's probably in the road running space, there's probably a number of iconic landmarks or things of that nature that like mark, that you're close.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about Hard Rock, the course there in particular, and yeah, I mean you hit some parks and everything like that, but it's not like there's a business that really signifies. Maybe the Hot Springs Park in Ouray, that would be the closest thing that I could think of, but
Well, someone in the chat, there's a cafe headed down from La Fleur that's in the middle of the downhill in the woods.
okay. Again, right now we're looking at the lead women in the Eldon Crest 36. That is Sarah Brown on the left. I'm not really familiar with her, but that was Nicole Hansen on the right, who is a member of the Aravaipa racing team. Ultimate Warrior asking if there's an iconic right-hand turn in ultra running, and I'm going to have to say, why? What? No, how can there possibly be an iconic right-hand turn? That just doesn't even sound right to me.
Well, I mean, you make a right. Well, I guess it varies. If
You
the
do make a
track's
right onto
under
the track
yeah,
at Western States. Yeah.
but I don't know. Have the fans decided that it's iconic?
Yeah, because when you hit the track at Western States, you go to the right, you go
But
around.
one year, I
yeah.
think they had to turn left because of some track work.
Oh, so maybe. But yeah, I would say
But
that
most years, I think you turn left. It'd be weird running around the track backwards.
as somebody, you being an experienced competitive runner at the high school and college level, yeah, I would assume for you that would be far more weird than for somebody like me.
I mean, you would do it sometimes when you're like warming up or cooling down, maybe. But like you're in a race, it would feel weird. But
Oh,
back to the action here.
Crispy Dumpling mentions you'd make a right on Cocodona Alley.
Oh yeah, true. This is Cherry Street that he's about to cross. So
Oh, he's close.
yep. So he's got one more block to the most iconic left-hand turn in all of sports. Turn 4 Daytona has nothing on this.
Rounding third at Yankee Stadium, same. Nothing.
I think he meant Busch Stadium.
Sorry, I don't speak St. Louis. Cardinal. Go Cubs.
Looking for Andy Barrett. Well, look, you don't need to look too far because we have been following Mr. Barrett here coming down from the hospital, and he's about to make that left-hand turn.
Yeah, that was actually. I've gotten to become more familiar with the streets of Flagstaff. When I see the construction, I know I'm at Dale Street, and after the construction is Cherry Street, and which is actually basically what we're essentially on. And he makes that left-hand turn on Birch to beat the light. Now just 1 block to LaRue, then a half block to Cocodona Alley.
I'm gonna make a note that we need to like get that alleyway officially named.
Oh, I have to think that the city council would be all for it. As we mentioned, Aravaipa would be happy to provide the signs. Um, Andrew Ruthenbeck, Badger 100 in Wisconsin, has an aid station at Dot's Tavern where you go in and get a coaster to prove you were there. Shots and beers for mid-pack runners and back. That's fantastic. As our next finisher for the Cocodona 250 makes his way across LaRue Street, Andrew Barrett past the rock wall.
Yep, and so the first there is the parking garage. Now he's turning down the alley, just a few steps away from being a Cocodona 250 finisher. Andrew Barrett, ladies and gentlemen, from Trinity, Florida.
Congratulations to Andrew, finisher of the Cocodona 250 in 98 hours, 19 minutes, and 20 seconds.
Huge shout out to Andrew there. What an awesome run.
Looks to be in excellent spirits here at the finish line. Yeah, John, I don't know what this left on Boylston is. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Congratulations to Andrew and his pacer. I believe Andrew as well. Getting it done out there. That's got to be a top Eldon right there.
This is from Jamil. No, this is near.
Oh, I see where we're at.
Yeah, this is the Walnut Canyon area.
Okay, so there's Alicia Judy right there.
Yeah, so he's dropped back a little bit, it looks like. That area is going to be pretty spotty in and out. So we'll see what coverage we are able to get. But I believe they're starting to make their way out towards the Walnut Canyon area.
Yeah, well, that's what we were saying. Like, we'll have, some semblance of video at Walnut Canyon Aid, but that's basically at the end of Walnut Canyon on the, I guess, north side. The canyon itself, the trail that they're on is going to head from west to east and then dogleg north.
Yeah, that footage that we're getting from Jamil is it's gonna be in and out. It is beautiful in this area, but it is tough to get much coverage. I'll send it to our static cam.
That
here.
looked like a Cocodona bib there as opposed to an Eldon Crest bib right there on that last shot.
It was hard to tell. It looks like they're moving
there's
way
a
too
Cocodona
fast.
runner as well as an Eldon Crest runner, it looks like, at least to me. Yeah, coming from Florida as Andrew Barrett did, it's got to be a bit of an interesting challenge to train for Cocodona, as Cocodona has, tens of thousands of feet of elevation gain. And in Florida, I've been told from people who live there that they get to know their bridge overpasses and parking garages very well. Like, for instance, if you live in the Tampa area, you'd basically probably run over to Clearwater and back over and over again because that's a super high bridge.
We are going to keep it locked here on the finish for the time being.
That is the finish line area right there. You can see Andrew kind of doing the post-race adjustments. Looks like we've got a shot.
It's out at Walnut Canyon now. Checking in with runners. We'll have runners of all three race distances coming through there throughout the day. got Pacer Travel, Clearwater Bridge is their everyday run.
Yeah, I can see that. The last time I went to Florida, I went to Clearwater and hung out with my parents for several days, and that's what I did. I went I went across the Clearwater Bridge and back on a couple of those days to get my vert. Otherwise, I did run through the streets of Clearwater into the neighborhoods and came across a very interesting looking house. And I looked at it, took a picture of it because I thought it was unique. And later on, I went to go and find out some information about the house and found out it was Hulk Hogan's.
No way.
I'm dead serious. Dead serious. Hulk Hogan living on Clearwater. Also, I mean, you can tell because he's got his own little Hogan's Hideaway bar and a gift shop where you can buy, merch and everything. But yeah, that was kind of a cool little aspect of the trip. I didn't put it all together. I knew he was from that area, but I didn't realize that he has a very heavy presence on Clearwater.
That's awesome. Yeah, we got Florida Man. What would you, if you were writing a news article about Andrew Barrett finishing, what would the title be?
Florida man runs 250 miles in search of personal satisfaction. I don't know.
Yeah, I think something like that would be. It has to start with Florida Man.
Absolutely. Much love to our followers and people cheering on runners in and from Florida. Yeah, Sean, 100.
Florida man runs 250 miles across Arizona. Not sure why.
I believe somebody had actually pulled up, Sean, the elevation gain for the bridge is 118 feet.
Nice.
That's a huge bridge.
Wait, is there a Melbourne, Florida?
Yeah.
Do they pronounce it Melbourne or Melbourne?
That's a good question.
Sarah in the chat will have to let me know because obviously Melbourne, Australia is pronounced Melbourne. So I'm interested to hear. We do have, again, some more footage from Jamil. Like I said, this area is going to be a little laggy, but it's nice to have some visuals from this section of the course nonetheless.
Not sure who that is, but he looks a little bit like actor Paul Ben Victor. Character actor Paul Ben Victor, one of my favorites.
This is a good one. Dads That Run has been on fire here. Florida man runs 250 miles from Phoenix to Flagstaff, and he paid $1,500 to do it. Oh, it's Melbourne, Florida.
Okay.
Or Melbourne.
Florida man runs 250 miles in search of Pete's meat. The context that's just missing from that makes it perfect.
That does. I love it.
Yeah. Also, I see in the chat people talking about Sally McRae's fantastic finish last night. We did have an interview with her. And you can go back and look at, of course, not now, but you can go back later and see that interview that we conducted during Day 4, Stream 2 last night. It would have been probably about 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Yep. Yeah, and we conducted I didn't do anything. You all conducted a number of good interviews yesterday. I guess I helped with the first two. We have Van Life Chris, formerly Van Life Chris
Yeah.
St. Jean. We got a good interview with him. We had Killian Korth, a great interview with him.
Killian was incredibly lucid for having run 250
Yeah.
miles, especially
Well,
because,
It's funny, when we checked in with him at Fort Tudhill,
yes.
and understandably so, if he didn't want to talk like that, we fully understand that. And but you compare like where he was at mentally there versus when he finished, and it was you could tell the difference in terms of how lucid he was and just how engaged he was. And part of that's also the job's done.
Yeah.
Right? Like at Fort Tudhill, you still have 40 miles left. So
Yeah, rallied and recovered. Killian Korth, led for more than half of this race. Somewhere probably between 150 and 200 miles was in the lead of the Cocodona 250, and simply he made his move. He was flying, and then it just caught up to him, and then Then again, Mike McKnight was a man possessed. Of course, McKnight ended up winning the Cocodona 250 with a sub 70-hour time, which is just staggering based on the history of this race. Killian Korth ended up finishing, I want to say, about 8th or ninth place. I can pull that up here real quick.
Can we also settle the pronunciation on Fort Tuthill? I believe it's Tut Hill.
I say Tuttle.
I don't think it's Tony Khan says Tut Hill. Did Chad Wright finish? I don't think Chad Wright is finished.
Not sure. Going back to Killian Korth, finished 11th overall, 8th male. I know who he's talking about. I met another guy last year who had a T-Rex strapped to his pack, who started the race chugging 2 beers, then took a shot of Fireball at each aid station, and he also had a PBR at the finish. I know who that is. That is Tyrannosaurus Rex himself, David Doran. I believe Dave is running Eldon Crest this year.
Flagstaff local, correct?
He was. He might have moved down to
Formerly.
Tucson.
Because I know he used to train, I think for last year's race, trained on Mount Eldon basically nonstop.
Yeah, he is in the Eldon Crest 36 this year, probably with a T-Rex strapped to his back yet again, bib number 757.
Yeah, April Meadows. I live in Flag, and we all say Tut Hill. Tom Tuthill from Tacoma? Or is it Tom Tuttle from Tacoma? I think I'm as excited as the chat here for Chad Wright, for a Chad Wright sighting. Wonder if I can refresh the tracker here and see.
Looks like our next expected finisher is going to be hitting the streets of Flagstaff fairly soon here. Andy Pearson, once we have eyes on him, we will pivot over to cover him.
Yeah, shout out to Andy Pearson. Infamously played the park ranger in Jamil's Barkley training camp vlog.
Oh,
It was Andy Pearson.
I did not know that.
Yeah, and it looks like he's coming by the hospital now. So as soon as we have eyes on him via the Shad cam or any other camera feed, we will make sure we get to him. Andy Pearson DNF'd Cocodona in 2021.
I'm glad he came back to get it done.
There you see Howie Stern awaiting at the finish. Looks a bit chilly. Let's see if we have Jamil's feed is cleaned up at all. It is still a little rough. We will send it over to Fort Tuthill aid station for the time being. Looks like Shad is on his way to find Andy Pearson. It looks like we maybe have eyes on him. Yep, and there's Andy right there. The beautiful hair of Andy Pearson. Looking really strong here with just a few blocks to go.
We haven't seen Cocodona cheer bike lady yet.
No.
Is she saving up her energy for Saturday morning?
Maybe, or maybe she's been doing overnights. She probably thinks the live stream's not there. Someone's got to cheer.
That's a good point. I know that there are going to be some groups of people out there cheering on the streets of Flagstaff tomorrow morning, including our Aravaipa After Dark guest on Wednesday night, Corinne Brown, is bringing the some of the runners from the Healthy Kids Running series out there, the Flagstaff version of the Healthy Kids Running series. She is the coordinator for that chapter, and trying to show kids that tough stuff is doable as long as you put in the effort.
Yeah, who was the finisher last night who said that he wanted to finish this race basically to show his daughters that you can do really hard things? If anyone in the chat,
That sounds like a Dom Grossman thing.
I can't remember if it was Dom or it may have been Dom. Poker Dad 410. What happened to the Jester? The Jester dropped day 1 or 2.
Yeah,
He dropped
day one.
fairly early. Yeah.
He did not make it. I believe that he dropped at Camp Kippa. If I had to try and remember, let's see, his the last location he made it to. I'll see if I can figure out where the Jester decided to call it a race. Actually, it looks like the Jester called it at Lane Mountain this year.
Okay.
Yeah. I've raced with the Jester many times at fixed times events. Fantastic guy, excellent runner. But Cocodona, the terrain of Cocodona is not normally what he is used to. So hopefully Ed is doing well and recovering and probably gearing up for another 100-mile run this weekend, knowing him. And
this is the
left-hand
turn on Birch. This has to feel really good for Andy.
Absolutely.
You can see it. Patting his pacer on the back. Having DNF'd in that first year to come back, get a finish on, a slightly modified course, but the first 50K is still the same.
Yeah.
Just with some, additional water drops for safety.
Yeah, I think that this race encapsulates, the difficulty of the 2021 version perfectly.
This just has to feel, so great for him, and a huge shout out to his pacers and crew and family and support system, because it takes a lot of people to help get you to the finish line here. And Andy Pearson is going to get his redemption. The story comes full circle as he's going to become a Cocodona 250 finisher here in 2023.
Congratulations to Andy as he crosses the finish line.
Amazing. Yeah, so I think it was the finisher just after Dom. Let me see if I can pull that up. I want to say it was Jason Kanan.
Yeah, Jason had an entourage there at the finish, I know. And I believe he was the one who had a watch party dedicated to his finish. I wanted to try and follow up on that. I didn't get any details, but... it
was either Jason Kanan or Austin Newblum.
But yeah, one of the runners, somebody in the chat yesterday had mentioned, we're having a watch party to see our runner finish, which at some bar in their hometown, which is pretty cool to have happen for you. People cheering you on while you're doing this insane event, the Cocodona 250.
We're going to keep it tuned into the finish line for just a second. Here you can see Andy Pearson
hanging with crew and and support team.
And we did just have some runners here on the jam cam. Again, this area, spotting and service, and you're going to have a combination of all three race distances coming through here.
Yeah.
So really cool to be able to see. But let's send it back. Andy getting his after photo.
Look at that smile. He's so happy to have gotten that monkey off his back.
Look at that smile. It just has to feel so good to have these done. And we do have a shot of runners up on Mount Eldon now.
Somebody in the chat asking how much elevation gain is in the Cocodona.
Lot.
Well, based on Sally McRae's Strava, 42,769 feet is what she registered.
That's a lot.
Yeah. And in case you weren't aware, this is Sally's longest run on Strava.
That's awesome.
So, I mean, you're talking about that's URA 100 levels of climb. That's a shot of a runner climbing up Eldon.
Yep. So again, they would be
Actually traversing across Eldon.
Yeah. So they would have hit the proper summit. I don't know that we'll get a look at that necessarily, but it kind of dips down and then climbs back up a little bit along the road here before you really start the bombing descent.
And for those curious, the net gain of Cocodona is probably somewhere in the realm of 6,000 feet or so. Actually, maybe a little bit less than that. So there's a lot of climb and a lot of descent. I believe Black Canyon City is at about 2,500 feet, but I'm going to double check that. Black Canyon City elevation is actually at 2,000 feet exactly.
When Eldon is 9.
But I like talking about the start to finish.
Oh,
the,
start
the
to
net,
finish, not low to high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Flagstaff's elevation is about 7,000 feet. So, yeah, about 5,000 feet of net gain over the course of the Cocodona 250. plus 40,000 feet minus 2 feet for Sally. We got to be careful, otherwise Sally's feed is going to be trending on Twitter, and we're going to be in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, that was funny, Rachel. Andy Pearson. This is courtesy of Shad. Andy Pearson was running hard to the finish. He said that he had to get to the finish before his kids left for school so that he could call them and cross the finish and FaceTimed his kids.
That's fantastic.
Shout out to Andy for that. That's amazing. We're gonna send it out to Walnut Canyon here for a minute.
If that's a runner, they look incredibly chill right now. They're wearing gaiters, so I assume it is.
Hopefully they're Catula Gators. Shout out to our partners over at Catula.
Yeah, I was down at the finish line yesterday and soaking in some of the atmosphere. Just just seeing everybody, and they actually had the Cocodona merchandise available for sale at the finish line. So if you're going to be heading up to Flagstaff, you'll be able to pick yourself up a Cocodona hoodie or backpack or shirt or whatever you like. One of the runners that had a pretty large entourage at the finish line was Rachel Buzzard,
Yep.
the winner of the Sedona Canyons 125. I found out that she and her husband own a construction business, and they gave everybody the afternoon off to come down and cheer her in. So that's pretty cool, and everybody came down and hung out, to see her in on an amazing accomplishment.
I think Eli Nestsozi is at Walnut Canyon. He's a Navajo runner. Shout out to him. And a huge shout out to, or a huge, recognition to all the indigenous lands and communities and landscapes that this Cocodona route crosses. The Ikamel Odom Upper Pima, the Hohokam Yavapai Apache, the Western Apache, the Yumanos, and Hopatuska indigenous traditional and ancestral lands. We offer the respect to all the ancestors, past, present, and future, and appreciate just being able to explore these beautiful lands. And we are going to send it to the finish here. Actually, let's take a look at our drone on Eldon. And there's the beautiful shot. Thank you, Jason. This shows, so right where those towers are, in the center of your screen is the proper Eldon summit. And the road kind of winds down from there, so runners are going to come up the Eldon Lookout Trail kind of from the left side of your screen. They're going to come down that road here, and they hit this little kind of dip or notch, and it can get incredibly cold and incredibly windy through there, and then they're going to make their way kind of towards the Eldon aid station, which is where our drone has been at mostly, not necessarily at the aid station, but once they hit that little dip, it starts to climb just a little bit before they start to make that final descent. And from right up here, if you were to look out to the right of the screen, you've got just this beautiful view overlooking like Flagstaff proper. If you look out to the left, you're going to be looking more towards the outskirts of Flagstaff, vast lands, all of those things. You're going to have a lot more snow on the more left side of your screen there, as you can see. So shout out to Jason for getting that. And we're going to see if we can get our drone at Buffalo Park back up. I'm not seeing that feed here, but for the time being, we're going to send it back to Fort Tuthill for just a few moments here. And this beautiful feed courtesy of Stephen Crawford.
That's a very, very clear shot right there. Runners at this point have until 3:30 p.m. to depart Fort Tuthill. So Fort Tuthill.
See, now you're working on it, Chris. Us locals appreciate it, although I've only lived here for a little over a year, so I'm still learning the ways as well.
I don't know. Okay, so I might have a reason why Fort Tuttle is how it comes out of my mouth. Most of the times I'm at that park, I am finishing off my weekend with the Made in the Shade Beer Festival. So there might be the occasional bit of slurring involved whenever I am at Fort Tut Hill uh, County Park in Flagstaff, Arizona.
Now we're overlooking Buffalo Park again here.
Yeah, the
Hey,
ascent.
someone in here said they're on the fence for the 125. Amanda, I don't know. I don't know how there could be any fence sitting for 125 miles that doesn't involve the first 50K of the course.
And you have
And
75
you have generous
hours.
cutoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Amanda, we just made the call for you. We'll see you here next year. Yeah, I love the fact that people were able to register for a race for next year that hadn't even started this year in terms of the Eldon's Crest
Yeah.
36.
Yeah.
And of course, the first person to register for the Eldon Crest 36 was Aid Station Fireball himself.
Yep. Shout out to Aid Station Fireball.
So we're up to 12 entrants in the Eldon Crest 36. We have 14 entrants in the Sedona Canyons 125. We have 17 official entrants in the Cocodona 250 for 2024, but I'm calling it 18 because we do have we had the breaking news last night that Jeff Browning expects to toe the line.
Well, and how many did you say? 18 with Jeff?
Yeah.
Well, I'll call it 19 because you know Jeff Garmeyer is going to sign up.
Well, we could do this all day with Kevin Goldberg, and Andre Lee's going to run one of the distances. We could basically just have our assumptions about the people that are going to be there, and because they're just going to be out here and want to be a part of it. Also, some of these Eldon Crest runners and these Sedona Canyons runners, making their way up to the next level.
And for any of you who, maybe want to come out and experience it and not race, our volunteer links for both the race and the live stream are up and live. So if you go to aravaiparunning.com and you click on the volunteer link at the top of the page, you will be able to scroll down and find the Cocodona 250 2024 volunteer link for for the race day volunteers as well as the live stream. So, or you could come and volunteer early on and sign up for Eldon Crest 36.
That's what Rob Martin
on
did
Friday, like Rob Martin.
Yeah. We had a few people, I believe, volunteer earlier on in the race and are running the Eldon Crest 36. So thanks to those people pulling double duty. Number one, helping to put this race on. Number two, partaking in the event itself. Is that a southbound shot of Buffalo Park I
This
see?
is so that green water tank you see on the left is basically right at the parking lot. Like the parking lot would be kind of more in the central of your screen. And you can see right where the paved road starts, runners are going to turn right just before that, and that's where they start to go down the Switzer Canyon Trail, kind of cuts maybe like 20 meters in front of, or maybe 100 meters in front of the building. You can see kind of in the center part of your screen near the top. And it looks like we may be able to get a shot of what that trail is. And that trail is going to start out flat and then kind of wind its way gently downhill to the roads of Flagstaff.
Oh, boy. I'm looking at the Cocodona live stream volunteer slots for next year, and we're running with 4 follow filmers on Saturday morning for the
So
final
they're set up.
stretch.
So as of right now, they're set up exactly how they are for this year.
Oh, so we've got 4 tomorrow?
If everyone signed up, those are the available shifts that we have open.
Yeah, and the thing about those follow cam shifts at the finish line is, what other way is there to earn race credit while getting your workout in?
Looks like we have 2 tomorrow from the hospital to the finish and 1 from Buffalo Park to the finish. and then we have someone at Heritage Square to help get the sights and sounds, so we can get Shad straight back out there. You know,
Yeah.
I think that Saturday morning is probably Shad's favorite day of the year. It looks like we lost that drone feed for just a second. Maybe went out of range there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what other like John is mentioning two famous left turns. I only know one. I'm not familiar with any other famous left turns in the running realm.
Well, maybe it's the left turn onto Beaver and then the left turn onto Birch.
That
Maybe
would
that's
make
what it meant-
sense.
what it
Left
meant.
on Beaver, left on Birch. That fully makes sense. Brett asking a question. Brett with 1T asking a question. For these types of races, how are pacers determined? He's a bit new to this. Curious where they're used, when, how long, etc. So that's really a very open-ended question, and I'll do my best to try and answer it to some degree. In this case, races, this race in particular has a point where pacers are allowed. So in the case of Cocodona, runners can start having pacers at Friendly Pines at mile 71. Now from there, it's pretty much up to them, and it's most races will have aid stations where pacers are available to be picked up and where they're not available to be picked up. Usually the crew access and the pacer access are hand in hand for logistical purposes. But in this race, I mean, you can have a pacer for as long as you want or for as short as you want, as long as they join you and depart at the proper aid stations. I know for a fact that several runners have had pacers that they've had for 70 plus miles. The two people who paced Sally McRae, well, there were three, but two major pacers, Summer Igo and Shelby Farrell, each took on 70 plus miles. Bryce Brooks took the easy route and did about a 15 to 20 mile pacing job. Of course, we chuckle about that, but we have bib number 8. That is
Sorry, I'm trying to.
no. Bib number 8 is Elle Spacek.
Wow.
Yeah, it looked like
She
she
looked
was
a little worse for the wear coming in there, hey?
Yeah, Elle, a very, very talented runner. One of the people we, talked about in coming towards this race as a potential favorite, but this is hard. Yeah, I mean, Elle Spacek won Mogollon Monster in 2019. Has multiple other ultra wins, 100 milers wins to her credit. Finished second at Pine de Palm a few years ago as well. But she is fighting through it at Cocodona. So hats off to Elle, and we'll hopefully see her at the finish line later tonight or early tomorrow.
We got finishers getting their photos with the finish archway here in Heritage Square. We're going to send it out to Walnut Canyon for a little bit here. Actually, we're going to send it to Fort Tuthill.
We'll keep an eye on all around the course. We've got a handful of cameras, and as long as we have clear shots, we'll head to those. Otherwise, we will keep it on the aid station cams where we've got our best feeds. Yeah, Rusty, that is not pulling from Flagstaff. That temperature, I believe that is from further down the course. Once again, for those just tuning in, I'm going to run down the top three for our respective races. In the Cocodona 250, the men's side, your winner was Michael McKnight. Second place, Josh Perry. Third place, Michael Greer. On the women's side, Sarah Ostaszewski took the win. Eliza LaPierre in second, and Mika Thews in third. For the Sedona Canyons 125, your winner was Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning and your second place finisher on the men's side, Matthew Kahn. Your third place runner, Tobias Wenegren. And on the women's side, Rachel Buzzard took the win. A fairly tight race over Denise Barassa for second. But third place was a far closer race between Jennifer Schwegler and Leah Genth, as just 7 seconds separated Leah ahead of Jennifer for the final spot on the podium at the Sedona Canyons 125. 7 seconds after 125 miles. It was a full-on sprint to the finish last night that we were able to capture on the live stream. And if you wanted to go back and watch that later on, it is available on the Day 4 Stream 2 video. But yeah, it was pretty amazing late last night as we were drawing our coverage down to a close that we had a sprint finish for the women's podium in Sedona Canyons. That looked like bib number 123 right there. I will try and confirm it. Jared Buchanan, I think, possibly, but
Right there,
yeah, Chris.
Right there, we have bib 199.
Oh, 199. Okay. Bib number 199, Mark Tetral. Mark coming to us from Lamarck, Texas.
Giving us a wave. Shout out to Mark.
Yeah, he knows that he is in the home stretch of the Cocodona 250. Chris After Dark, will Jeff Browning be running the Cocodona 250 next year? That's what he told us last night here at Aravaipa After Dark. Yeah, is any argument that Cocodona is the hardest race ever? It has a finisher rate higher than some of the other hardest races out there.
This would be an interesting. How does the finisher rate at, how does the finisher rate at Cocodona compare to other 200s, and then how does the finisher rate at Cocodona compare to some of the other harder races in the sport?
So I was going to say that, I mean, any discussion of the hardest race in running, begins with Barkley. But Barkley is such a unique animal.
Yeah, putting that maybe to the
non-Barkley
division.
division.
Maybe more like traditional races.
So I was learning about a race this week that one of our runners is participating in called Invictus 888. Let me see if I can pull it up. Shout out to Rich McKnight for providing this information for me. Since Invictus 888K began in 2015, only 7 people have finished. The course is a 27-mile loop, and you have 240 hours to finish. 888.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So that sounds like another one of those races that, frankly, isn't intended to be conquered. Also, I mean, another race that Uray 100 has about as much climb as Cocodona, but it's a 100-miler. And the finish rate for that is much lower than most other big-time 100-mile races. That's Uray 100. The scenery there is absolutely stunning, but the course underfoot is beyond brutal. Oh, TJ Gardner, thanks for clarifying for the Invictus 888K. That is 551 miles that runners have to cover in 240 hours. And it's a 27-mile loop of trail. Whew. Yeah, Kid Cody mentioning Self Transcendence 3100, but that actually has a list of finishers. I guess it just all depends on what you're looking for. There are some cases where um, whether you're talking about the course, terrain, the distance to cover, there are several different versions of the toughest race out there. Is Cocodona the toughest race? I don't think so, but it's definitely presenting its own set of challenges for the runners year after year. Dave, thanks for the kind words for myself and for Matt. Uh, I don't know about you, but I am a little bit exhausted. But we're approaching the home stretch just as all these runners are. We're hanging out with Mark, basically having a what looks like to be a pasta and meatball breakfast at Fort Tuthill here just outside of Flagstaff, Arizona. When Mark leaves the aid station, he'll be able to see the high point of the course, Mount Eldon, as well as the San Francisco peaks in the background in general. You can see Humphreys Peak, Agassiz Peak, the two highest points in the state. And that's got to feel good because in between where his vision allows him to see and where he's standing, he knows that finish line is in between. Yes, those 5K marathons are brutal.
Classic.
We get jokes. Yeah, when we're talking about 5K marathons during Cocodona coverage, you know that we've reached
It's either an
a
all-time
bar.
high or an all-time low.
It could be both,
Yeah.
all in the same moment. Yeah, I mean, if you're interested in running, Aravaipa races that aren't quite as long as Cocodona, there are several events that include races that are, in the 5K to 5 mile stretch here in the Arizona territory, as it were. Actually, we'll be heading back to Fort Tuthill next month for the Big Pine and Blackout Trail races. I believe the second week of June. And that includes a 6K, both of those events. Blackout is on Friday night, and Big Pine is on Saturday. Blackout is a much smaller race. If you're looking to grab a podium against a smaller field, that's the time to do it. If you're looking to race against, some random fast ballers, random ballers,
Random ballers.
as Finn and Brett would say. The Big Pine is the time to do it because that's where you happen to run into people like, I don't know, Stephen Kirsch dropping into his first 50K and setting a course record. Big Pine is a fun time also because the Made in the Shade Beer Festival starts about 1 p.m. literally across the parking lot from where the Big Pine race is taking place. The Krispy Kreme Challenge race has to be the hardest race. How about that Chipotle challenge that Jamil and Skylar did a few years ago? They've done some absolutely crazy challenges. They did a donut challenge for one of their Mountain Outhouse videos. I do remember that.
Looks like we've got some runners on the jam cam here. So he's out back closer to Fort Tuthill proper.
This is
And
bib number
is bib
143. Bib 143 is Bruce Gungle, Arizona resident from Tucson. One of those Pima Pirates that we have a couple of groups that the Pima Pirates are a very entertaining crew down in Tucson. They show up en masse to man aid stations at races all over. the state of Arizona. So shout out to the Pima Pirates and all the runners down in Tucson. Even though I am not a fan of the university that happens to be down in Tucson, I am a fan of the runners that I've met from that community.
Apparently, Chris, it's no longer Made in the Shade. It's the Flagstaff Beer Festival.
I am reticent to recognize change in my beer drinking festivals.
And Skylar's in the chat. Skylar's breaking out the tissues to cry just thinking about some of those challenges.
Skylar, what was the worst challenge of your Mountain Outhouse series there? Was it the Beer 10K? Was it the Chipotle Challenge? Was it the Unicorn Frappe Challenge, I want to say?
I can only imagine what like his blood pressure and cholesterol levels were like after that Chipotle challenge.
Yeah, they did several challenges a few years ago. They're on YouTube somewhere in a place that Jamila and Skylar would most likely prefer to forget. But they have been retained. The drop bag challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like those.
That was the big one.
Yeah, but those I feel like you're like less likely to cause yourself too much physical harm.
Oh man.
Like, try eating like 3 Chipotle burritos and running 10 miles or whatever it ended up being.
John Marushak mentioning that Pima Pirate Jordan Camastro should run Cocodona. I agree. Jordan would be a very fascinating runner to follow on this race. You're talking about a guy who can run 140 plus miles in 24 hours and has run many 100-milers and does these insane, if you follow Jordan on Strava, 60 and 70-mile training runs on the regular on the weekends, where he's running at a sub 10-minute mile pace. Jordan is an amazing athlete, and I would love to see him tackle the Cocodona.
I thought so. I remember there was one where Skylar was like, "I thought I was gonna die," but I wasn't sure if I should share that publicly. That seems like it's his story to tell,
And Alan mentioning another one of their videos, the eating hot chili peppers. They did the goo challenge where they made their own goo out of ghost peppers and things of that nature. Thanks to Jamil and Skylar for entertaining us with that. And also thank you for surviving, because we'd be sad if you hadn't.
You know what we do need? We need a float a mile.
Oh, I'm going to take a hard pass on that one, my friend.
Skylar, maybe me and Skylar are going to need to link up for this.
I don't think I could handle that much soda.
Oh, wow. I hope the drone was just really zoomed in there, because we got a... I missed it on the live shot, but saw it on the other one. We got a nice tree branch right up close there.
Well, hopefully we're able to dodge that one. As this runner is up on Eldon.
It's so amazing to see how much snow. Now here's the question for, I don't know if anyone's watching who has run both this year and last year, but I'll ask you this, Chris. Do you think that the race course should keep going to the proper summit and then over via Lookout Road, or should it keep shorting the summit by a few hundred vertical feet, but hitting maybe the more scenic Sunset Trail?
Yeah, I can't imagine the runners would feel cheated if they didn't get to the top, but at the same time, I assume that they'd say, what's another 300 feet of climb from on a course that already contains about 42,000.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, if you do stick with the Sunset Trail, how many years do you think you're going to have to ultimately end up going to this alternate Eldon section? I know that this year was a record snow year in Flagstaff, so maybe this is just a one-time outlier, but there was also snow not on trail. There was actually small patches of snow on trail last year, I think early in the week.
It looks like, wait, can we go back to the Stephen Crawford cam? It looks like Alice Spacek is making her way out of
smiling and waving too, so still in like a very good mental spot, which I think sometimes is the most important thing. She has, quite a bit of time still. like in terms of pushing any cutoffs or anything like that. So if she can keep moving forward, she may find herself in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that she's still moving is so important. And like I said, Elle is, she's a hardened veteran of ultras and 100 miles in particular. She won the Mogollon Monster 100. You don't happen upon that by accident. That is something that is genuinely a punishing race. And her time in 2019 of 27, 24, 29 is third best all time. So Elle is a absolutely fantastic athlete and no stranger to these gritty races. And so hopefully Elle is able to punch through and push through this last 36, 38 miles.
Skylar says a float a mile will be easier than a beer mile, so he's going to have his people contact my people, so maybe we'll be able to make that happen.
I have to disagree with you there, Skylar. Having done my share of beer miles and having drank my share of Flota, I think that
He didn't say more enjoyable. He said easier.
Oh, that is true. There is no fizz.
Yeah, no fizz. I think it's going to make it easier to down. Where was I was looking? Paul Murray. As a 2022 runner, all parts of the course that had the best views, we did at night. Yeah, that's true.
Timing is everything.
It depends, I guess. That experience would be different for probably where you're at in the field too, right?
Yeah.
And 2022 was a little bit different because of the different start time.
Yeah, that's right. We did start at noon, I believe, last year. Or
Was
late
it,
late morning. It was 10 a.m.
I thought it was 10.
You're right.
But then I can't remember that far back.
You are correct.
How Maria asks, how's the last runner looking? They made it out of Munns Park with a few minutes to spare on the cutoff, so we didn't have anyone who got cut at Munns Park, which was the overnight cutoff. The next possible time cutoff is
Here at Fort Tuthill.
yes, here at Fort Tuthill at 3:30 p.m. So,
And we've got a handful of runners that are still making their way there. Of course, not only do they have to arrive at Fort Tuthill, they have to depart as well. Just going to take a quick peek to see how many runners that might relate to. Not many, Matt. We're in really good shape here, and our experience, and I'm sure you can agree or I guess back me up on this. If runners make it to Fort Tuthill, the chances of finishing are super, super high. It looks like we might have one or two people in the Sedona Canyons. Benjamin Kuhn still grinding out. Just left Kelly Canyon. So
how many runners are there that have not made it to Kelly Canyon yet?
there are none. All of the runners have made it to Kelly Canyon, which is a really good sign. Our current DFL on the women's side in the 250 is Rebecca Walker. Rebecca Walker looks like she either has, she might have just left Kelly Canyon. So Kelly Canyon is at mile 205. As we mentioned, the next cutoff at Fort Tuthill is at mile 211. So these runners have 6 miles to go, and roughly 7 hours, 15 minutes to get there. So they're in good shape. They'll actually be able to get some rest potentially at Fort Tuthill for the home stretch. And once they get to Fort Tuthill, they have a total of, let's see, if they have to be there at 3:30, the final cutoff time tomorrow is at 10 a.m. Live on-air math is not my strong suit.
What was the math?
So they have to be there at 3:30 p.m.
Yep.
at Fort Tuthill, and they have until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. to finish. So that's 5.5 minus 24. That's 18.5 hours to go, roughly 36, 37 miles. So as long as, if they're still on the course, if you're a runner on the course, I like your chances.
Yeah, I think the faster section or like the tighter section is going to be from Todd Hill to Walnut Canyon, right?
In
Where
terms
they've
of
got to go
time,
about 17 miles in 6 hours.
yeah, and that would be a bit of a tight push. I mean, you'd have to be moving at a 20-minute mile pace to get through Walnut Canyon, but it is fairly flat and runnable if you've got
We've
anything
got
left to
Bib
give at this point.
78 there.
Yeah, Bib 78. That is, let's see, Bib 78. That is Patrick Atkinson. Patrick Atkinson is who we've got in our viewfinder. He is from Wilmington, Delaware. Whenever I hear Delaware, it reminds me of the Wayne's World moment where they did a little quote. I guess it would be a side swipe at Delaware and their excitement at the idea of going there.
Yeah.
I've been to Delaware. Don't remember much about it, but we're glad to have runners from everywhere, including from Delaware. So thanks, Patrick, for being out here, and great job. Keep it up. You're really in the home stretch when you get to Fort Todd Hill. I'm going to take a quick peek and refresh my tracker to see if we might be anticipating any runners coming into the finish line here. I know we've got the Shad Cam.
Yeah, it looked like we've got a bit of time. Aaron Fleischer was the last
Yeah,
update
Aaron
2
Fleischer.
minutes ago, and looked like he still had a few miles left. It looks like he's getting kind of close. He's probably about to cross the Pipeline Trail in Buffalo Park.
Yeah,
making his way up to Buffalo Park.
I've known Aaron for a while. He's a pretty good dude. So I hope that Aaron is in soaking it all in as his Cocodona journey draws to a close. We'll be probably seeing him here in the next probably hour, maybe hour and a half or so.
So I'm trying to. Any idea how many total volunteers throughout the race week? So
A lot.
I actually have the number pulled up here. Just for the for like the actual race, and this also excludes Aravaipa staff. There were 412 available volunteer slots, and 388 of those were filled via volunteers.
That's
So
amazing. That's
308
more than
volunteers.
90%.
Yep.
That were filled. So thank you very much to everybody who has, made this race possible. Whether you're helping with the coverage or you're helping with, the logistics of it all. As we mentioned, that is bib number 78, departing the Fort Todd Hill aid station. Once again, Patrick Atkinson getting his move on as Dr. Stephen Crawford heads back into the aid station proper.
And again, the cutoff time at this aid station will be our next cutoff point, and that'll be at 3:30 in the afternoon today.
And this is bib number 72 right here, I believe, and that is Scott Davis. Scott Davis, I believe, another Florida runner. So Florida runners coming into Flagstaff, looking good, looking strong. He seems like he's in pretty good shape for the home stretch. Yeah, Aaron Fleischer, as we mentioned, our potential next finisher here in the Cocodona 250, is one of the 9, Matt. one of the 9 two-time finishers that entered this year's race. And looking like he's not too far from a 3-time finish. I'm actually going to take a look at the list and see if I can figure out what kind of number we're looking at in terms of finishers, of our 2-time finishers, how many of them are going to finish.
Dan Pena. Shad had to count for 10 volunteers. So that number I gave you was only for the like on-course volunteers. The live stream volunteers was a little bit different. I believe we had 60 total volunteer slots filled. In an ideal world, we would continue to grow that number so that we can continue to provide everyone with amazing wall-to-wall coverage.
I actually have to make a slight adjustment, Matt. The list that I had of 9 starters, I did not realize that Carl Balloon, 2-time finisher, did not start this year.
Okay.
So we actually have 8. And as far as I can tell, I want to try and find one runner in particular. Okay, yeah. So of the 8 people who have run Cocodona twice previously, all 8 have either finished or are still on course.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I guess that listen to these names. These are familiar names to us that are, on their 3rd Cocodona journey. Sarah Ostaszewski, the women's winner this year, finished. Jeff Garmeyer finished as well. Wes Plate, we know, finished 2. Brian Zanzik, we saw finish. And the remaining names, we saw Jose Sosa in Fort Tuthill earlier. We literally just saw Aaron Fleischer depart Fort Tuthill. Courtney Boyle, I believe, is about 26 miles from the finish, wandering the wilds of Walnut Canyon. And Andrew Glaze, I believe, is Andy finished or is he?
He's still out there.
He's still out there. But if there's somebody that I don't worry about being able to finish this race, it's Andy Glaze. Yeah, Jaron, it's he's not moving great, but he is still moving. So, we're going to be following him as well. I mean, in case you hadn't heard, he ran 100 miles at Canyons right before this race. I don't know if that's been shared with the public.
Did he?
Yes.
Let's see. Neil in the chat asked about race credits. Yeah. All volunteers earn race credits. We actually had one runner, and I'm going to find his name, or their name rather, because I can't remember
From last year?
who it was who paid for his entry. It was Will Brunner, bib 192, paid for his entry in race credits.
That was this year. Last year, Michelle Walker did the same thing.
Oh, did she last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was referencing this year. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's a lot of hours, and we're grateful.
Alejandro, when is Sally joining you? She did join us last night. You can check that out probably around the 9 o'clock hour of our Day 4 Stream 2. So that should be, within the last couple of hours of that stream. You can go back and listen to the chat. I think that we are going to try to, or at least I'm going to pitch this idea, to try to clip those interviews when we have the bandwidth and have the ability to maybe clip those interviews so they would be kind of standalone videos that you could just view on your own.
So after we get some sleep, basically.
Yeah, or, maybe today. Who knows? Maybe today.
Maybe I know that Enzo had to head down to the valley. Maybe.
Well, you can clip it straight from the stream.
Oh.
So it's just a matter of finding the time to do that.
TJ asking how many Aravaipa events there are. It's got to be in the 40s now.
Where was the question?
Down at the bottom.
How many races? I'll get back to you.
I believe that, we've got the Aravaipa events here in the valley. We've got the Aravaipa Rides events. We've got Aravaipa Colorado. Um, there are a lot of events. It is very easy to, not very easy, but it's very possible to accumulate enough race credits to earn your way into Cocodona that way and not have to pay money out of pocket. That's one of the things we were having a discussion that kind of went off the rails a little while back on the live stream. Might have been yesterday, might have been the day before. Kind of blends together. People were talking about how running is expensive. I look at it that running isn't expensive, but that racing is expensive, and it can be expensive. But through giving back to the community in a lot of ways, you can often find ways to mitigate the expenses of race entries by contributing, not just with Aravaipa, but with other organizations as well. There are plenty of great race organizations that allow you to earn your way into events through volunteering. So, if the idea of paying a significant pile of cash for a race is not appealing to you, but you still want to run it, it just takes some time and dedication. I see Matt working his way down the spreadsheet, counting all of the Aravaipa races.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you. I don't know the exact number because I don't know when I made this spreadsheet. But I want to say it is around 45 races
Nearly one every week.
between Arizona, Colorado, Utah, and Nevada.
And does that include the bike races as well, or?
That is just running events. So these
yeah,
are just runs.
all sorts of events that you're able to, both partake in and to volunteer in. So, we've got plenty of opportunities. If you're interested in finding out more about those races, you can always go right to our website, aravaiparunning.com. At the top of the page, there is an events tab, and you can check it out and see what we have to offer there.
We have some runners in Fort Tudhill here. Bib 462 in the Sedona Canyons 125. Couldn't get
Which bib number? I'm sorry?
462. I couldn't read the name. I was trying to read the name on the big. Susan Beaupre. Not sure if I pronounced that right, but Susan is an Arizonan here in Flagstaff.
Susan looking like she's in good spirits as she departs the aid station.
Yep, DC, we did interview Sally last night after she finished. So you can check that out on day 4, stream 2.
Greg Armstrong reference in the chat. I've only seen Greg Armstrong race once, but it was against Nick Curry at Desert Solstice a few years ago, and it was one of the most amazing events. That whole race, Desert Solstice 2018, was one to remember. I'll share my memories of that here in just a moment as we see these runners at Fort Tudhill. At Desert Solstice 2018, we had so much going on. We had Camille versus Courtney on the track, and it wasn't Courtney's day. Camille did end up setting a world record for the 24-hour, running just under 163 miles. And then on the men's side, the race for the U.S. national team, the 24-hour national team, came down to the nitty-gritty. Jake Jackson won the race with about on the men's side with about 161 miles, but Nick Curry and Greg Armstrong went toe-to-toe, and when all was said and done, less than 100 meters separated the two of them in a 24-hour race, and Nick had given everything to try and make chase, but Greg Armstrong held him off, and Greg Armstrong ran that race in Teva sandals.
Yeah, that's insane.
His feet were shredded. We talk about what we've seen here. Greg's feet and ankles, when he collapsed, because he literally just collapsed on the side of the track, his feet and ankles were covered in blood. It was it was inspiring and still at the same time, yeah, it was unreal that whole day, and that was the very first Aravaipa live stream. That was in our extreme infancy. I'd like to still think we're learning to walk in this live stream realm at this point, even 5 years later. But the very first Aravaipa live stream of Desert Solstice 2018 was really something special.
Someone asking for an update on bib 132. So you are able to, the live tracker is pinned in the description of this video. So you can follow along with anyone that you're looking for. But we have Brian Burton, who's last time he pinged was at mile 232.6.
Barb asking if there are scholarships available for this type of race. I know we have charity bib entries that involve fundraising. I am not entirely familiar with how that works. I do believe you have to raise a multiple of the race entry in order to gain a pro bono entry. So
Yep. Yeah, and we work with Wander Project to help kind of support and facilitate that. And something of note is that Michael Greer, sorry, was our third place finisher, and he was a charity bib recipient. And so he was signed up in 2022, and after winning the Zion 100, getting ready for the race, feeling confident, fractured his pelvis.
Oh, wow.
In the weeks leading up to Cocodona. With the support of his family, wife, kids, he was able to rehab and get ready for 2023. He was a charity bib runner last year as well, where he was raising money to fight hunger with youth in Utah. And then this year he was running for Trails and Tribulation Endurance Hiking and Running Foundation. And they work to raise funds for those who stand in significant need. So shout out to Michael Greer from Peoria, Arizona,
Yeah.
I do believe.
I was talking with a few of the runners that were around the finish line yesterday, including second place finisher in the Sedona Canyons 125, Matthew Kahn, and his pacer, Kevin Westover. And they were so excited for Michael Greer because they had helped, or not helped, but also participated in some of his Cocodona training. A lot of the Valley runners run and train together when preparing for big events such as this. So, I did not realize that Michael Greer was a charity bib entry. But to answer that question that Barb had, there are ways to get into Cocodona without paying the full entry fee out of pocket. Because, we know that it's not a cheap endeavor, but I hope that people viewing can understand the amount of logistics and permit pulling and and supplies that go into an event such as this. That's why it is cost prohibitive for some people, and that's an unfortunate fact of life. But Aravaipa and Jamil believes that there should be some route to be able to participate in one way or another. We talk about the charity bibs, we talk about the volunteering. There are ways to run these races, even the big ones such as Cocodona, by putting sweat equity into the race as opposed to paying right out of pocket. I know that at one point, Dimitro, that they had a payment plan option, I believe, for the first year. I don't know if there is still that available at this point.
I will look into it for you, though, and see if I can get an answer.
Yeah, the runner tracker is a great way to kind of follow the progress. And it's all and is also get to know some of the runners a little bit, where they're from, uh, also, Ultra Sign Up is another great tool. For those watching that are interested in being a part of the Cocodona next year, you can always register starting now for the 2024 Cocodona. The link is at the top of the page. Matt and I are having fun every little bit of time checking to see if there are new entrants in these Cocodona, the Sedona Canyons, or the Elgin Crest. Cocodona 2024 stands at 17 entrants, including a couple of people with a finish under their belt. That is fantastic. Steve Ellis, a 2022 finisher of Cocodona, wants to come back and taste the original course. So good on you, Steve Ellis from Greenville, South Carolina, and James O'Brien from Western Springs, Illinois, who ran it in 2022 as well, intending to come back. And James has got a pretty robust race schedule between now and Cocodona, running Ring the Springs and Haviland 100, two more Aravaipa races. Glad to have you coming out, James.
Shout out to Ring the Springs. It is a kind of a tour day Colorado Springs 100-miler. Connects some of the beautiful municipal parks and open spaces there in Colorado Springs. New start finish area at Garden of the Gods this year, which is going to be pretty awesome. Some small tweaks to the course. You get up to Mount Rosa, the high point of the course, which is around 12,000 feet. Just really epic race. So check it out if you are in the Colorado area and interested.
Chris, After Dark, asking if there are any qualifiers for Cocodona 250. No. You can literally join up. You have to create an Ultra Sign Up account to register, and because we had several runners who had no race results that we could find, including second place finisher overall, Josh Perry. Josh Perry, we knew who he was, and we knew of his talents and capabilities and accomplishments. But had we not done a little bit of sleuthing, we might have actually had that one slip through the cracks, because there have been times before where somebody has switched from road to trail, and we use Ultra Sign Up pretty much as the resource for learning about the runners that are participating in these events as we're trying to create our notes. And Josh Perry wasn't on there, so I happened to notice a runner from Leeds that was participating, and so I looked him up. Sure enough, he just happens to have a very robust FKT resume.
Yeah, he was definitely one of the interesting participants to follow from just like a resume standpoint. It looks like our drone has eyes. Those at Buffalo Park, it's tough, right? Because it could be someone running, it could be a participant, but
yeah, a lot of people running and walking through Buffalo Park on a regular basis. So we'll have to play a bit of a guessing game with the drones. We don't want to buzz down on somebody who happens to just be out for their morning walk or workout. Yeah, Amy, there aren't any qualifiers, but you do need to have experience. We would hope that the runners that are going to participate exercise some judgment. I would hope that somebody wouldn't want to spend the money and time involved in running Cocodona 250 without being fully prepared for it. Yeah, we do have logistic caps for Cocodona, but we haven't reached them as of yet. At least I don't think so. We've never actually had a, quote, full sellout for this race.
Correct, and I think once we got to that point, we would likely continue exploring options of that is definitely a runner that we just saw in Buffalo Park.
Yeah, it looked like a bib there.
We would continue exploring options for ways to potentially expand that cap. Obviously, one of the biggest things is runner safety, as well as any sort of like true permitting limitations, right? But I don't think that we are currently nearing any permitting limitations. So,
Right now, there are currently a dozen entrants in the Eldon Crest 36, most notably Aid Station Fireball. If you don't know his name, I would leave it to you to try and figure it out. The Sedona Canyons 125 has 15 entrants, and I would say the most notable entrant for that would be Travis Longcar, with the who is a regular, I guess, contributor to the Run Free Trail. I'm not sorry, Run Free Trail. The Free Trail Fantasy setup that you can predict runners and their finishes for ultra running. And we added one more. We have 18 official entries into the Cocodona 250 for 2024. We also have another entry. Well, that was Dimitro right there. Dimitro, so I'm gonna butcher this.
Yeah,
Dimitro Soklovsky of
and I gotta
California.
pull up the comment. This live stream made me do it.
Fantastic, Dimitro. We saw you actually now on the roster. Look forward to having you here.
Well, you know what we call this, Chris? We call this job security, right? They can't get rid of us if people like Dimitri are signing up. Or Dimitro, I apologize, are signing up for the.
Well, Dimitro is no
race.
stranger to running the Arizona Trails. I can take a look at his ultra sign up right now and see that he has run Black Canyon 100K and Javelin 100 in the last calendar year. So he likes us and he keeps coming back, and I'm glad to hear it. He's also run Black Canyon multiple times, Mogollon Monster. He comes out here and kicks that dirt, and frankly, I like your chances next year, Dimitro, based on what I'm seeing on your race results. San Diego 100, Kodiak 50K. This dude's a stout runner. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I can't wait to see you on the call next year.
Go big or go home.
Yeah, he won Born to Run 100 miler a couple years ago. You know, that's of course, if you're winning Born to Run 100 miler, that's pretty impressive because we've seen some great names there. Andrew Snope has won it, I believe. Oswaldo Lopez actually won it the year that Andrew Snope was there. And the course record there is held by none other than James Bonet at the Born to Run 100 miles. So, Dimitro, can't wait to have you out here next year. Looking forward to it. And we also do have that unofficial entry into Cocodona next year who made the declaration here last night on Aravaipa After Dark, and that was Bronco Billy himself, Jeff Browning. And, he basically just hammered through Sedona Canyons.
TJ, Dimitro, they already have an estimated time for you to finish in.
I'm always curious about those ultra sign-up finish times. It tends to be accurate for the flatter, faster races, but I don't think it takes terrain into account very often. But because anytime there's like a hill of more than 50 feet.
Oh, this is a good. Sorry, I just hopped in on a completely different tangent here, Chris. Tamjin. What time is golden hour tomorrow? We don't really have a singular golden hour. We have golden hours.
Morning.
Yeah, we have a golden morning tomorrow.
Tam is the organizer for a charity undie run in Scottsdale every year, and I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to MC it this past year. Definitely a wonderful event that Tam puts on. The Cupid's Undie Run, and it's a cause that she believes in that raises funds for to support those affected by NF.
We do have, it looks like, Shad here. That looks like bib 1.
That is Aaron. That's got to be Aaron Flesher.
157. Yeah, Aaron Flesher would be. Yeah, bib 157, Aaron Flesher. I'm liking the tights.
Yeah,
I mean that 100%. During my college days, the half tights were always nice anti-chafing mechanism.
Is he coming up on another runner? Somebody that our tracker missed, perhaps? Or is that his pacer?
I assume that was his pacer.
Okay.
But you know what they say about assumptions, Chris?
No, Matt. I do not know what they say about assumptions.
Oh, man. Gotta love the
Gotta love the day 5 coverage here at the Cocodona 250, where we are all at our absolute most lucid, and we're totally serious all of the time. Yeah, if we could get the rights, TJ, to the theme for the Golden Girls, we should play it like on repeat in the background for Golden Morning.
I just got a text message from Jamil Curry. He said, "This is starting to sound like a telethon." I love it. We're just, it's not about the money for this race. It's about trying to touch as many people as we can with this unique experience. And obviously, it sounds like I'm doing a bit here.
But you're serious.
But I am serious. Like, just even like as I drive down to Phoenix from Flagstaff every week, I look out into the Bradshaws and I'm instantly drawn to this event. And I'm like, man, the experience that people must go through as they run from basically the outskirts of Phoenix up to Flagstaff through all these varying terrains, it's amazing. But right now, Aaron Fleischer, the man of the hour, as he's
Too sweet to be sour.
Well, he's approaching the most iconic establishment in all of ultra running. I need a better phrase than like the most iconic. I'm going to crowdsource some alternatives.
Well, no, here's the thing though, Matt. Sometimes you just got to own a phrase. I mean, would Michael Buffer have to change his
or like
phrase?
what was Harry Carey's thing?
Holy cow.
Holy cow. Beaver Liquor, he's passing it. That means he's got, just a few blocks to go here. Camera Runner, Infinite Miles. I am curious. Shad, after he follows in here, is going to have to let us know how many miles he's up to, and we're going to need him to refresh his feed. Shad, if you can.
Looks like we might have it back.
I'll pull it back here. Yeah, it looks like he's going to need to refresh it.
Okay.
The beauty of live TV. Is that Mike Groenwegen there?
On the left, yeah, I do believe it is. One of our top 10 finishers of the Cocodona 250, Mike Groenwegen, running side by side with Mika Tooze.
Now Shad's got to play catch up here. Shout out to Shad. When he has to refresh his stream, he's got to stop, take care of it, and then he's got to catch back up to these runners to get the shot.
It was great to see Shad down at the finish line yesterday as he was excited to resume yet again. We talk about us. Having a long day. Shad is going to have darn near as long of a day as the rest of us, but he's running while he's doing it. Well, Coach Kendall, we don't have trackers on the filmers, but they tend to have a fun time sharing their Strava.
Well, yeah, I think Shad, like the reason Shad signs up for this is like he's able to be a part of the live broadcast and do good, but he's also to get in like this incredible training stimulus.
Yeah. And also he wants that local legend of Beaver Street title that he obtains for about 90 days every spring at this point. So what would be fun, of course, Matt, now you live up here. One of these years, you should basically just go and make that your training ground for a few weeks, and so you have a couple of people with an
How many
insane number
days
of
is the local legend? 30 days?
90 days.
90 days. So I'm gonna have to wait 90 days.
No, you do it now and then take it from him.
Dimitro shouting out Black Canyon 100K. Registration actually for Black Canyon opened today.
Did it really?
Yep. I want to confirm that it did in fact open. You might beat me to that, Chris. So
you're right. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, registration for Black Canyon 100K is open, and so it shares a similar start-finish line to the Cocodona 250. The expo it shares a major aid station to the start line of the Cocodona 250. I apologize. And so it shares some of the course to the start of the Cocodona 250 once you pass the 60K mark.
Yes.
I think we got people driving and honking based on Aaron Fleischer's reaction there. That was me, Chris, after I got off production duties yesterday. I went the long way to my house so that I could go up right by where the runners hop off of the Switzer Canyon Trail. Made sure to give the runners up by the hospital a little honk.
Yeah, there are already in the 100K for Black Canyon next year already 56 entrants, and in the 60K, which is actually the finish line for the 60K is indeed the Cocodona start line.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, there are a dozen entrants. But yeah, the Black Canyon, when you come out of Black Canyon City, you head up to the Black Canyon Trail because it's slightly offset from the trail. I think that it probably, like miles 37 to 39 of Black Canyon 100K are identical to the Cocodona 250 start. So you get a small taste of that Cocodona trail.
Aaron Fleischer now a block away from making that left-hand turn on Birch.
Yeah, Eric, Black Canyon is a great first 100K, but if you arrive thinking it'll be cruisy, the rocks will have a punishing lesson to teach you. The first 35 miles of that race are strikingly downhill, got that kind of rough and rugged Arizona desert trail feel to them. But then when you hit Black Canyon City, or right before rather, you have a big climb, and the second half of the race is where almost all of the climbing exists. I've run the race. Finished it 4 times. It's one of my favorite events to run. Big fan of it. I have been a golden hour finisher 4 times. As Aaron Fleischer makes that left onto Birch Street. I know that Aaron was training with a favorite of ours, Hector Rodriguez, H-Rod. They seem to hang in the same. I don't know if Aaron is official Wolfpack, but he definitely hangs with H-Rod. But congratulations to Aaron Fleischer as he's taking that victory lap down Birch. He'll be coming up on LaRue Street, the last crossing that he has to make before he takes the right down Cocodona Alley. Looks like the coast is cleared across the street. Aaron Fleischer making his way across LaRue.
There he is. Look at his pacer. I think that pacers are just incredible hype men and hype women.
Oh yeah.
Here he is.
Shout out to the guy in the blue puffy at the corner. He has been there. He was there yesterday
High
all day.
fives too. Let's go.
He was there when I was down there. I wonder if he was out there all night.
Absolutely amazing. Aaron Fleischer is pumped. You can see the excitement. What an amazing run.
Three-time
There it is.
finisher of the Cocodona 250, Aaron Fleischer.
There he
Congratulations.
is. Three on 3 different courses.
Yeah.
As well. What an amazing run.
Yeah, Aaron Fleischer, congratulations. Great job. Looking like he's loving life right now. Looks like he just is
Getting a big hug from Mike McKnight there.
Yeah, the winner and course record holder Mike McKnight absolutely thrashed the course.
This is one of the amazing things about this race that you do see in other races, obviously, but not every race, right?
Yeah.
Is you've got, the guy who just won and set the course record and finished in the wee hours Thursday morning is out here 2 days or a full day later, rather, congratulating the next finishers. So.
Yeah, congratulations, Aaron Fleischer, our most recent finisher of the Cocodona 250, making it 3 times, keeping him part of a very, very exclusive club of 3-time finishers. They will be all 3-time finishers. There's a handful of them, but the people who have run and completed the Cocodona in each of its iterations.
Oh, and there you've got Sarah O.
Maybe there's a little secret club amongst those who are the 3-time finishers. I expect to see maybe Jeff Garmeyer come in and give a secret handshake, and they'll be doing the same thing for Jose Sosa when he comes in, and these
It's
people.
amazing. Scott Rokas trying to get the after photo before Aaron gets looking too good.
Yeah,
you want to get that after photo right away.
Yeah, because I love that aspect of this race where they do the before and after photos. Everybody comes to pick up their bib and they're all smiles, and In some cases, the after photo is them forcing a smile, and
Well, it's like you can tell in the after photo, like they saw some stuff out there.
Yeah.
Like they went through it.
So yeah, Aaron Fleischer, according to my math, which is by no means the official math, is the fifth of the eight runners that started this race for the third time, or with two completions. So that is Sarah Ostazuski, Jeff Garmeyer, Wes Plate, Brian Janzik, and Aaron Fleischer. 5 three-time finishers of the Cocodona 250 on 3 different courses. Congratulations to all of them.
So amazing.
Yeah, we'll be following Andrew Glaze, Courtney Boyle, and Jose Sosa as they make their way for hopefully their third finish.
I don't think that these are runners in the race, but this is the beauty of Buffalo Park. Look at how fast those guys were just running through there.
Hauling. Absolutely hauling. Yeah, like I said, you can run into, Olympic hopefuls and pro runners out of Buffalo Park, and it's not uncommon because of the caliber of athlete that likes to run there. It's, situated 7,100, 7,200 feet above sea level, and it's flat in most places. If you want that, that climb, that gain, you can get it elsewhere in Flagstaff. But Buffalo Park is a nice place to, do some speed workouts. As you saw those runners look like they were flying.
This runner right here is moving pretty strong as well. Again, coming down from the Eldon Summit, down Lookout Road, they'll have a small little climb once they get to the dip here before they start like their long descent.
Tara asking a question. What do you guys think is more important, ultra training for a strong finish or not DNFing? Time on feet / miles per week or high vert per week? I would say for the first time you do an ultra, time on feet is important.
Well, I think it also depends on the race, right? If your first ultra is going to be at Tunnel Hill, time on feet would be much more important. If your first ultra is going to be Eldon Crest 36,
you want the vert.
You may want you probably want a good combination. They do go hand in hand, right? Like if you're focused on vert, you're going to be getting more time on feet, likely.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does depend a little bit on the race course. You probably don't need a whole lot of vert if you're doing a race like Tunnel Hill or like across the years or any of the Nardini series races or anything that's like flatter.
Well, I actually when I was I like I was saying, I believe that for the first ultra, time on feet, getting to know what it's like to be out there, we're going to use 100 miles as the benchmark. If you are not familiar with what it's like to be on your feet for 16, 20, 24, 28, 30 hours, it's good to have a familiarity. I don't think that you want to train for, a 100 miler by running a 100 miler, but, maybe going out and running 20 miles one night and then waking up as early as you can the following morning and doing 20 more. That running tired feel is so important.
And we do have someone out at Fort Tuthill here, bib 102.
Bib 102. Let's see if we can pull that up.
Oh, I have it right here too.
Oh. my tracker window, it kind of is freaking out on me a little bit.
Looks like Monica Winnett.
Monica Winnett was actually there earlier, so it looks like she might have gotten some rest, probably laid down for a couple hours in order to prepare for that final push up Eldon and through Walnut Canyon. But as I was saying about running a 100-miler and training for that, in my training for my last one, even though it was Hennepin 100, with a total elevation gain of under 1,000 feet, my coach told me that he wanted me to do as much vert as possible and not concentrate on the mileage total, simply because he wanted me to work on working different muscle groups. And so he had me doing a lot of climbing, a lot of downhill running, a lot of hiking, up steep stuff down at South Mountain in Phoenix. And that's how he prepared me for Hennepin, which is an entirely flat race. So, and it worked. I mean, it was my first Trail 100 finish. So I think that there's it's a question that a lot of people will provide different answers. I believe that it's important to know what it feels like to run tired, but I also am a huge believer that vert is, in terms of, flat, long mileage. Once you've got that under your belt, then you kind of switch to the vert because the vert really, makes your body stronger as a whole. Looks like that would be a runner coming through Buffalo Park. We'll see if we can at least try and potentially guess who that
Kind of
is.
look on the tracker at who that might be.
Yeah.
It looked like after Aaron that there were going to be quite a few runners coming through.
So it looks like the runners that are approaching Buffalo Park at this moment, Jeremy Epley looks like he is pinging in Buffalo Park. Walter Klein pinged in Buffalo Park a minute ago, and they're both running the Sedona Canyons 125. And Leo Fung, the Canadian from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, is pinging as in Buffalo Park as well. I'm really excited for Leo.
And we do have the Shad Cam here.
All right.
Runner coming in.
Who do we have? Was that, looks like that might be bib number 135.
Dave
Yeah.
Stinchfield, yeah.
One of the epic beards on course.
Looks like maybe he just passed Beaver Liquors.
Well, Matt, I think that I probably have to bid adieu as we hit the 100-mile mark of the Cocodona 250. These runners have been on course in the Cocodona for 100 hours, and that is no easy feat. The runners in Sonoma Canyons have been on course for math on air, 7 a.m. 24 plus 24, that's 48 plus 3,
Two.
or plus 2. So 50 hours for them?
Yep,
Yeah.
I think, right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
They started Wednesday morning.
Because they had 75 hours.
It's
and
Friday morning.
And Cocodona had 125 hours. So, yeah, 50 hours less.
Yep.
Yeah. So the 50-hour mark for the Sedona Canyons runners, the 100-hour mark for the Cocodona runners, the 101-hour mark for the commentating team. And, it's been a pleasure hanging out here this morning. I will be back on tonight for Aravaipa After Dark. As I mentioned, my tentative guests scheduled are 2023 winner of the Cocodona 250 on the women's side, Sarah Ostaszewski, and Colleen Lingley, local Flagstaff runner, accomplished ultra runner, and registered dietitian. I love talking with Colleen. I consider her a friend, but she's also so smart about how runners approach this. Maybe we'll have a chance to pick her brain in terms of how she would prepare and strategize her nutrition for a race such as this, because that is a huge undertaking in a 250-mile race. So Sarah Ostaszewski and Colleen Lingley coming on tonight for Aravaipa After Dark.
Shout out to Chris Warden for now claiming to go back to his day job, where he will be working hard to do his day job while also making sure the live stream is running well on his phone or in a second browser window.
I have to make sure that I do my job, otherwise I might not have one if this keeps up.
Thank you, Chris. Huge shout out to Chris for helping carry the coverage in a lot of ways here. And again, this is Dave Stinchfield here. He is now less than a block away from ending his incredible journey at the Cocodona 250 here. Nope, almost went to the parking garage. There he is. Dave Stinchfield, ladies and gentlemen, coming to the finish, capping off this amazing multi-day adventure here. The crowd is building here at the finish. huge shout out to everyone who's out here. What an incredible run. Absolutely amazing. And it looks like we've got some more runners out at Buffalo Park here. And we're going to go back to Heritage Square here. Again, straight in for the after pictures. Mr. Stinchfield, what an absolutely awesome run. Again, we will be keeping our eyes peeled for all of our next finishers who will be coming in. And again, it's so cool to see, all the different finishers hanging out down at the finish line area. You got Mike McKnight, your men's winner of the Cocodona 250 down there. We saw a little bit ago. Sarah Ostaszewski, your women's winner of the Cocodona 250. We've got runners out at it's bib 164 out at Fort Tuthill. That's Roger. Is it Pineapple? I'm going to call it Pineapple, but it could be Pineapple. Shout out to Roger. He's still moving strong. And let's go back out to Buffalo Park here. These runners are making their way through. This is just an amazing shot here. Shout out to our drone pilot Q for providing us with these with this shot. And any chance we can get eyes on Eldon Aid. I don't know that we don't have anything at Eldon Aid, but we do have a drone pilot up there. I believe he's still up there. And so we may be able to get Chad on the drone, but fret not, we will 100% get Chad right as he finishes and we do still have a drone up there, so we'll get Chad right as he comes up and over Eldon, but we don't have anything in the aid as of right now, so. And I apologize. This is our runner. That's why I didn't quite recognize it at first. This is our runners. They have left Buffalo Park, so this shot is coming down the Switzer Mesa Trail. And they just turned left kind of through the pines there, so they'll be making their way to the roads. And we do have our drone up on Eldon. These drone shots here have just been absolutely incredible today, so shout out to both our drone pilots. This one courtesy of Jason Peters. And again, we will make sure that we're keeping our eyes out on any finishers who will be coming in. There's Q in the chat. Thanks, guys. Howdy from Buffalo Park. Big shout out to James Q Martin here. And this one here is from Jason Peters, who's been crushing it as well. All our drone pilots doing a great job. It looks like we do have a runner coming through. It looks like they're at Cherry Street. This is our next Sedona Canyons 125 finisher. It's bib 436. James Schilling, the Arizona native. Really solid run from James, and then we're gonna have a couple runners coming in shortly after James here, but he's running really strong. Here he is. He's about to make that left-hand turn onto Birch here. And just an update as we're tuned into the Shad cam. Shad has totaled 56 miles with 4,200 feet of vert so far this week. And really, it's just getting started because Shad's gonna be following finishers in, I believe, almost all day. So, huge shout out to Shad, and a huge shout out to James Schilling, who's about to bring it home to culminate his 125-mile odyssey here. Runners in the 125-mile race started near the ghost town just outside Jerome, linked up with the Cocodona 250 course, and followed it the rest of the way home. James is from Prescott. Shout out to the community of Prescott, site of our Whiskey Row aid station. And here he comes, about to make his final right-hand turn. And here he is at the finish line in downtown Flagstaff of the Sedona Canyons 125. James Schilling, ladies and gentlemen. What an amazing run. And we're going to send it back up to Mount Eldon here. And this is a shot, right? Those towers right there are kind of, the proper summit of Mount Eldon. Runners will come up kind of on the left side of your screen, kind of enter the road near that left tower there. They kind of follow in front of the towers around to the right and then kind of connect to this lookout road here. Start to drop down. This is an amazing shot here showing kind of the road runners will kind of take. And we should have some more runners coming in the near future, according to the live tracker. We just saw James Schilling finish. It looks like we should have Walter Klein, Jeremy Epley, and Leo Fung all kind of looks like through Buffalo Park. They all were on the Switzer Canyon Trail when they last pinged, so we should be picking them up on the roads in the near future. Chasing Cutoffs podcast. How much sleep did I get last night? I got plenty of sleep to be here today. I'm not sure on the exact amount, but a good amount. Shout out to Bryce and Jamil for producing in the afternoon and evening there, giving me a little reprieve. And now you know we're back to bring the action throughout the rest of the day. Yeah, if you are interested in seeing Sally's finish, it is on both the Aravaipa Running and Cocodona 250 Instagram accounts. I believe courtesy of the great Bryce Brooks. He was there, filmed the finish, and it was epic. Yeah, Denise in the chat. Hell of a burn scar from Aid Station Fireball. Yeah, it's one of the. It's both really interesting and sad at the same time, right? But it's one of the interesting things as runners make their way down Eldon Lookout Road. They'll be in between the Dry Lakes area, Schultz Creek area, and Mount Eldon, and you're kind of in the middle of an old burn scar there as well. And it's just like a really kind of unique area. I can't remember which fire scar this is, but yeah, Verdi in the chat. Yeah, Sally did say this this race is not an ultra, it's an epic. Looks like we getting an overhead shot of the aid station. Yeah, it looks like I don't know if he's bringing it down to change batteries or if he's bringing it down to give us a shot. Looks like maybe a battery swap, so we will send it back to Heritage Square. And we're going to keep it locked right here for just a minute. I'm going to step away for 1 minute to grab some more endurance fuel known as coffee. So I'll be back on commentary in 1 minute. Fret not, anyone. We will make sure that we get all all the upcoming finishers in here as well. So give me 1 minute. And I am back, everyone, and I told you I would make it quick. Wouldn't miss any finishers. We got bib, looks like bib 87 maybe. Yeah, Leo Feng here, bib 87. Moving really strong. Just having such a strong run here. Leo's been in, high spirits every time we've seen him throughout the course of the week. When she comes in, Denise in the chat, have to talk to Carol Northrup about coffee. Coffee is also my favorite, especially during these live streams. And Leo Feng moving so strong here. So he is now just a few blocks away. This right here is Dale Street. The next street he crosses after this one is going to be Cherry. Then it's Birch, where he will make the left-hand turn. That brings him just a couple of blocks away from the finish of the Cocodona 250. And after Leo, looks like we also have Walter Klein coming down Beaver Street. So not too far away as they're crossing Cherry right now. Looks like Walter is likely just about to cross the intersection that Beaver Liquors is at. Look, there's the cheer station out there. That's amazing. Look at the community coming out. Here is the most iconic left-hand turn in all of sports. Leo Fung matching hats with the pacer. He is now less than a block away from the finish of the Cocodona 250, his last street crossing here. He's going to make a right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley, where he will see the finish line banner. Here he is. Leo Fung just steps away from the finish of the Cocodona 250. Leo Fung, look at the smile. And we should have our next runners not too far behind. So it looks like Walter Klein just updated, and he is about to cross Elm Street. So if Shad is heading back out, yeah, Shad looks like is getting him here in just a minute. There we have bib 461 in the Sedona Canyons 125, Walter Klein. His journey is about to come to an end. Leo who we just saw finish, did the Western Hard Rock Double in 2022. For those in the chat who were asking earlier, I apologize. I don't remember who asked if there was a payment plan for Cocodona. There is. We don't currently have it up and running yet, but we will have it up and running, so you are able to do a payment plan. So keep your eyes out for that. And here we are. Walter Klein just made his final street crossing of his 125-mile adventure. He's going to make a right-hand turn down the alleyway here into Heritage Square. Just steps away from the finish of the Cocodona 250 now. Of the Sedona Canyons 125, I apologize. What an amazing run. We'll switch to our finish shot here. And there you go. Awesome job, Walter. Such a great run. And I'm trying to refresh the tracker. Shout out to Ryan Hostetler in the chat, wants to know an update on Glaze, as do many. So I will entertain the lovely folks of the live chat. It looks like he is at mile 225 per his track leader. I'm not sure when that last ping was, but that would put him just under 25 miles from the finish. And yeah, I don't think he is in any jeopardy whatsoever of the cutoffs. And then shout out to Austin Corbett. He is with one of our good sponsors over at Catula. Some of our none of this coverage would be possible without our great sponsors. One of them is the great people over at Catula. So shout out to Austin and Catula. We appreciate it. We appreciate all the support. And it looks like our next runner, Jeremy Epley, is probably not too far away. His thing just updated, and it looks like he is crossing Fine Street. Shad is currently getting a bit of a workout in here. We will have additional runner cams coming over the course of the day, so we will keep it glued here. And I think while Shad is on his way back out, I'm going to see if he can refresh his feed while he's on his way out, so that we can get the clean shot of the runner coming in. And just to take a brief look back on the course, we do have, plenty of runners still coming into Walnut Canyon, which is where we are here. This is the last aid station before runners make their way towards Mount Eldon. And Shad does have a runner here. Bib 409 here. and that is Jeremy Epley from Rio Rico, Arizona. And I believe that he is just a few blocks away. And he's, again, no stranger to Aravaipa races, has done a number of our events, including the Across the Years 48 hour. He's done a lot of the fixed time events in the Aravaipa ecosystem. He's about to finish the Sedona Canyons 125. And it looks like he just crossed over Cherry Street. Jem Rooney in the chat. From New South Wales, Australia, checking in. Shout out to Jem. Not Too Clever in the chat with a pretty good comment here. Miles Teller can play Michael McKnight in The Dark McKnight Rises, the film about this year's race. That'd be a good one. Yeah, Rebecca Dieter in the chat. Yeah, I think that it's, again, Cocodona isn't the only race where this happens. It happens in a number of races, but not every race. And I think that it speaks to the community of this event. You've got, runners who come back year over year either to run, or maybe they come back to volunteer, or they run a different distance, or they volunteer for the live stream, but they have to have their Cocodona fix, and they have to have it now. So they are always out and about, but it is pretty cool to see all these runners. And we've got Jeremy Epley, his final street crossing here. He's got to go give a high five to the man in the blue jacket before he makes his way to the finish of the Sedona Canyons 125. There he is, high five for the man in the blue puffy. I need to find out who that guy is, because he's been just doing an awesome job at making sure folks don't miss that turn or turn too early. Here he is, Jeremy Epley, ladies and gentlemen, finisher of the Sedona Canyons 125. We're going to keep it locked right here. I believe I'm about to be joined by a special guest commentator here, so give me 1 second to get things all dialed in, and we'll be right back. Thank you all for bearing with me a minute there. I am joined by a special in-studio guest who just hoofed it up to the studio location here from the finish line. Joined with the people's champion himself, Kevin Goldberg. Kevin, how are you doing?
Good. Yeah. Thanks for having me. This is awesome. Yeah, I definitely thought that walk up here was going to be easier. I was like, yeah, I can walk over. No problem.
Well, I was sending out the bat signal to see if we could get you a ride, and then when I finally got confirmation, you were like, "I'm already basically here."
Yeah.
And like 10 seconds later, the doorbell rang. So, it was probably a good shakeout, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure it's, what's an extra 3/4 of a mile?
Yeah, and so I know that you've been tuning into the live stream. I assume that's why we have the matching hoodies, right? You were
Yeah.
watching the live stream. You picked this out specifically, but so you've been involved in the race now for all 3 years, right?
Yes.
You've run it twice. How did this year's course compare to the one you experienced last year?
Yeah, I think this course was a lot more difficult. Last year, the last minute change to that first 100K, it was, it's hard to start off a 200 plus mile journey with a 100K of like runnable terrain. So that was a challenge in its own way, but just nothing compares to how brutal and rugged that first 37 miles is. It blew my mind, even having been told how bad it was.
Yeah, and I think that obviously there have been some learnings over the years. It's only the second time we've run that first like 35, 40-mile section in the way that we've done it. But I think that Jamil, having done the race the first year, there were a lot of learnings for how tough that first section is. There was, required water carry was increased out of the 11-mile aid station versus year one. But it is really rugged, and I think Jamil was saying on the live stream when he was out there that he thought that it might have been even like more washed out than it was in year one just because of how much rain and snow all of kind of central and northern Arizona have gotten there.
Yeah, I heard that from a lot of runners who had been there before the first year, that it was much more overgrown and rugged than it had been, and didn't have anything to personally compare to, but it I couldn't imagine it being more overgrown and rugged. It was just insane, and it felt like, you're 37 miles in, but it feels like you've already been out there forever, and you have so much further to go. So that was fun.
It looks like we do have some runners coming in and out of the Walnut Canyon aid station. And so this will be obviously the last aid station runners can see crew, and it kind of starts their journey towards Mount Eldon. How far outside this aid station is it before you can kind of start to see Mount Eldon in the distance?
It's pretty quick. I'd say take everything I say with a grain of salt, because I've been through some stuff. Haven't slept much, but I remember seeing Eldon, a few miles out. Sunrise was about an hour out from this aid station for me.
Yep.
And you could see Eldon's got the towers and the buildings on top, so it's pretty easy to find. And it doesn't appear to come quickly. It just stays out for quite a ways.
Yeah, because you end up kind of being out on this mesa, and you just kind of wind your way over until you kind of cross the 89A, and then you get into the woods and really start making your way up Eldon. So you can just see it, for what seems like forever. I remember last year on the live stream, Jamil was out there following Joe McConaughey and his pacer Whit Weisbrem out there, and it just seemed like that section just went on and on. It looks like, is that Andy Glaze right there sitting down? So I know that he's another crowd favorite. So always some love for Andy Glaze.
He's well over 300 miles into his journey, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's insane. And we didn't talk with him on the live stream, but we did get a video of him that we put out on social at Mingus Mountain, and he was still just so happy. And he said he's going to do the double again next year, and he's saying anyone else who chooses to do the Coca Canyons 350 with him, he'll give them a free shirt. So there's the incentive.
There's got to be a race we can find that starts on Sunday that he can to do a triple thing, right? We have a year to figure it out.
Yeah, we got a year to figure it out. We do have a shot on Mount Eldon here. And so this was a section that was slightly different from last year as well, where you kind of you go to the proper summit of Mount Eldon and take the road just because of how much snow there was up there still. How did that kind of section compare? I know that's really late into the race, and you may have hit it at a different time this year, but how did you enjoy maybe taking the road from the proper summit of Mount Eldon over to the aid station versus the kind of single track of the Sunset Trail?
I wouldn't use the word enjoy. It didn't look like it was going to be much different on paper, but then you're so deep into the race and you're so done with climbing, and it is just a little more climbing up to that summit.
Yep.
And that hurt. And the weather was a factor this year. It was so cold, so windy. I think Eldon has, it's still far enough away where you don't get that adrenaline rush yet. So it was a challenge, but it was cool to sum it up and see it from the top there.
Yeah, and when you hit the summit, you drop down a little bit into this little like notch before you make maybe just a little bit of a climb up kind of to the aid station. And I swear that notch there is probably the windiest place in all of Flagstaff. It seems like it gets 10 degrees colder even than the Eldon summit just with all the wind that you experience there.
Yeah, totally.
And so looking at our live tracker here, I should actually probably look at the chat. Can you see the chat? Michael.
I can see the chat.
Michael's been he's taken it easier on me this year.
Oh, that's
than
good.
last year. I think it's because we knew who you were this year.
Yeah.
We knew all about you this year. So
You guys are figuring out your relationship.
Exactly. Exactly. We knew who the guy in the white bucket hat would be this year. And then you went to the pink skull cap.
Yeah, and a lot of people have made comments on that. I don't even know what's going. Like, people are putting things on me. I don't know what I'm wearing. Like, I'm barely there.
That's a good crew, though.
Yeah, they were unbelievable. Well, my only focus is getting on the live stream chat and talking to you guys. That's all I'm in control of. Everything else is kind of just going through the motions.
I love it. Every time you would hop in the chat, it was always so funny to see. We could see you. There was a shot that I remember distinctly near Midgley Bridge in Sedona. So you kind of come down those little rocks and start to make your way towards the Oak Creek crossing. And we literally had you on the drone, and you were pulling your phone out and were in the chat, and messages were coming through. I was like, that's a very meta moment, I feel like.
Yeah, it was awesome, and it's just so helpful to get that kind of support and energy in real time. So I can't thank everyone enough for playing along.
Yeah, I know the live chat is super interesting. We heard from Sally McRae last night after she finished, which was an epic finish in terms of how just stoked and energy filled she was when she crossed the line. But her husband Eddie was in and out of the live chat and was relaying stuff to her, and so she was always very grateful for the messages. Finn and Brett just got back from their morning run, had to come say hi to Kevin. They're asking for autographs, and Kevin was just handing them the invoice, I think.
Always an invoice. I see in the chat so want to address the double hip replacement. I have had 2 hip surgeries. I have not. They're not total replacements. I think just a miscommunication there that led to that post there. But I had hip surgeries in 2016 and 2017, FAI, labrum repair, and impingement surgery, but not total replacement yet.
How quick was your recovery from both of those?
I was on crutches for a total of 16 weeks, off running for about a full year.
Wow.
And non-weight bearing for almost 2.5 months.
Yeah. And look at how far you've come.
Yeah, seems like a good decision so far. Yeah.
I was going to say, that's wild. That's pretty amazing. I know we would love to see if we can get a bib number on any of these runners, but this is via drone, so it does make it tough, and we're landing here. So we're actually going to take a look back out at Fort Tuthill, and that is bib 61. Linda Trin. Again, I apologize if I mispronounced that name. Linda is from Toronto. And again, the cutoff at this aid station is at 3:30 p.m. today. So these runners have plenty of time on any sort of cutoffs or anything like that. So still moving strong, obviously. Just probably have to kind of keep taking care of yourself. She's in such good spirits. Look at that.
That's awesome.
This aid station is really interesting because it's also the last like real sleep station you get. You know, you can see your crew at Walnut Canyon, so you could, you know, potentially sleep in a crew vehicle or any sort of setup that you have here. But they do have, and it looks like she is
Heading out.
heading out. It's amazing to see, you know, you have people coming in and out of this aid station looking so many different ways, right? Like Killian Korth didn't look great when he came into this aid station. Still made his way to Walnut Canyon, regrouped, and went on for the finish. And then you have people who come into this aid station and look incredible at this point and just continue to crush it. And it's just amazing, like how tough all these people are. I get to sit in just an air-conditioned studio here and watch a bunch of feeds on a monitor. These people are out here just absolutely crushing it.
And look, Chris Thornley's walking her out. He takes such good care of people at the aid station. He's done it 3 years in a row, hasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Every year we've
Yeah.
done it. Chris and the team at Squirrels Nut Butter have taken over the aid station here. And yeah, I mean, it's just such a really well done aid station. We're gonna send it, I think, back to Walnut Canyon here, as we have bib 54 maybe. The straps over the pack straps over the bib made it tough, but I think that was bib. Oh, maybe not. We'll see if we can get at Walnut Canyon, if we can get a better look at that bib. Oh, it also could have been. We will, yeah, Berenson Ultras, which runner? We're trying to identify them. I believe it was a 5.4.
Looked like 5.4.
But I wonder if would it have been, and there's Andy Glaze. Would there have been any Eldon Crest runners haven't come through here yet? They started at 7 a.m., so 3 hours ago. And how far is this stretch? 17 miles. So
Very possible.
yeah, so very possible with the kind of the caliber of some of those runners. And that section on fresh legs is probably not that bad. You've got a little bit of rugged terrain and climbing, but not that bad if you're just starting at Fort Tuthill, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a great 36-mile race. It's a rough 36 miles to finish 250.
Yeah.
It looked like that guy helping him, that runner that we thought was 54, was Josh Perry's crew. I wonder if the runner himself was also on Josh Perry's crew and is now doing the 36.
Oh, maybe. See, that's what I was saying this, I think, just before you came in. I think that's one of the interesting things, again, not just about this race, but about a number of races, whether it be 200s, 100s, or anything else, is like the community. We saw Mike McKnight back at the finish line. You were at the finish line. Sarah O, we got to see there back out, like cheering runners in, congratulating them. Pete Mortimer, the year he finished second on the inaugural year, went up to the Eldon aid station and cooked meats for people in the mid and back of the pack. And so it's just cool to see how, and we just saw, again, Josh Perry out there, it sounds like. So it's just cool to see how, you know, some of the front runners are always willing to go back to some of the mid and back of the pack runners.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really cool part of the sport.
And if you do want to follow the 36-mile race, you can get some tracking by going to live.aravaiparunning.com. and you should be able to see splits. I believe for the 36 mile. Uh, at the 36 mile, there will be timing points at Walnut and Mount Eldon. So it looks like maybe we missed 2 runners. Those were over a dozen runners have come through Walnut Canyon already for Eldon Crest. So, and there's Andrew Glaze heading out. Yeah, what mile? This is mile 228. So he's 328 miles into his adventure here.
Just a quick 22 miles to go.
Well, and once you leave this aid station, you basically you can't be timed out anymore unless you don't make it by 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Right.
And so you're going to get the full experience.
Yeah.
But there's nowhere to drop.
Yeah. And the challenge with this last leg is I think they're ready for the climb up Eldon, and it's so far until you start climbing Eldon. You have like a 10-mile run to get there, and I think it can be more demoralizing if you're getting tired and just kind of ready to get up there. How long it takes you to get to Eldon. So I think that's the crux of this section here.
Yeah, and it's such runnable terrain for the most part that just stretches on for what seems like forever.
Yes.
And you're probably at that point, you're probably just thinking in your head, okay, I've just got to climb Eldon and then it's done. But you've got this stretch in between that takes a little while. So you got a little nap there at the Walnut Canyon aid station, almost a dirt nap. A little sort of sleeping pad or something there.
Yeah. I slept in the tunnels on this section, and Jeff Browning actually jumped over me as he was winning the 125, so that was fun.
That's classic. Jeff last night on the live stream verbally committed to next year's race, so
nice. We'll
see if that comes to fruition. I don't want to, hold Jeff accountable to Aravaipa After Dark words, but he did say he wants to be here probably next year, so we're going to check in just at the finish line here real quick, and it looks like we'll have a volunteer or someone get the camera settings display taken care of there, and we'll send it back to Walnut Canyon. And again, we have a little bit of time. I'll take a look at the tracker to see. It looks like we should be seeing our next runners in the not too distant future. Carol Northrup was coming through Buffalo Park 6 minutes ago, and Ed Shelton was coming through 2 minutes ago. Those are both going to be Cocodona 250 finishers. And then not too far behind them, still kind of on the social trails between Buffalo Park and Mount Eldon, you're going to have some of your ladies, Sedona Canyons runners coming through, Lisa Hede and Paige Kreckler. And so while we kind of await our next runners, let's take a look at the live chat. Matthew Goldberg.
That's my brother. Yep.
Your brother.
Hey, Matt.
Saying
Guy
lives in the comments.
Yeah. It's amazing I haven't fallen yet. I really think it's every time I have that phone out, I'm like, this is not going to end well.
And I'm going to let you keep your eyes peeled on the live chat here, Kevin. I just got to have a quick word with one of our drone pilots here.
Cool. Looks like lots of 36-milers coming through Walnut Canyon. How's it going, live chat? Any questions about the race? Let's see. Yeah, Aaron, so my expectations were high for myself this year, and I think it went pretty well. It was a really competitive year. People went out really, really hard in that heat, but I'm happy with the performance overall. I was able to close pretty well from Fort Tuttle and move really well through the nights this year, which is often a challenge for me. Um, Made some good decisions when I was in some pretty low spots. So overall, I'm very happy with it. Um, I was already signed up for the race again last year when I finished, and I haven't done that yet. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I might need a few days to toy with that. The 36 runners are not tracked live, I don't believe, but you can get tracking on. Is it live.aravaipa.com?
Yeah, live.aravaiparunning.com. So they'll be, we'll have just updates on our live timing site that are by timing mats, whereas our 36-mile runners aren't going to have spot trackers,
Right.
whereas the Sedona Canyons 125 and Cocodona 250 both have spot trackers.
Yep.
But yeah, there are a number of runners coming through. And again, we are keeping our eyes peeled for our next finishers as well. Did you, Kevin, can you tell us a little bit about maybe some of the low spots you had during the race? You know, obviously you came back, you had such a great performance, but what were those low moments like, and you know, maybe what did you do to get through those?
Yeah, no, it's there's the cool thing about these races is just how many highs and lows there are. You know, you always know there's another one coming, so enjoy the highs and ride out the lows. I think one of my big wins and takeaways from this year was how I handled those lows, and kind of just was much more pragmatic than I normally am, and kept the decision making, you know, smart and systematic. Where I kind of call myself a zombie toddler sometimes during the nights, and I don't think we had much zombie toddler time this year. So that was my huge win. But yeah, I mean, you know, you're hurting, and you think it's such human nature to think that you're the only one with that problem. You know, my problem's the worst one here, and I'm suffering. But everyone has their thing, whether it's an ankle or a knee or a hamstring. It's you know, you're all out there doing it together, and you just got to get through it and know that that next high is coming. It's you know, common sense says it's going to be linear, but it's not. It's going to get better.
Yeah, I love it. And I don't know if you answered this. Did you know you have the fastest descent down Eldon yesterday out of any of the 250 runners?
I did not. That's pretty cool.
How'd you feel coming down? Like once you're past the aid station, you're just kind of ripping down that forest road the whole time.
Yeah, it hurt, but I was highly. I was just really wanted to get down there. I work for Training Peaks, and I knew Coop was out there with Eliza, so I really wanted to see Coop because I've known Coop for a long time.
Yep.
Luckily caught him on Eldon last year, so I wanted to get him again in the same spot and just be like, hey, we got to stop meeting like this. So that was motivation for that. So I was just booking it, trying to catch up to Coop. And I didn't realize I was the fastest down. That's pretty cool. I do want to see if I think, was it Finn that got that video of me running down?
Yeah, we have the video. It was Brett, I think, who got
Okay.
it. I don't know that I have it able to play yet. I'm gonna try. Yeah, I have it. Yeah, it's the second video.
I wonder
I'm
if
gonna
I
just
looked
see if
as
I have
cool
this.
as I felt. I feel like I probably didn't.
No, you were rolling.
We have audio but no video, so we'll work on trying to get that fixed at some point. But I know Brett worked so hard to get the.
I had to run so fast.
You know, Brett, if you post it to Instagram, we can pull it up with video but no audio.
Okay. How do we make it perfect?
We met a guy at dinner last night, Jeff Clear, who bought one of your training plans for Leadville.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, he said to say hi.
Awesome. Thanks, Chef.
He's running Eldon Crest.
Running
Yeah.
Eldon Crest 36.
Oh, awesome.
Jeff
Well,
Clear.
I'll keep an eye out for him when he finishes. Jeff Clear. Aid station strategies. Yeah, in a race of this distance, I mean, it's, you know, you kind of have to have a plan to not have a plan, sort of. You know, you want to take care of things and not neglect anything, but you also don't want to camp out and spend all day and night there because, there's a lot of aid stations and, 5 minutes adds up over the course of the whole race. But there's also long stretches. So if you leave Fort Tuttle without having prepared yourself for what's to come, you could have 8 hours before you get help. So it's quite a balance of, am I going to spend enough time without wasting time? So everyone's different, but
That looked like that was bib 23. And again, these might be Eldon Crest bibs. No, that's a...
that looks like a 250 here.
I am trying to find this on the live tracker here. So bear with me.
Best worst aid station food. Let's see. I did a lot of like chicken nuggets and chicken tenders this year. That worked really well. Worst.
That's Mindy Coolman.
Awesome.
Bib 23, Mindy Coolman. And then one question I had for you. How was the vibe at like that Fain Ranch section this year compared to last year? I mean, typically that's been kind of a low light, and it looks like we do have eyes on our next finisher here.
That's Ed, right?
That is bib 85. Or bib 88, rather. That's Ed Shelton. Yeah, shout out to Shad for getting us these
Shad
shots.
is incredible.
Yeah, he's got in like I'll pull up the
he-
exact number. He said I think like 54 miles or something
That
like
is
that.
unreal.
And he's going to be out there all day.
Yeah. We got to get him to run this whole thing because he's done this 2 years in a row now. The Ed Shelton, who's coming into the finish here now, is we ran like half of Bigfoot 200 together a few years ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
Chris, I think the biggest difference in training for 100 versus something like Cocodona is just it's much more of a durability task and just overall like mental toughness versus a physical feat that a 100-miler might be. I think it's so much more multifaceted, and you just need to really have a more well-rounded training, and know that it's a lot more about execution than training. So, but there's no reason you can't do it. Just got to sign up, train, and then get on the live stream as much as you can and chat with your fans.
How does this small road climb here feel 249 miles into the race before you make that left-hand turn by the hospital?
Yeah. So for me, at this point, the adrenaline is usually firing so much that it's pretty imperceptible. The trails through Buffalo Park.
Yep.
Those are the ones that are, because you're still just far enough out where it's like it's still far enough not to seem like it's right there in the wings. So that's where I hit the lows, where those little climbs still feel kind of insurmountable. But at this point, for me personally, the adrenaline's pumping so hard that it's fine.
Yeah, and there's a climb that gets you like kind of out of the single track of the kind of the Eldon Buffalo Park social trails there into like Buffalo Park proper. And every time I run out there, I just think to myself, man, this can't feel that good. 248 point something miles into a race. It's not long, it's not steep, but it's
just enough.
feels like it's just enough.
Yeah, definitely.
And so, how was the Fain Ranch aid station vibe this year?
Oh, it was pretty cool. Fame Ranch was a satisfied one, right?
Yep.
Yeah. No, I think it was a really good spot for that. Just because, like you said, the Fame Ranch. I think Steve, the race director in the race preview, said that the Fame Ranch section was kind of bullshit. I think that's a direct quote, and that sums it up pretty well. It's kind of bullshit. Yeah, it's just barbed wire.
You're not really on a marked trail.
No.
You're just kind of following pin flags and your GPS tracker, probably mostly across this this like old ranching,
Yep.
this old cattle farm. That ranch used to span like most of the valley floor, which is like really interesting. But yeah, it's crazy. Did you get to try any floata at the aid station?
I didn't even know what floata was until well past that aid
Yeah.
station. So unfortunately, I did not. I will. I will try some before I head out of town. I saw there was some at the finish line. So
Yeah, I think there's some at the finish line. There may be a few cans in the studio over there. I can't confirm nor deny. Let's see. Did you really drop your pacer coming into Buffalo Park?
I did.
Who is your pacer? Can we call him out
We
by
can call.
name,
Oh,
or is that
I
too
would,
mean?
oh, I'd love to. He'd love it too. So funny story. I had last year. My friend Gabe paced me the last 37 miles, and this year a different friend, also named Gabe, paced me the last 36 miles.
That's so two different Gabes.
Two different Gabes.
Did you drop?
Dropped
other
the first Gabe last year.
Oh, so you've dropped
climbing up Eldon. So if there's a Gabe out there that thinks they can keep up with me, I want to hear from you. But no, Gabe Rubenstein was such a super pacer last night. There's no way I catch as many people as I did without Gabe last night, for sure. That said, super fun to drop him in the final miles.
Yeah, I think that we've seen we've seen a little bit of that. Last year we saw Joe McConaughey drop Whit Weisbrim in like Sedona at one point, and then Whit had to come back, put his pride aside, come back and pace Joe, I think, from
that's
either
so
Walnut
good.
Canyon or Fort Tuthill to the finish. Josh Perry's pacer Joe in this last stretch, he asked Josh, "Do you want to drop me like Joe did Whit last year?" So it's really funny to just see, and we're gonna put it back on our studio shot here in a second. We've got Kevin Goldberg. Is that a nice cold
It's
can
a
of
cold
floata?
can of floata.
Got
Yeah.
a nice cold can of floata.
So it is real. It's
It
not,
is
it's not
real. The commercial is what makes it, because you get to see Michael Versteeg with like the biggest smile I've ever seen from him in the commercial, which is awesome.
That is
First impressions.
really strange.
It tastes kind of like what you would expect, but also not.
That's exactly how I describe it.
Like it tastes like flat soda, but it doesn't taste like if
What you
you
think
let a
flat-
Coke
right.
flatten, right?
Correct. Interesting. Well, cheers.
Cheers and shout out to
Yeah.
Mike Versteeg,
Yeah. Thanks,
cover
Mike.
art, cover boy of
Beautiful.
the Floata can.
Yeah. Cola flavored. Yeah, sure.
And we are following bib number 88, Ed Shelton here, as he is about to. This is kind of the final major intersection, I would say, right here at Beaver Liquors. And then from there, it's just minor street crossings. We got to see Chris St. Jean yesterday almost get hit here. He had the walking person, and car made the turn still. And
That's scary.
it's close, but good thing that didn't happen, and good thing Ed got across the road safely. He's looking really strong
He's moving
for.
really well.
I mean, they're over 101 hours into the race here. He's still running really strong, getting high fives. Love to see it.
Has anyone made the pit stop to Beaver Liquors and spent some time in there, or are they all just blowing right past that opportunity?
Everyone's blowing right past there. I wanted, after last year's live stream, I wanted to get like a beer and cheer station there, but it didn't come to fruition, unfortunately. It might be tough. I believe this weekend is also always NAU, Northern Arizona University's graduation weekend.
Gotcha.
So it makes it a lot of the adult beverage establishments are maybe a little too busy for
Sure.
us crazy trail runners who traversed up here on foot from basically Phoenix.
Gotcha. I think this is Ed's fourth 200 finish. I think he's done all of the Triple Crown races, not in 1 year, but I think he's done all of them.
That's amazing. So now he's rounding out kind of the Grand Slam
Yeah.
of 200s, just not in the same year, but getting them all done. It's really cool.
And doing them in separate years, he probably has a really good sense of which is the hardest and all that stuff. 'Cause
Yeah.
when you do them in the same year, it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, because I'm sure they just perpetually get harder and
Yeah.
harder as your body gets more and more tired. And then this section right here. So we always say like, oh, it's all downhill from the hospital. But once you cross the street at Beaver Liquors, you have like a little flat, maybe like real gently uphill section here. Do you notice that at all? Or are you just like so pumped up that you're like, at this point, you know you're going to finish. You're excited to get there that you don't really notice that it's not downhill?
I just learned that it's not downhill.
Yep,
So there you
same.
go. It's yeah, the adrenaline's so high. You know, you got the follow cam. There's people, yeah, the cars that are passing you are beeping and cheering. It's, this is the final countdown. It's really a fun place to be.
And I feel like the car honking and the finish line atmosphere, it gets like grander and grander as the race
Yes.
goes on, because like the town sees the front runners and they're maybe just like, oh, that guy is just went for a run on Mount Eldon,
Yeah.
but then you see it like some of these people probably saw runners every or like yesterday and today,
Yeah.
and they're like, what's going on? And then it starts to catch on a little bit, which is really cool.
Yep. Aaron, regarding training, so volume hours per week, I really sat in the 12-hour range for most of my training, peaking in the 15 to 20-hour range. But I spent a lot of time in that 12-hour range, and that doesn't include walking. I walk my dogs about 3 miles a day, which may sound inconsequential, but I think walking is a very underrated form of training for these sorts of events.
Yeah, I would tend to agree, especially just from like a physiology standpoint for a race like this, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Here we go, crossing Dale Street, which means, again, the end of this little construction zone is Cherry Street, which puts runners 1 block away from the left-hand turn onto Birch. And we're going to see if Shad can refresh his feed real quick. And while he does that, we're going to send it to Heritage Square. So Shad will refresh. Hopefully that feed will clean up a little bit so that we can follow back into the finish. Is there someone parked in the alley? That's hard to see. Oh yeah, there's a truck. So I wonder if we'll get to finish down the alley, or if we'll get our first alternate finish of the day. You haven't had to experience the alternate finish.
I
have
did the
you?
alternate finish.
This year or last year?
This year. That
Oh,
was
did you?
just in from the side, right?
Yeah.
That's how I finished.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because there's, I think, like a courthouse building or something there. So sometimes they'll like close the gate,
Gotcha.
so you can't even get in there. And looks like we got Shad back up here. And again, it's going to be a little laggy here right now, but I would rather stay on our runner here, Mr. Ed Shelton, while we can. How was the course marking through kind of some of the towns here? I know that that's a question that that people had because, through towns maybe we don't see as many of like the pin flags and things like that are out there. But how was the course marking through these towns? Pretty good?
I think they're pretty good. Those things they put on the ground,
Yeah.
the big stickers, are pretty hard to miss. I was overall very impressed with how the course was marked. It's quite a task to mark that much.
And it looks like we're going to get the regular finish here. And here is blue puffy jacket guy giving runners a high five, making sure they don't turn into the parking garage. Oh, no high five there.
Snubbed.
And look at this.
There he goes.
Just steps away from finishing 250 miles through the great state of Arizona. Huge shout out to Ed Shelton from Cedar Park, Texas. Big smile. How good does it feel when you cross the finish line and
It's
know that
such-
you're done?
It's such a relief. It's just incredible, and I think it's for me. It's always an instant like priority shift too. Like the things I'm looking forward to change immediately. It goes from like get me to a bed, get me as far away from this course as I can, get me out of here, and so I can never do this again. To like, I want to stay here. I need to, hang out with these people. Like, it's such a relief.
And send it out to Fort Tudhill. Looks like we lost our static cam out at the finish line. I can see Jamil is, I think, maybe looking to fix that. And I'm chatting with Jamil about seeing if maybe we can pull in some of our guests at the finish line to talk about their experiences. And we are going to also take a peek back on course here, or further up on course from where we just were at Fort Tudhill to Walnut Canyon Aid Station. We'll see if we can get a bib number here. '91 maybe? Yeah, 91. And that is a Cocodona 250 bib. And so I am going to look at who that is. There we go.
Thank
That
you.
is-
Thank you, Patrick. I changed my shorts to the French fry shorts after you called me flashy and fun. So that was a last minute change that you orchestrated. So the appreciation goes both ways.
Not sure who this runner is. We'll see if anyone in the live chat can help. That's the beauty of this. The live chat is like our crowd source for
It's all
all the information we can't figure out. Again, I wonder if maybe it's an Eldon Crest runner. Looks like it could be an Eldon Crest runner, Brian Smith. Or is that or maybe that's Brian. I don't know what I'm looking at. That was the Cocodona 250 runner, Brian Smith. Yeah, Cocodona 250 runner, Brian Smith. I wasn't finding him on the live tracker. If that was bib 91. Now people are saying it's bib 85. Oh, bib 85 is coming into the finish soon. That's Carol Northrup. So this is not Carol. So you're getting a behind-the-scenes look
Yeah,
at how all of this
it's pretty cool.
and why we half the time know very little, it seems like.
No, I mean, from the perspective I had beforehand, out on the course, seeing what you guys were doing, just you guys are so good. My mind was blown at how awesome this coverage is, and the appreciation has only grown seeing the behind the scenes. I took a bunch of pictures of behind the scenes too, so I'm gonna release all the secrets, and it's all gonna be out there.
Love it. Love it. I think that, did you take some photos with some of the mile mark signs?
Yes.
Throughout the course? I
Yeah.
know that we saw some of those coming through. Did you put the stake back in the ground? That
Of
was
course,
the big question.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can confirm that that the signs did get staked back into
Yeah.
the ground. So we saw, I think, some photos from you, Jose Sosa,
Yep.
also a number of people.
Yeah. Jose's great. Jose paced me at Western States last year.
Did he?
Yep.
Jose's a legend.
Yeah.
Carol is almost done. Go Carol. Yeah, shout out to Carol. Carol Northrup is apparently a big coffee aficionado. And I personally only get through these live streams because of coffee. So me and Carol have a lot in common.
I took an unsafe amount of caffeine this race, that's for sure.
And for everyone who is wondering, we will have Carol's finish. I know that Shad is heading probably back out. Jamil is working, I think, on maybe getting our finish line camera set up. Poker Dad, there's no bib 91. There's a bib 91 on the Aravaipa Live site, so I'm not sure what's going on with track leaders, but bib 91 shows at Walnut Canyon. But again, I'm unsure. I'm guessing that maybe that bib dropped down in distance, possibly,
Oh, yeah.
and didn't get reassigned a new bib.
Sure.
I
Wait,
don't know that,
we
though.
can drop down in distance?
Well, you can't now.
Why didn't anyone tell me that?
And for all those wondering,
That's
we
Carol.
have Carol Northrup here. Worry not, my friends.
Got a little bit of that ultra lean going on.
Yeah, I mean, this is just amazing to watch. Still talking. It sounds, I don't know if she had a pacer with her behind her that she's talking to, or if she's talking to Shad. The live chat is just a wild place sometimes.
I'm seeing that. I mean, I obviously
Well,
spent a
because
fair amount.
they also don't, like, the live viewers don't know what we can and can't see
Sure.
here, so it's not their fault.
Yeah.
We love them nonetheless.
Oh, of course. It's definitely an eye-opening perspective from this point of view.
And Jamil is asking me to test some audio here, so I'm going to pull Jamil on here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we have your audio, Jamil. How are you doing? Look at this. We
Doing
got like
great.
a trio of sweaters. I know, Jamil, I don't think
Oh,
you
yeah.
can see the video.
I saw you guys earlier.
Yeah, but we have...
I know what's going on.
Yeah.
But I was actually wearing it before I saw you, so
Yeah,
it's all
that's
core
what,
conspiracy.
that's what they all say.
Well, shall we get a guest over here for you? You guys ready for it?
Yeah, we'll get a guest on here, and we're going to make sure that we are catching Carol's finish here as well. And so we'll make sure that Shad
Matt.
keeps Carol in kind of the left 2/3 of the frame, just so that we can keep our eyes on her here.
Matt, are you picking up any background music, or are we good to go?
We're picking it up a little bit. I'm not sure
Okay, I'm gonna
how
try
loud
and
it is.
I'm gonna try and turn it away so that we're good to go. Cool.
Okay, cool.
right,
Just
I'll
let
try and
us
bring someone
know.
over. Thank you.
Yeah, let us know when you're ready. So it sounds like we're going to be joined by some guests soon. It's pretty exciting. While Carol does have a bit of an ultra lean going, one, poles, really good choice probably
Yes.
right now, and she's still moving
Yeah,
pretty good
for sure.
coming through here.
Yeah, usually when you see that lean, it comes with a bit slower pace than she's moving at.
Yeah, for sure. Carol also from Prescott, Arizona, so she traveled past her house probably
Yeah.
To come up here to the finish. And she was the across the years 72-hour champion here in Phoenix. Oregon Cascades 8th place finish in the 100-miler, and she was 9th at last year's Cocodona.
And what place is she coming in at now? 7th, I think.
Yeah, I want to say it's around 7th. The top 3 ladies, women, were all like so close together, and then it got kind of spread out from there. So I'm gonna look at let's see. Oh, that made it really easy. So just to recap, our women's finishers so far: Sarah Ostaszewski came in first with a new course record on kind of the full course. Eliza LaPierre and Mika Thews rounded out the top three. Sally McRae was fourth. Alicia Jenkins and Dawn Greenwalt were fifth and sixth. So yeah, Carol Northrup here in seventh place. So moving up in terms of placement compared to her finish last year.
On a much tougher course too.
Yeah, on definitely compared to last year. It's funny, the course is probably tougher than last year. Not probably, it's definitely tougher than last year, but it may be a little bit easier than the first year just because I think we learned so much. There was, a water drop between the 11-mile aid station
Yep.
and Lane Mountain, which I think helped. There was a little bit better weather this year as well, which sounds crazy because it looked like it was so hot still. But that first year was, it was crazy.
Yeah.
And so this next light here, Carol should be making her left-hand turn onto Birch. And for those of you interested in just Flagstaff general talk, on the kind of far right of your screen, the building over there straight ahead on the other side of the road and on the right is Dark Sky Brewing and Pizzacletta, a popular pizza establishment here in Flagstaff.
It's really good.
It's a classic. They've got two locations, one right here in downtown, one over near Mother Road Brewing, kind of on the college side of the Route 66 and the train tracks. It looks like Carol does have a pacer there as well.
I love when the lights are green and you have to stop and wait for them because then you get to stop.
Yeah.
Like you're on camera, so you feel the urge to like keep going and moving. And so it's like when the cars are coming, you're like, all right, I have to be.
Well, that's what we've said with the drones. A lot of people, once they see the drone and realize they're on the drone, they start to pick it up a little bit.
Yep.
And so this will be Carol's last road crossing here, which means she's right around a block away from the finish. The Cocodona 250 again this year, 7th place female runner here. Carol Northrup is awesome. Lean or no? Correct. I completely agree. I think that anyone who just has the courage or the fortitude to register for this race is awesome in my book.
Agreed.
And then Carol, just like you can look at her and just have like a small picture, like a very small picture of what she must have gone through out there. And for her to, battle through lows to get to what is going to be the ultimate high is really amazing. And here she is, about to make the right-hand turn into the finish here. And she's just steps away. From the finish of the Cocodona 250, Carol Northrup, Prescott, Arizona's own. And this straight-on shot really puts it into perspective.
So awesome.
Stops the watch.
Yep, that's the most
Love
important
it.
thing. You have
Love
to.
it. Big hug. I was thinking you may have been best dressed for a while there, but now this
Oh yeah, I'll give it to
this
him.
shirt and hat
Yeah.
from probably your partner and crew. It's pretty amazing. What a run from Carol. And we will again be keeping our eyes out on our next runners to come in here. Looks like as of a few minutes ago, we should have had Paige Kreckler and Lisa Hade of the Sedona Canyons 125 coming in. And I think we're going to be joined by Jamil Curry and a special guest here. So we are going to keep it locked and try to bring them on here. Oh, it looks like. Give me one second here. Let's see. Let's go here. And here we have our women's champion, Sarah Ostaszewski, is joining us.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Sarah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Hi.
Awesome. Sarah, how are you doing? I know you might not be able to see us. I'm sitting here in studio with the great Kevin Goldberg.
Hey, Sarah.
Oh, hey, Kevin.
We were just talking before I headed over here. We're like an hour ago at the finish line. Yeah.
Sarah, I guess the first question I have for you is what was going through your head when you were kind of out in front early on and then started to, maybe fall back place-wise. What was that like mentally, and how did you kind of get through that moment and just accept that moment and regroup there to kind of come from behind for such an epic victory?
Yeah, I guess I wasn't checking the tracker. I didn't know I was dropping back. I knew I had a good kind of first day, I would say. This one, my goal was kind of keep it chill and make it through the Bradshaws in good shape, just so it's the race is days long. So yeah, keep it chill for the first day. Felt really good. I just wasn't tuned into the tracking, so it wasn't bothering me at all. I felt pretty chill. I'd say even on the second day, I think I took it a bit easy. It was hot. I probably hiked more than I would have liked on the second day, kind of making it through hotter sections. But I wasn't. My crew wasn't telling me too much about tracking or that I was falling back, so I didn't have to worry about that. I wasn't worried about that at all. I was just running my own race, so. I don't know. I felt pretty good about what I was doing on each section. So I knew, once I would get up to Sedona, I like that section of the course a lot more. And once you start getting closer to Flagstaff, it just feels good. So just patience, I guess.
At what point in the race did you know that you were, chasing down Eliza LaPierre or closing in on her, or that you had her in your sights? And when did that become kind of a little bit of the motivation to, press on really hard? Or did you not really have that in your mind at all, and, you were just being pressed to push yourself to the fullest of your abilities?
Yeah, I think through Kelly Canyon, Melissa was pacing me through that section, so I knew once I got to Fort Hill, I would kind of push it to the end. And at that point, I think I was in the third. But my crew at that point was just saying, you're in striking distance. You should just keep going, keep the momentum going. So for sure, after at the Walnut Canyon aid station, the crew was so dialed. I've never been kind of kicked out of an aid station that fast with a crew and pacers like that. So that was exactly what I needed, and it worked out really well for that final stretch up and over Eldon into the finish.
Do you have any questions for Sarah you want to ask, Kevin?
Sarah, when are you signing up for next year?
Oh, I'm gonna crew and pace next year. I had decided that this would be this third year would be. I'd take a break maybe after this third year, and I had decided that a while ago. So coming back to pace and crews and friends next year, I'll see the other side of Cocodona.
That's awesome.
Amazing. Can't keep her away still, though.
Oh yeah.
Going to be involved in some capacity,
No.
which is nice.
Yeah, for sure.
Sarah, I think the biggest question I have for you is, what was that moment like as you're, coming out of Buffalo Park, you hit the roads, you're starting to make your way downtown, and you know that as long as you kind of keep moving forward, that you have it. And then the moment you cross the line, what was that feeling like to, on your third attempt, to have come from fifth place in year one, third place last year, to have finally just like put everything together, finishing in the town that you reside in, coming away with the win in the course record? What was that moment like for you?
Oh, it meant everything to me. This is like my favorite race. It's crazy to say like a 250-mile race is something like I just feel like I've been figuring it out for the past 2 years, and to have it kind of culminate in a win feels it's the best feeling. I can be at peace. Like this was such a great 3 days and change of running. I felt like I stuck to my plan. Everything turned out well. I had really good pacers and great crew, and yeah, to have moved to Flagstaff after the first year and kind of become super familiar with the course and just the terrain and conditions out here. Yeah, it means everything to me to to have a win here finally. It was. I felt a little out of it at the finish. It's kind of insane. I did not expect to finish with that time, 72 hours, 50 some minutes. Yeah, didn't expect it to be over that quickly, but yeah, kind of mind-boggling to me. But everything went well, so
Yeah, and to put
yeah,
into
I'm
perspective,
like at peace.
that's amazing. And to put into perspective, like how incredible of a performance that was, I believe it was just like maybe seconds or minutes off of Michael Versteeg's 2021 overall winning performance. And so, the course is a little bit different, but when you put it into perspective, I think it just shows like how strong of a race you really had. And I think I've maybe just got one question for you, Sarah. I want to, leave you with some talking points for when you maybe come on the broadcast with Chris Warden this evening. What was your favorite section of the course this year? Because you've run the course 3 times now. The course has been slightly different in ways each year. What was kind of your favorite section during kind of this year's race experience?
Oh man, I was really looking forward to getting back to the original start. So that full section kind of from Rock Springs to Crown King, I really enjoyed. Again, it's like I kind of knew what to expect. It just felt really good to be back there. But Sedona is always good. I really liked running through night on the kind of ridge trail. I had never been on that. I don't know how I've never been on those trails, but I had a lot of fun in that section, and then I really like the Casper climb too. So I was there at like the perfect time of day. Weather was great. The light was really pretty. Yeah, Sedona is just always a good spot to run. So I really enjoyed that. Eldon, I really like Eldon's like probably for sure my favorite climb in the race, but. With that wind and like kind of freezing temperatures, it was scary up there. That was like the craziest Eldon summit I've ever had. So I don't know. That was probably another favorite as well.
And then I guess actually that brings up, this will be my last question, Sarah, I promise. That brings
Okay.
up, because you've run the course each year, in years past you haven't gone to the proper summit. You've taken the Sunset Trail over to the aid station. Do you prefer the race going to the proper summit and taking Lookout Road over, or do you prefer it kind of cutting short of the summit and taking the Sunset Trail over? We need to like put this up
Yeah.
for a vote as to, maybe whether or not we keep going to the summit year over year.
Yeah, definitely put it up to the vote. I like the summit. I think this year was the right way to go. Sunset's cool, but yeah, I think it's cooler to go up to the top and hit the road on the way to the aid station.
I love it. Well, thank you, Sarah, so much for your time. And Chris Warden says that you'll be joining him a little bit later tonight, so hopefully he'll be able to ask you some more of the fun questions, like what you and Rory Moynihan were talking about while he was pacing you, and all these different things. So
Yeah.
we'll save those for the Aravaipa After Dark segment. But we appreciate your time so much,
Oh
Sarah.
yeah. Thanks so much for having me on.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Oh, sorry, I cut her off right as she was saying bye
Yeah.
there. Don't worry, all the Sarah fans in the chat will get to chat with her a little bit later, and we do have another runner coming in. Let's see.
Is that
Yep, that's a Sedona Canyons bid.
125?
That looks like Paige Kreckler. So huge shout out to her, and huge shout out to Sarah for joining us. I said after her performance that they need to build the statue of Sarah Ostaszewski in
Completely agree.
Heritage Square.
Right?
You know, Mike McKnight, also a good candidate for the statue, but the fact that, you know, Sarah lives in Flagstaff, trains on all these trails, has put in, you know, 3 years. She went from 5th to 3rd to 1st, and just had, like, her performance was so incredible when you start to look at it over the short history of the race, that it's just, it's mind-blowing. And you could see when she finished, like, I almost started to get a little emotional because you kind of see, like, what it meant to her.
The culmination of it,
right? It was, you know, 3 years of effort, and to finish and have her, you know, her twin sister there and her crew and everyone like that there. It was really awesome to see.
Just like 3 years of writing the, you know, how to be successful at Cocodona textbook, and just kind of chipping away at it.
Yeah, and it looks like our next runner is literally right behind there, so we should have Paige Kreckler and Lisa Haday. So that is Paige right there from Houston, Texas. Lisa, I believe, not far behind from Indianapolis, Indiana. Shout out to the Hoosier State. Let's see, what did Carol and her husband serve John a shot of Fireball at the aid station at Whiskey Basin. So Whiskey Basin Trail Runs starts and finishes at Watson Lake, so the Granite Dells section of the course. I'm glad that John could get through the 90K, but couldn't toe the line of the 250. So hopefully we'll see John out next year. John is, for those just tuning in, our warehouse manager, logistics coordinator. He makes sure everything gets on the trucks and gets out to where it needs to be. And I apologize. It looks like maybe our chat was quite a bit delayed, or a little bit delayed there. So I probably missed any comments that were coming in with questions for Sarah. So you'll have to say it. Look at this.
Wow.
Look at all that we missed.
That's crazy. We weren't just ignoring you, we promise.
Yep, I think we're almost caught up maybe. Someone wanted an Andrew Glaze update. We saw him at Walnut Canyon a little bit ago. It looked like maybe he was getting ready to head out. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Now we're getting there. That's what I wanted. The cowboy noise or the cowbell noise you'll hear is a live chat. So it's not people out on course with the cowbells.
I did not know. I kind of thought, I was
it took Brett like 4 days to realize that. And again, if you were just joining us, we have our next two. Yeah, it looks like they're both right there next to each other, bib 424 and 425. That'd be Lisa Haday, in bib 424, and Paige Kreckler in bib 425. I'd be interested to see, and this might be a question for Aid Station Fireball, how long these two have maybe been running together, because it looks like they're more than happy to treat or to kind of take it in together. So I wonder if they've been like Mike Groenwegen and Mika Thews ran from basically before Whiskey Row all the way to the finish together.
I spent a lot of miles with those two in different various 200 milers.
Do they do that typically
they
at
do
all?
It a lot,
or like I know that someone said they ran 70 miles together at Bigfoot or Tahoe.
Yep. Yeah, Tahoe this past year.
Yeah. So it's like they don't run start to finish, but they find each other. They just, yeah, that's awesome.
Looks like there's an offer to pace from Fort Tuttle or Walnut.
Yeah, let me. Oh, here. Jeez, there we go. Just in case, if anyone needs any pacers from Tut Hill or Walnut, let Jan Rice know. Jeffrey Chin's asking for a sprint finish here. I'm always down for a sprint finish, but I'm guessing that at this point, even in the 125, most of these runners aren't wanting to go through that.
Yeah, it's pretty painful to sprint on pavement after you've been on your feet that long.
Yeah, Chris. We did get to see on the live stream yesterday Chris St. Jean make just an incredible pass.
Was it Killian, right?
Yeah, of Killian, right where you kind of go through. It's not really a cattle gate, but it looks like it might have been an old cattle gate to get kind of out from the social trails into Buff Park proper.
Yep.
He made it like literally right in the gate. We hadn't had good video coverage of that area for a little bit, and it like crisped up for like 10 seconds just to capture that.
Chris ran a great race.
Yeah, I mean, when we talked to him at Fort Tudhill, he seemed very tired, but like very aware.
Yeah.
He's like, I need to nap here and just push to the finish instead of doing a shorter nap here and
Sure.
napping at Walnut Canyon. And he said his girlfriend was pacing him, and he said when he made the pass, he wanted to then slow down, and she was just like, no, you can't. You
Yeah.
have to keep going.
That's not how passing works, unfortunately.
And it looks like we are making our last cross here. Oh, let's see, FedEx Express.
UPS would never do that to her.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Jake Jackson is still in the chat, but I'd love to get his thoughts on what was going through that driver's head at that point.
Again, the runner was probably thrilled. Any excuse to take off the gas for a second and get a little relief. Looks like Aid Station Fireball said they've been together since Eldon.
Oh, awesome. And we do have finish cam here.
Well, we know you're not a monster, Jeff.
Yeah, Jake is with UPS. That's why I specifically asked what his thoughts were on that FedEx Express driver. And here we go. That is bib 425. We see both of them have finished there. Amazing. Lisa Haday and Paige Kreckler both finishing the Sedona Canyons 125, the inaugural Sedona Canyons 125. And how far is Chad Wright? I don't know if you were tuning in, but Chad Wright may have dropped the greatest audio content of the entire live stream when we had him at the Sedona aid station.
What did he say?
He's just a very interesting person. So he's coming down Eldon Lookout Road, and so this is like an interesting road down. I don't know whether runners wish it were single track or not, but you're kind of winding through these two different kind of mountains here, and you're almost in the middle of like an old fire scar. So you can just see it's very just an interesting area. But he is coming down. It looks like maybe he is 6 miles from the finish as of 12 minutes ago. So maybe he's 5.5 miles from the finish still. So we'll see him a little bit. I think we will start to be once runners start to get into the social trails, that's when we can, really start to get excited about seeing them soon because there's, delays on the trackers and all of those things. And so I asked Sarah this. What was your favorite section of the course?
Funny because everything Sarah said really resonated with me. Having been pacing 80 miles year one, running it last year, and then this year, a lot of the sections I've seen only at night.
Yep.
So this time I was able to climb Kasner out of Sedona during the day for the first time. and it was just so pretty. It was, right at sunrise and just really beautiful. So I think that's my winner is Sedona to Schnebly Hill.
Yeah, in that Kasner area, I think on the live stream we got a aerial view around sunset from over there, maybe. But during last year's race, we got to see Joe McConaughey come through at sunset, and there were multiple times where he just stopped on the
Yeah.
climb, turned and looked back, and just took in the view that you get when you're kind of climbing up there. 'Cause you're right over by the Hangover Trail area, which is kind of one of the more well-known areas of Sedona for most runners, and you're just looking over at all these different red rock formations from like a unique vantage point compared to being kind of at street level.
Yep.
It's just, really beautiful.
Someone asked it. So regarding like timeline for calorie intake, on day one, I'm pretty regimented and have like a plan and a schedule, and then it just becomes eat as much as you can, moving through days 2 and 3. Far from perfect, but just get as much food as you can.
And we do have our drone at Buffalo Park back up. Again, one of my favorite, both our drone shots here today have been so amazing, both up on Eldon, kind of giving viewers a perspective of what that actually looks like when you do hit kind of the Eldon summit and work your way over to the aid station, and then this section through Buffalo Park. Buffalo Park, one of the more iconic like running locations in Flagstaff. And then it shows you, and so you can see kind of on the upper right of your screen, you can see part of Mount Eldon there. And then if you look just off to the left of Mount Eldon, if you look just like a little deeper, that's when you start to get into the Dry Lakes area. And so that road kind of winds in between those two, and then you make your way from kind of what would be the center of the viewing screen kind of over around the base of Eldon until you get kind of up to this trail that leads straight through the middle. People talking about flat Coors Light in the chat. How do we
Flight?
flat Coors Light?
Yeah.
So it's like all the beer and none of the fizz is
Yeah.
what they're saying.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of the name for it, Flota, so.
Yeah.
Floors?
Floors Light?
Yeah.
That could be a thing.
We'll talk to Versteeg about it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Apparently, according to Brees, the founder of Satisfy, it was actually Mike Versteeg's idea for Satisfy to like do a big aid station build at that specific aid station.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
So, shout out to Mike Versteeg. Hopefully, he'll be back. Floors Light. Yep.
Oh, no. What have we created? How much of a challenge was the wind this year with the drones?
In certain areas, it was real tough.
Yeah.
Certain areas. I can't remember off the top of my head. We haven't had any issues today. We didn't really have a ton of issues yesterday. We haven't had many issues since we've gotten up to Flag, which is surprising. We've had issues maybe more with like low cloud cover around Eldon and stuff like that. But I know earlier on in the day, it was actually day one, like Lane Mountain area. We were having trouble controlling drones there, and just weren't able to like go out and look for runners as much as we would have liked to have and followed them in as far. But yeah, it was definitely a challenge at times, but more recently it's been pretty good.
Nice.
Sounds like Floor's Light is one of the crowd favorites here. What ended up happening to Versteeg? Versteeg dropped in between Dead Horse Ranch and Deer Pass. He knows those trails really well, and I think he just knew where kind of a bail point was. Took a trail out to 89A or 89 and got picked up by his crew.
Oh, okay. I knew he had dropped, but I didn't realize he self-extracted.
Yeah, he self-extracted. At one point, it was like and Pete Mortimer was here, who knows Mike a little bit, but knows obviously how well Mike knows those trails.
Sure.
And he was like, Mike would only be on this trail if he was going to this road.
Yeah.
And then we got confirmation that he did, in fact, drop.
Asking if I had any hallucinations. No, I didn't have any hallucinations this time around. Not for lack of trying. I certainly didn't sleep much, but thankfully kept it together, at least by the standards of these races. So I've seen a lot of things about a blimp. Did I miss the origin story of the blimp?
Yeah, that was all Brett Hornig,
Okay.
I believe. So people obviously would love for us to be able to follow with drones more, but there's limitations, right? So Brett's idea was an Aravaipa blimp, which has now gone from that just general term to Aravaipa and AKA Blimp Biscuit are the names the crowd has come up with. And Brett was starting a live stream chat donation fund for a blimp, not understanding how much it would cost. The cost of a blimp per Google is around $40 million.
$40 million.
So it may be a few decades worth of, or a few centuries worth of Cocodona live streams probably before we reach that mark.
Think about how much floater you could buy with $40 million.
Yeah, probably the whole company, I would imagine. We could buy Flota.
Yeah.
That might be a better investment. There is a fund.
I'll start working on a name for the blimp. People are asking what the name should be. I need some time.
People asking. We will make sure that we get our next runners on cam as soon as we have eyes on them. But for right now, we're going to keep it locked here at the finish line.
Well, that's a pretty good dad joke. The price of blimps keep rising due to inflation.
That is pretty good. What percentage are we on the blimp fund? Less than 1%. I don't know, but I can guarantee it's that.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe guess.
Oh, man. The people have donated to the blimp. It's got to be a thing. Michael Langwell. This is Michael's calling card. Always chatting in all caps.
Yes.
So he's very easy to identify in the chat.
He's been writing in all caps for decades.
Yeah, since high school.
Yeah. Blimping ain't easy. No one would donate a blimp. Yeah, these things should be easier.
Yeah, I agree. So again, we're going to keep our eyes on all of our different feeds here to make sure we are following runners in if we can. What's the studio look like?
Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens. They got a pretty cool stream deck. It's in a nice neighborhood in Flagstaff. Great walk from downtown.
Yeah.
A little bit of a climb that I wasn't expecting. I was like, oh, this doesn't feel very good. But it looks real professional in here. It's really cool.
Running everything just off a standard iMac, which has not exploded. Last night I kept sitting my producer microphone down and forgetting to unmute it, and people could just hear a noise that they didn't know what it was, but I knew that it was the iMac wanting to implode.
Wanting to take a break. It's running its own 250-mile race.
Yeah.
What you guys aren't seeing here is that the amount of multitasking that Matt is doing, like, is off screen, and I mean, maybe I can't fathom it because my brain still isn't working from not
Well,
sleeping.
you ran
in 4 days.
250 miles.
Yeah,
248 point something.
Yeah. He's but then I walked up here, so that probably 250. He's tracking things, looking things up, clicking all these buttons. It's pretty impressive.
I'm actually just acting like I'm doing stuff, so
Just moving around.
so that Kevin thinks I'm doing a good job.
Yeah, well, you got me fooled.
They did I don't know who did a glimpse of what. I'm getting swallowed up in the live chat here, but I don't know. Did we do something on the studio? Maybe.
Oh, cool.
Probably. I have not been on social media since the start of this live stream.
Oh, you're missing out.
Which, as the marketing director, probably not the greatest thing to not just be checking in on things, but been a little preoccupied. We do have. I'm guessing it's a runner in the race. Jeffrey Chin in the chat says he's going to join the live stream team next year if you run.
Oof.
You coming back, or is
I need
this it now that you got the full course?
I need some time.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, I'm definitely coming back in some, whether it's to be here and hang out with you or run or a combination of the
love
two.
it.
We'll see. What about doing like live stream hosting from while running the race? Could we set something like that up?
Yeah. So I meant to send you a link. We sent you a link last year.
Yeah, but I mean like hosting, not featuring me. Like I'll commentate on the race from the race.
Love it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Did I just commit to next year?
I think you did.
Uh-oh.
Jeff Browning committed last night on Aravaipa After Dark to the 250 distance for next year. So we're asking the hard-hitting questions here on the live stream. We're making sure people are like very delirious.
Yeah.
And then we're asking like, you're going to come back, right?
Yeah.
It's a good strategy.
I mean, it's working on your job security, man. Good for you.
Jeff Garmeyer texted me in the middle of the race saying, wait, I can sign up for next year's race while I'm in this year's race?
Did he do it?
He is not, but
Right.
I'm hoping Jeff comes back because he's always just like he's such a fun character to have around.
Yeah.
I know he had some pretty tough stretches at points, but shout out to Jeff. Let me see. That's for the guest. Yeah, so Pete Mortimer, I don't know if you know this or not. He's originally from England. He gets a bit of a British accent when he starts drinking.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was awesome to see or to hear kind of on the live stream his accent come to life. And we're going to check out the finish line here again. Looks like if we have runners coming in soon, they may be looking at the alternate finish, which would be our first of the day. I always get excited for the alternate finish.
Why?
I don't know. It's just different. We see so many people on the live stream come down Birch, make a right-hand turn down what I'm dubbing Cocodona Alley for the second year in a row, and come to the finish that it's like, oh, wait, they're turning right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost crashed into one of those pillars there since I did the alternate finish.
That's the downside,
Yeah.
right? I don't know if the experience for the runner is quite the same.
Yeah, it'd be a shame to DNF a foot and a half from the timing map there.
Well, I think what we need is a secondary. So if we have a secondary finish, we should have a secondary finish line. One
It's perpendicular, right?
Yeah, exactly. Perpendicular, right behind maybe the Speedland tent there.
Yep.
So then you've still got, a straightaway
Right.
finish instead of having to
Yeah.
make a turn, hot pillars.
Yep. Dynamic movements that late in the race are not ideal.
Yeah, I can imagine. And again, another kind of just interesting note is, Mike McKnight got the win this year on his third Cocodona attempt.
Mhm.
Sarah Ostaszewski got his win this year on his third Cocodona attempt. I believe next year would mark your third Cocodona attempt as well. You've progressed in placement the first 2 years, correct?
I actually placed the same.
Oh, the same, yeah.
Yeah, but it was a better effort this year. Let's say
Yeah.
that. We'll give it that. So
The
sounds
same,
like you're
maybe
saying
there's-
I've got the win on lock if I come back next year.
Yeah, I mean, if maybe Vegas will have betting odds on trail running by then. That seems a
Yeah.
bit risky, but who knows?
Oh.
Oh, truck missed the finish. We're gonna have another. This is a classic finish though, so I can't complain. And again, we should have our eyes on our next runners here. Actually, it looks like maybe a little bit still. Yeah, it looks like Adam Arthurs is probably our next runner that we're going to see, and he is just about to leave Buffalo Park, so that's who we have eyes on here, I imagine. Some construction going on at Buffalo Park. How interesting was navigating the construction? What time did you come through Buffalo Park? During the day, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so
7:30
that's a
a.m. or
little
so.
better.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but definitely there was some stuff in the way to weave around a little bit.
I can just imagine coming to that spot like at night. You're super tired.
Yep.
And just like seeing a fence and thinking to yourself, what do I do?
Yeah. It's amazing how some simple tasks can feel completely insurmountable when you're 3 or 4 nights without sleep.
This is a good one. Kevin will hold off on signing up again and then catch the bug when you guys do a highlight video of the race in a few weeks.
I don't like that because it's probably true. It's probably spot on.
I think there's going to be a lot of great video content to come from this year's race. West Plate finished.
His videos are great.
His videos are great. He finished while we were offline in between last night and this morning. But he had a great finish. He'll have a great video. Sally McRae had a team out there with her. Her YouTube content is amazing. The video of her finishing was awesome. And so looks like our next runner is making his way down the Switzer Canyon Trail. And that should be Adam Arthurs. So we should have eyes on him up near the hospital probably in a few minutes here. This section of trail here is, I don't know how it feels, 248 miles or so into the race, but running it on fresh legs, nice gradual downhill, feels pretty good, spits runners here out to kind of the road section that they finish on. Got a little climb up to the hospital from there, but for you said it didn't really matter. Your adrenaline was going.
Yeah. Once you leave Buffalo, which I kind of think of this little corridor that he's in now as kind of like leaving Buffalo Park, and that's where I felt like kind of, all the cares kind of fade away, and you're like, all right, this is happening. I'm doing this.
Yeah, I agree. To me, this is like probably the moment where, the adrenaline starts coming. You get a little bit of a downhill, so you're probably getting a little pep in your step, or maybe the pace you're currently going is just feeling a little bit easier.
Yep.
It's beautiful through this area because you're kind of, through the center of Buffalo Park, you're very open on this mesa, and then you kind of come back into this little like double track that's surrounded by the beautiful pines.
It was funny that Scott posted that I Hoka athlete with 2 hip replacements, and I was like, none of that's true, but truth adjacent.
Yeah. It's the Hoka bucket hat. You're just speaking it into existence.
Right? Yeah, I think that's. I mean, I'm gonna reach out to Hoka. I think that's a binding contract right there. Yeah.
You know, I believe that I don't know if someone in the chat or on the live stream said it, but I believe someone did say, Kevin Goldberg would be a great athlete to have, especially for a brand like Hoka. So, if anyone from Hoka is watching,
Yeah.
have your people contact Kevin's people,
There we go.
and has my full endorsement for whatever. I don't know what that's worth,
Yeah.
but
Oh, it's worth a lot to me at least.
might be worth a
Yeah.
lot. It might be worth less than
Negative.
nothing. Yeah, might actually hurt your chances, but. Good question here from Dimitro, who he signed up for next year's race. I forget which distance, but he signed up for next year's race because of the live stream peer pressure.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's been great. I don't think Jeff got into what caused him to miss the 24-hour goal. I could be mistaken. I think he said that course is hard. But I do believe he said that he does think sub 24 for the 125 distance is possible. So we'll have to see who else comes and gives it a crack.
Dan, sleep deprivation training. I don't do anything like that. I think any minuscule gains you'd get from doing the kind of sleep deprivation training or pacing or training while tired, you're going to lose that in recovery, and sleep is really important to me in training. So I don't intentionally seek any of that out.
And then I had a question for you, but I've already forgotten it, so
Cool.
we'll have to circle back to it. Oh, that was my question. See, I knew it'd come back to me. So every time we would see you, you looked in incredibly good spirits. How do you, even though we know you hit dark spots, how did you stay just that happy?
It's all a ruse, Matt.
Yeah, it's all,
Yeah.
it's a bit. I knew it.
It's just a total bit. I mean, no, to be honest, interacting with you guys and talking to you guys and seeing that love and support come through is that's what's making me happy. I'm not putting on a show for it. I'm experiencing it because of it, if that makes sense. And that's kind of why I have come into the chat and interact with everyone, because it's almost like virtual pacing. So I think that's some of it. And it's hard not to have a smile on your face when it keeps you present when you log in and kind of get that, this reactions from people, because I definitely have the lows. I'm not there's not a smile plastered on my face the whole time out there. Not, far from it. And there's probably long stretches where I don't check the live stream, and that's where I'm having those lows,
Yeah.
But I think I get a little better each time, and a little more kind of focus on the positive, and just know that the negative's going to pass.
Yeah, that's great. And I think that it reminds me of a quote from, and I'm going to misquote it, so I apologize, from Billy Yang's Mont Blanc film from David Laney, where he's like, this is the moment I'm in. This sucks, but I chose to do this.
Yep.
And, that kind of framing of things has seemingly helped him get through patches. And it's finding things that just help you stay more positive, help you feel supported, and help you realize hey, I'm doing this for myself, but
Yep.
All these other people and things like that. I think there was a question. Here we go. Are you going to release a Cocodona 250 training plan like you did for Bigfoot?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I paid him to ask that question. I am going to do that. I have some course-specific training plans for the other 200s, where once I feel like I really know the course really well, I'll put course-specific notes in there, and just kind of my own anecdotal, personal tips and tricks, along with training that I think will help you get to the finish. So I do plan to write one for Cocodona.
Awesome. And that'll be available on Training Peaks for
Correct.
anyone who's interested,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Kevin doesn't know how to fly. The live chat is just such a great place.
Oh man, I'll learn how to fly a blimp. If someone gives me $40 million, I'll learn how to fly a blimp.
I love it.
Apparently, my dog's in the chat now.
I love it. And let's see, we got another runner maybe there in the center of our screen. It's hard to tell because Buffalo Park is such a popular place.
Sure.
How can Kevin not smile when even his dog has a live stream account? That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed, Maxine. I didn't even know you could type.
Yeah, we do have a runner there. Thank you, Q, for zooming in there and giving us that shot. And again, this is right where they're going to turn. Yeah, and like you said, this is basically what marks the exit of Buffalo Park, and where mentally I could see things starting to feel.
It's a huge shift right there.
Yeah.
Yep. At least for me, every time I've been there. Aaron, yeah, I do like for these kind of long distance events, back to back. I think it's a big help. Sometimes even back to back for some peak effort weeks.
This is a good one. I'm interested in this. What's the banter between you and Garmire in passing during the race?
Oh man, I love Jeff. Jeff's a good dude. I think we have similar senses of humor. So I'd say the banter's pretty good. I passed him about 5 miles into Walnut Canyon. I was feeling terrible, but totally putting on. I was like, I'm feeling great. Told him I slept great. Making of all this stuff. I'm ready to put hours on you. Meanwhile, I'm like, I don't even know if I can pass him. And I think he's thinking and feeling the same way. But we're both out there trying to do the best we can, and I think we have a similar view on things. But Jeff's a great dude, and it's been fun to race with him the last couple of years.
I'm just picturing that conversation and Jeff trying to tell you that he's feeling good as he's seeing you as a pirate on a pirate ship or something.
Right.
His hallucinations are always some of the best.
Yeah. When I left Jeff, he's like, "I'm gonna be right on your heels," and he was the whole time. So.
Shout out! You passed him. Where did you pass him at last year? Do you remember?
Last year I passed him at Schnebley Hill, and then he was right on my heels the whole time. And and I was aware, it was putting the fire on me. I was trying to hold him off the whole time.
I think he kept either commenting in the live chat last year or was texting me that he was trying to chase down Coop the whole time.
Yeah, and that was something we talked about because we ran a little bit together as well. We were like, we're both gonna get Coop, right? And we were like, yeah, let's do it.
Have Jeff Garmire teach a course on sleep deprivation. He would know the sleep deprivation side of things. I don't know he would be a great advocate for sleep strategy.
Yeah.
During races, his take is, although last year he did sleep. He slept at the Sedona aid station last year, which was kind of surprising because the year before I don't think he slept at all until he got up on the Coconino Plateau, and then he was just had to take dirt naps.
Yeah.
Which at this point in Jeff's through hiking and running career, dirt naps are probably just as good, just as nice for him as being in a camping cot or something.
Yeah.
Oh, people asking for an update on Chad Wright. Well, we just saw our most recent 2 runners, which I believe should have been Adam Arthurs. We should have a 3rd runner leaving Buffalo Park. Oh, no, we saw Adam Arthurs and Brian Bondi, I believe. And we should be seeing Jason Baum. We've got eyes on someone here. Let me see. Yep, here we go. Bryce is out there. That is bib 103. That is Adam Arthurs. So we're going to be following him in still. So you've got this gentle uphill, still moving with a purpose, which is awesome. 102.5 hours into the race. Nico in the chat. Who's booked for Aravaipa After Dark with Chris? Any guess? Chris has a list of guests. I believe he is going to have women's winner Sarah Ostaszewski is going to be coming back to join him for a little bit. He has a couple of other guests lined up that I'll see if I can check here. There we go. Colleen Lingley also coming on. So Colleen is the like assistant coach, kind of captain of the Aravaipa racing team. She's a registered dietitian here at Flagstaff Medical Center. She's an awesome runner. Ran collegiately at Arizona State. She's just awesome.
Awesome.
So it'll be interesting to hear from her on like from a dietitian's point of view, who's also a runner, so she understands,
Right.
you know, maybe some of the constraints that maybe just a regular dietitian might not get. Like, what kind of fueling strategies she might recommend if someone was.
I work with a dietitian sometimes, and I texted her during the race somewhere on Schnebly Hill, and I said, just asking for a friend, what's the like maximum sort of safe amount of caffeine you can take over a given period of time? Just because I was planning on pushing that to the limit, and I was surprised at how much caffeine you can take without killing yourself. So that was fun to experiment with.
Well, I can confirm that it is
High.
a lot of caffeine, at least when you're not running.
Yeah. What's funny is I'm only about 90% sure who's behind the Maxine Labradoodle account. I don't fully remember.
Oh man, a lot of Chad Wright fans in the chat. Chad Wright, an old Georgia boy. Forget which town, but it was one that I didn't recognize, despite having lived in Metro Atlanta for 6 years. So it's probably
That's
true. It's probably true Georgia, is the way I would describe it. So shout out to Chad Wright. We'll get to see him coming in probably, you know, I don't want to say a time, but we'll see him in a little bit.
Cool. Sorry, Mel. I can't reveal Maxine's true identity. Sworn to silence. Melanie White is my wife in the chat.
Yeah. Oh,
And
who though?
yeah, she's trying to figure out who's behind our dogs.
Well, it's not her.
It's not her. At least unless that would be
So
a real
that-
twist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brett Hornig in the chat. We have not seen our winner of the Eldon Crest 36, but we should be keeping our eyes peeled for that. Because, yeah, okay, so it looks like Ryan Raff is, oh, what do we got? Ryan Raff is currently our leader in the Eldon Crest 36, which I think is no surprise. He was at Mount Eldon about 16 minutes ago, so he's probably flying down.
Yeah, it's probably less than
Eldon
an hour at
Lookout
this
Road.
point. Yeah.
It looks like we are going to be joined by the UK's finest, Josh Perry, here in just a second. So we'll see if we can bring Josh on and keep it on this shot here. We do have Josh. Let me see if I can get Josh. How are you doing? This is Matt with the live stream. I know you can't see us, but I'm joined with Kevin Goldberg here, the legend himself. How are you doing over there, Josh?
I'm doing okay. Finally started feeling a bit more human again. Stand up for maybe about 2 minutes to time.
So, Josh, how did how did this 250-mile race compare to, some of the epic trail adventures that you've undertook in the past?
It's a completely different experience that I wasn't expecting. I thought it'd be very similar to FKTs. Just, like, the physical side of it was very similar, but the mental side of it felt extremely different than this. And the racing aspect, I didn't expect to get as caught up in the racing aspect of it as I did. So that made it much more enjoyable for actually getting to chase people down or trying to, and having Mike come blow past me looking superhuman. All made it for a very unique experience.
Yeah. And so can you tell us a little bit about maybe how you got through some of those low moments on the course that you inevitably experienced, and just kind of what that mental state was like when you would hit those lows?
The hard part I found was all my lows were in the first 100 odd miles of the course, so really early on. If that was on an FKT, you just restarted. This is an organised event, you can't do that. So that was probably the hardest part for me, was puking 6 times in the first 50 miles. Having all sorts of gut problems. But then having people around to talk to and just slowing down, or being able to actually talk to people out there and not feel guilty about slowing down to do so made a big difference during those high points, which is something I can't do on FKTs.
And then did you have,
Also
what was your kind of favorite section of the course over the 250 miles there?
The Mogollon Rim, climbing out of Sedona, climbing out.
It's a popular choice.
It just felt so strong. And getting back on the AZT, which I haven't been on for a few years, since my FKT on that, and getting to relive a bit of that was a really nice feeling. I don't so friends.
Do you have any questions for Josh, Kevin?
Yeah, Josh, now that you've experienced a race like this, if you were to do another one of these, would you change anything in the way you kind of physically prepared, with your training, versus how you would have gone into an FKT?
Yeah, the last 6 weeks of this, my training for this, were through hiking focused, and I think that was probably too long. I think a lot more time spent running and doing long, 20 plus mile runs the entire time, versus just holidays hiking. Because my hiking pace is fine. That didn't really slow down too much. By running, my ability to run really dropped off a cliff drastically in the back half. So focusing on that more. The areas. The running side of it was definitely my weakest point, just doing more proper running versus hiking.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that makes sense.
And then, Josh, we've got a runner about to finish here, but I do have just one more question for you. Maybe we'll get to that after this finish, as our next runner is coming in here. And he is absolutely moving. That was absolutely amazing to see just how hard he was running into the finish there. That was awesome. What a moment. Josh, my question was kind of two parts here. You know, we got to see on the live stream you and your pacer have a moment as you were coming close to the finish line. What was that like to share, that moment with your pacer, I believe Joe? And then what was the moment like when you did finally cross the finish line there?
It was ecstatic. I didn't expect this to go as well as it did for me. So, and I didn't know any of my crew or pacers really beforehand. And so it was a very intense and sudden bonding experience to go through with people who I'd spoken to a bit online, never got to hang out with. So
Yeah.
it was a really emotional finish, and I felt, the whole time I was feeling guilty because they'd come out all this way. 7 hours is a long way to drive in the UK. So they'd driven, to me, is an incredibly long way to come and help someone they don't know. And having them get so much out of it as well really made it all so much more worthwhile.
That's amazing. And it looks like we maybe have eyes on some of our next finishers here. And so I'm going to let you go, Josh. I appreciate you, spending some time with us to chat. You had such an incredible race. I know you had a lot of fans from the UK in the chat, especially as I was here trying to take us through the overnight hours by myself here. They were keeping me energized and lively, and just such an incredible performance. And we look forward to seeing you, whether it be out here again or out at other 200s or other trail races. We're really excited to follow along with your journey as you continue to tackle more arduous tasks.
Thank you very much. It's fantastic. Yeah, I'm already planning to do some other ones.
Awesome. We love it. Josh Perry, everyone. Leeds' own, the pride of Leeds. There he is. Thanks for the chat, Josh.
Thanks, guys.
We'll try and... There we go. That was pretty awesome getting to chat with him there.
Yeah.
And again, for those of you in the live chat, we know that there's some background noise there. We're working on trying to get that taken care of. And for right now, we're going to send it to, let's see, I believe we have Pedro. Looks like his feed might be freezing there. We'll send it there. We have our next runner coming in. And then we do have another runner not far behind. And we'll send it to, we also have someone not far behind here. That right there is going to be Jason Baum, bib 178. So I'm guessing the gentleman in front of him is Brian Bondi. Yeah, that looks like him based on the photo in the tracker. And so we're going to try bouncing back and forth between
He's flying.
these two. He's running really strong.
So is he.
Yep. Yeah, and they're just crossing the road at Beaver Liquors. Interesting name for, or not an interesting name, a little bit of a funny name for a liquor store, but it makes sense. And then here we've got Jason Baum right here. And in just a few moments, I believe in about 15 minutes or so, you're going to be joined by the Single Track Podcast boys, Finn and Brett. They'll be taking you from noon to 6 here. Right now we've got Jason Baum making his way down, and we also have eyes here on Brian Bondi. And right there's a good shot of those course marking stickers. So again, we'll see maybe if Pedro can refresh his feed if he can hear me. And hop back on to see if we can clean that up a little. Right now we have Jason Baum. He's looking so strong. And we will see if we can get... Yeah, we got Pedro's feed just coming in and out, but we do have eyes on Brian Bondi still. We're going to send it back to the Shad Cam here real quick. He's with Jason. Jason Baum would be able to solve a Rubik's Cube in 10 seconds or less at times. And it looks like we may see a pass right here. Looks like just ahead is going to be... We're going to see this pass live on air. It looks like we'll see what happens. We got Jason Baum, and then we've got Brian Bondi right in front of him here. And here it is. Pass. Oh, are we going to have a little race in? Oh, Jason Baum just sprinting by. That was so awesome. Oh my gosh, this is awesome. This is so awesome. We are witnessing a duel right here.
Wow.
Almost 250 miles in. Jason made the pass. Brian sprinted back past. Oh my gosh. Oh, now Jason's going to back it down.
Yeah. There's still time.
Yeah, but what's...
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, he's going to let him have his moment.
Yeah.
He's going to let him have his moment. Shout out to Jason Baum. What a mensch.
Yeah. I bet that was fun, though, for both parties.
That was awesome for the viewing audience. I know that. Then we've got Pedro following in Brian Bondi. That was amazing. I couldn't read his lips on the live stream, but it sounded like he wasn't going to make him, he was going to let him have his moment. So shout out to Jason, shout out to Brian. They gave us maybe some of the best content we've had thus far with that little battle. Where are we? What do we? What's going on here? Oh, there we go. He just crossed the street.
Mm-hmm.
I was so excited I got turned around for a second.
I was confused as to where he was too.
There he is, his last street crossing here. Brian Bondi closing in on the finish. He's going to be making a right-hand turn. Right here at the man in the blue puffy. See if he gets a high five. No high five. Oh, he's got a cowbell now.
Yeah.
That's why.
He's upgraded.
That's understandable. And here it is. Brian Bondi, your next finisher here at the Cocodona 250. Giving us one of the best moments I've seen in closing stretches this year. So amazing. It looks like we've got Jason back out as well. What an amazing moment we had there. Jason finishing so strong still.
Yeah, he looks like he'd just be out on his afternoon run. He's not moving stiff at all.
We need more cowbell. Gosh, the live chat is so great. Here we've got Jason Baum. About to make his last road crossing here. A little timing point set up to alert everyone at the finish, maybe.
You know what's a really not talked about, underrated feeling that he's about to experience is getting to take that pack off and never putting it on again. Ugh.
I can only imagine. And here he is, making his way to the finish.
How much is that blue shirt guy getting paid? He's working it.
And look at this. You got people out with cowbells.
That's awesome.
Got the rally towels out. This is such an awesome shot right here. Love that. Shout out to Jason Baum.
Watch. Pause the watch.
Pause the watch. It's got to go to Strava, or it didn't count, right?
That's right. You don't want to be any slower than, don't want to lose any time just standing there.
That was so amazing. And I think that we are going to be joined here by our women's second place finisher, Eliza LaPierre. I'm going to pull Eliza in here. Eliza, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
I know that you can't see us. This is Matt with the live stream. I'm joined by Kevin Goldberg here. So Kevin is here with me. How are you feeling after your first 200-plus mile race?
Certainly it's a mixed bag of physical and emotional feelings, but big shout out to Kevin. He flew by me going down the last descent. He looked fresh as could be, full stride, no hesitation, and it was really neat to see him crush the end there.
And so, coming into this being your first, distance race of this distance, how valuable was having someone like Jason Koop in your corner, who ran the race last year, has vast experience at these kind of events, is an extraordinary coach? How valuable was it to have him kind of in your corner for this?
Yeah, he has just really solid wealth of knowledge just from all the research that he does and from personal experience. So me being from Vermont and having never seen the course or ever run out there before, or like you said, covered this sort of distance before, it was really helpful having him guide me through it and talk me through it, literally talk me through it as we were out there. He paced about 90 miles or so. So he knew every turn that was coming up. He knew exactly how I was feeling. So it was just really nice having somebody with all that knowledge, really pushing me through every step of the way.
Amazing. And so, overall, was this experience, you know, I don't want to say better or worse, but was this experience more than what you expected it to be? Was it less? Was it about what you expected to be? Yeah, just maybe tell us what your kind of expectations for the race was coming in, and how that relates to what you experienced.
Yeah, I mean, I followed along the 250 over the past 2 years and was really intrigued by all the videos that came out and just the interviews and the podcasts. And it just felt different to me than 50 milers and 100 milers at this point, which, in my opinion, are just becoming track meets, which there's nothing wrong with that, but I really wanted more of a journey and an adventure, which is what I got. When you finish and you can't really describe what happened out there, it's just, I think that speaks volumes. But the camaraderie out there between runners was phenomenal. We supported each other. Whether somebody was running low on water or just was in a low patch and needed somebody to help pick them up. So just it felt more grassroots and like people supporting people and which is what I was looking for. Because I run because I love it and because I want to explore places on 2 feet and it was like there's a gift being able to explore Arizona on my own 2 feet. So I'm really grateful for that.
Do you have any questions for Eliza, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm curious what you think, like you said, the 50s and 100s are becoming track meets. What do you think is the biggest contributor to success in an event like this beyond that kind of fitness or physical attributes?
Oh, that's a great question. And I don't even really know the answer. I was telling people out there that obviously my training had gone well because my legs and my fitness seemed to hold up far better than other parts of me. But for me, I just took it more as like I'm not out here racing. I'm out here exploring and challenging myself and hopefully inspiring other people to challenge themselves as well. So I just sort of took it more like a couple days adventure and going out to see what was around every corner.
And then I think that I just have a couple questions left for you. This will kind of maybe be a two-part question that are maybe kind of two different questions here. What was your favorite part of the race course that you got to experience? And then the second part of that question would be, what was the emotion, or what did that moment feel like when you turned the corner down the alley here, saw the finish line, and then when you crossed the line at the finish? So what was your favorite part of the race course, and then what was that moment like when you crossed the finish line?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many great parts of the course. I will say that to me, the scariest part of the course was the first 37 miles. I actually had seen it in training. I came out for a week in February. But that was the scariest, just because it's a very long exposed section early on where you can really break your race more than make it. But I think my favorite section was probably coming up from the river after the creek crossing, up at the Nedley Hill. Just reminded me more of a train back home, sort of technical, steep, grindy, just kind of gridded out type of terrain. And we had hit it just after daylight, so back behind us we could see the red rock behind us with the sun blowing on it and Sedona. So, and my pacer Jack was with me at that point, so it was just really special to share that moment with him. And then remind me the second part of your question.
What was
turning the corner here in the alley. Yeah, so I took a bad fall at maybe mile 230 and hurt my neck. So it really turned into just a very slow, painful walk. And the stride hurt. So it was not really a quick turn of the corner. It was kind of anticlimactic, but my number one goal into this race was to finish, and there were definitely moments the last 20 miles where I didn't know that was going to happen. So I wish I could have run it in and really finished strong, but the fact that I made it to the finish line, it just felt amazing. And sitting here watching people who finish now is just so inspiring.
Amazing. Eliza LaPierre, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. And hopefully we'll see you either, back out at the Cocodona 250 or one of the events or at some other of the 200-mile races in the future. It's been a treat to follow along with your race, and we really appreciate it.
You guys for all your coverage. I know my family back home and friends have been enjoying it, and it's truly amazing how much coverage and just spotlight you guys bring to this event. So thanks.
Thank you so much. Eliza LaPierre, ladies and gentlemen, your women's second place finisher in the Cocodona 250. Such an amazing, gritty run is the word I would have used to describe it for sure. Awesome to get to chat with her. And let's just catch up on the chat. We know we're still working on the volume thing, so I'm going to skip those questions, but we appreciate you always keeping us up to date with how it sounds on your end. We'll continue to work through making sure that we clean up that audio there, but we appreciate you all. Let's see, in terms of next runners coming in, we have people out on course, so we'll make sure that we keep our eyes out for any of our camera feeds as runners are starting to make their way. That was a cool chat.
Yeah.
And it looks like here in just a minute we're going to have a little commentary swap, and we will be joined by the wonderful guys at the Single Track Podcast, Finn Melanson, Brett Hornig. And so as soon as they're ready, we will go ahead and swap. Kevin, do you have anything you want to say to the people real quick before we step out?
Just thank you. I feel like a broken record, but it really is so much help to have the support as you're out there doing these things. It's sometimes they feel like really hard solo efforts, but they're not. And you guys are a good reminder of that. So thanks for following along and being out there.
Amazing. Kevin, thanks so much for being in the studio here. We're going to take a quick commentary break and pass it over to Finn and Brett. So we'll be back on the mics in just a minute.
welcome back, or welcome to the Cocodona 250-mile live stream.
Brett, it's great to be here with you. I cannot believe we're on day 5, and
Day 5. Here we go.
It's a little sad. This is our last day on the Cocodona live stream, at least for 2023.
Dona 400.
The Dona 400.
Yeah, this race has quickly moved up the ranks as one of my favorite races of all time, even though I didn't do it.
I can honestly say that heading into this week, I did not think I would be this stoked on 200-mile races 5 days later. And here we are.
I thought I would be more burnt out, and I'm just a little loopy, but far from burnt out.
I'm definitely loopy, but not burned out.
Yeah, I could talk about this stuff forever. I mean, I'm not going to say I wouldn't have the same amount of stoke for a Coco 500, but it would be pretty wild. Actually, finishing down in Black Canyon City for a Coco 500 would be so gnarly.
Oh my gosh.
Especially if you're doing the last day in the light when it's hot.
Yeah. Yep.
That might be dangerous.
One thing we didn't talk a lot about in yesterday's stream was just our experience on Eldon in the last 8 to 10 miles of the course. And now that we have a larger number of people coming through and getting ready to finish this race, if you don't mind, talk about what that Eldon aid station's like and those final miles on the Jeep roads and getting into Buffalo Park and all that.
Gosh, I mean, normally I would say that Eldon aid station is a smaller, slightly more minimal aid station, but when you've gone from Walnut Canyon and just climbed Eldon, that is like the Taj Mahal of aid stations. There's probably no better looking place to escape the elements for just a few minutes. But yeah, and then it's kind of tough too because you summit Eldon and then you run down the service road for a while, and even when we did it, we were like, did we miss the aid station? Because we're running downhill now. But the aid station was moved slightly from the previous year, just so that way it was a little bit more protected and wouldn't get blown off the mountain. Definitely a good call. And then once you leave that aid station, you have maybe 3 miles of pretty nice cruiser dirt road to just try and get the legs going. Just lean into that bad boy before hopping on was it the Upper Oldham Trail, and you're kind of just going flag to flag for a bit as you're going through a wash. It seems it's I would have a hard time following it, but it seems like most of the people in the race have been doing a great job. Who do we have coming in?
There's so much going on. We've got Chad Wright almost getting ready to finish. We've got this unidentified runner.
I think it's Travis Jewell.
Travis Jewell, okay.
It should be bib 154.
And then it looks like we might also have a Mike McKnight interview incoming.
I saw him at the finish.
What we saw there.
We shall see. I want Mike McKnight to interview Chad Wright.
He was standing, but
I was telling him I was been on here. So.
Yeah, so we're watching Travis Jewell make his way down the final mile of this race.
Seeing if I can find any intel on Sir Travis Jewell here.
Seems to be rocking the full Ultra Spire get-up with the waist pack and the backpack.
And he's kind of, there is I'm finding a Travis Jewell fly fisherman on Google, and he does kind of have the fly fisherman get-up here, so I'm wondering if it's the same Travis Jewell.
I'd go fly fishing in those pants.
Me too.
Looks like a classic Ultra Lone Peak. That's definitely a Lone Peak. Oh, we lost our shad cam. Okay, we've switched back to our static cam at the finish line. Finn and we're flying a little bit blind at the moment. We're doing our best. We're commentating on a slight delay.
See the program output? Okay, what do I, how do I get that?
Oh, cool.
I believe what we're seeing here on camera is Michael McKnight talking to some of the finish line crew. Michael McKnight in that red windbreaker.
Yeah, Solomon's really been pushing the red this year.
Yes.
I mean, that is one of their classic colors, but I feel like the full-bodied red is it's a statement.
It is a statement, yeah. And Solomon's always had style. I feel like of all the brands, they do a great job of kitting out their athletes head to toe in the running gear, but also the leisure wear too.
Yeah, you gotta, work hard, recover hard.
So Brett, one of our favorite characters in this race, Chad Wright, is I believe at this point past Buffalo Park and in downtown Flagstaff, close to the finish. For folks that aren't aware of Chad Wright, could you provide a little bit of backdrop on him?
Before I do, though, we have the winner of the Eldon Crest 36 just came in. That was Mr. Ryan Raff.
Awesome.
Just saw him pop through. What time did that race start? 7? So 5 hours and 14 minutes. Finish time for Ryan Raff in the inaugural Eldon Crest 36.
4 hours, 16 minutes.
His
58 minutes. Well, I don't know exactly where that.
unofficial split from the top of Eldon to the finish for Ryan Raff is about 58 minutes.
Well, okay, so the turning point is located, it looks like.
It's pretty fast.
Well, actually, I don't know. Yeah,
There's a timing mat just before the aid station. Yeah. That's very fast. That's it's like a lot of miles and not a lot of time. And now we have our next Cocodona 250 finisher coming in. This was Travis Jewell.
Way to go, Travis. Awesome job. And yeah, Ryan Raff, a local of Flagstaff, Arizona.
Is he even an NAU alum yet, or is he still at NAU?
He graduated in the fall.
Okay, fresh alum. Did run on their NCAA championship winning team this past cross-country season, the Dynasty team. So no stranger to high-stakes competition. I wouldn't be surprised if he was more nervous before the start of the Eldon Crest 36.
And there is Ryan Raff, by the way, in the Hoka
NCAAs.
kit. That's Ryan Raff on the screen there. I'm looking at Ryan's NAU page. He says he chose NAU because of the belief his coaches had in him, also attracted to the success of the cross-country team and the variety of mountains and trails in Flagstaff. Also, the dude is majoring, or he majored in psychology, so that's a great major, I feel like, for this sport.
Mind power. Yeah, Ryan Raff's 5K PR is 13:51.
Wow.
Yeah, that's very fast. Cool to see speedsters like that making their way into the trail world.
Yep, and Ryan's got the Tushers 70K in July up next. Another excellent Aravaipa event that I always tell people, obviously Javelina and Black Canyon and Cocodona are amazing. I always think Tushers flies under the radar. And then he's got Broken Arrow in June. Broken Arrow in June and then Tushers in July. And have kind of been waiting for a breakthrough result from Ryan. He did the Black Canyon 100K this past February, got 16th. But you look at his pedigree and what he's capable of doing in training. You were kind of waiting for a result like this. Had also done Speed Goat the year prior, finished 37th. So, nice result for Ryan.
I think the next imminent runner will be the bearded wonder, Chad Wright. Chad first came on my radar. I'd never heard of Chad Wright and his work. Listened to the Everyday Ultra podcast. They previewed him prior to the Cocodona 250 and was immediately hooked just because the training that he had done leading up to this race was quite a bit different than most others, where he said he really only put in an 8-week dedicated training block for this race, but pretty much the entire 8 weeks it was like 24/7 dedicated completely towards Cocodona 250.
One of my favorite Chad quotes is, "Indecision is a decision." Apparently this is Chad's brother in the hat here, awaiting Chad at the finish.
Here he is.
Let's go,
We got
Chad.
follow cam of Chad Wright finishing the Cocodona 250 mile in just over 100 hours, 103 hours of continuous movement. What an achievement.
Brett and I were talking about this on our run earlier today, that these people are on their 5th day, and it's just so impressive. I'm almost more impressed by the people that finish this on day 5 and day 6 than the people that are finishing it on day 3, just to be out there.
I do think that, day 3 finishers versus day 5, day 6 finishers, it's a completely different sport.
Completely different sport.
So this is Chad Wright, who's just finished. Now there's definitely a lot of Chad Wright fans. I imagine at some point we'll get a mic on him. We're definitely going to let him take his time. Maybe get a little bit of food in, recover up. It takes a little bit to let this momentous feat sink in.
Yeah. He's got a smile on his face. That's great. He just got a photo taken with Scott there. Brothers all smiles.
Yeah,
Great to see a guy from Georgia who, training in a totally different environment. I was telling you, I watched him do 8x400 on the track in one of his vlogs about 2 weeks before this race. And so totally different environment. Comes in here and gets it done.
Did he say why he did 8x400 on the track?
I think he just wanted to hurt. I think he figured anything that got him hurting in the training block would get him ready to endure here.
Yeah, it would be. So we saw him come through the Crown King aid station at mile 37 on day 1, and he looked awful. He was immediately came in the aid. He had the 1,000-yard stare, was lying down, came up, had to elevate his legs, and Finn, we thought his day might be done.
I'm going to tell you right now, I was completely proven wrong. I saw Chad at the Crown King aid station, mile 38. He had the 1,000-mile stare. He was on his back, and I'm like, this guy's done. And I totally underestimated Chad. This dude is tough as nails. And, Chad had what we might consider to be an unorthodox training block. Brett, you had mentioned that in the podcast with Joe, he remarked that when he is in training mode, he cannot be reached.
Yes, that was one of the things we learned. He was like, when I go into a training block, I mean, I'm going into a trading block. You know, if someone needs anything from me, the answer is no. He's like, I am in training. He's like, I am in training. That is what I'm doing. I will talk to everyone in 8 weeks. Because he didn't even really do anything. He didn't promote this race much at all on his social media.
No.
Most of his social media following doesn't know he's doing this race. And part of that was because he didn't want the reason why he was doing this race to get skewed for him. He didn't want he didn't want this to turn into some social media circus. He just wanted to go out and see if he could do the race, and limiting those distractions.
Although there is
helpful.
one bit of interesting news. So I guess the day that he started the race, the day after he started the race, he released all of these vlogs about training for a 250 miler.
Yeah.
So you think about someone like Chad Wright, massive audience. He's an influencer on social media, and he just completed this race. He put out a ton of content to a channel that has 157,000 followers. I am very excited to see the second and third order effects of that impact. Like, who runs the Cocodona 250 next year or in the next 5 years because of Chad Wright and seeing him come from a totally different ecosystem and get it done here. This is a tough race, and he's not from the mountains, and he got it done. What a cool scene.
It's pretty cool. I mean, that's one of the things about a 250-mile race through the mountains is that it's not a race where the just full-time runner has the advantage. It brings such a diverse group of just hardworking individuals. I don't even know how much like talent really matters in something like this. And what ultimately that's doing. I mean, Chad Wright has a ton of followers that don't run. You know, they're not runners.
Yeah, no.
Like he's helping get more eyes on a sport that, you know, still has room for a ton of visibility.
I would love to interview Chad Wright if we can get a convo going with him. I'm sure he's someone I feel like that has insights on demand.
Yeah, well, the guy who's been heading up all the finish line interviews is in the same room as us, so he said, "I better go back," and there he goes.
Brett, I gotta ask you a question. Am I pronouncing vlog the wrong way? Is it vlog or vlog?
Are you saying?
It's like cool whip or cool whip.
Yes. Are you saying?
See, I say vlog just because back in the day, there was the V and then the /LOG, but now people are just bunching it together, vlog.
Yeah, I just say I usually just default to vlog. I think they dropped the hyphen in about 2007.
That's the last time I went on the internet, Brett.
GIF or GIF?
Oh, it's a GIF.
I just say GIF.
You say GIF?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a GIF.
Matt, GIF or GIF?
It's definitely a GIF.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm on Team GIF, like the peanut butter.
Is it, Matt, is it cool whip or cool whip?
Cool whip.
Cool
like,
whip.
Watch me whip. Watch me nay.
Yeah. Like, would you like Cool Whip or would you like that Manene?
Yeah, exactly.
Is it Pan? Pam?
Pan.
Pan? Pam. Pan.
Oh, like comb.
You guys, something else. And thanks for everyone for tuning in. We're working through some small back end. That's the chat's favorite word that I use. Complications here.
Matt's back end.
Don't worry, we're holding it up here on the front end.
And so, yeah, we're Just trying to fix a few things here. But we appreciate you all.
See, all of this GIF, GIF, meme, vlog, vlog. This is why English is such a ridiculous language.
Throw me a freaking bone here.
When Brett called it a vlog, Jamil,
Whoa,
who was at the producer desk for a second.
that was
That's
Brett.
what I meant.
That was
when
Brett. It was
when
Brett.
Finn,
That was Brett.
when it's been a long week. When Finn pronounced it vlog, Jamil was just over here dying laughing as he was at the producer desk for a couple minutes.
Finn, is Killian's footwear company normal or
No. It's normal. Okay. It's normal.
It's normal.
The new normal is just wild. Look at that guy, 150. Looks like he just left a war-torn country, but in like a really like inspiring way. Brian Bondi.
He's been finished for a little while.
Whoa. Oh,
right?
Wait a second. I know that guy. You know why? Because Brian is the CTO and co-founder for a search engine company called Brave, and I use Brave on a daily
like
basis.
the browser?
The browser Brave.
Like the one that's like all into crypto?
Okay, we got to interview that guy.
Like with like the MetaMask integration?
Oh my gosh, Brian Bondi.
No way. The Brave browser co-founder.
Does Jamil know this? Does Matt know this?
Is Jamil still here? Jamil, I think, has already run down to the finish line.
Okay, we got to get Brian Bondi on the Single Track podcast. Wow. No, it's okay.
Just interesting finisher tidbits. The dude who the founder of the Brave browser just finished.
People, if there's one thing you learned today, start using Brave as your web browser. It's incredible.
No ads.
No ads. Yeah, Jeff Stonebreaker. By the way, Jeff Stonebreaker is one of the coolest last names I've ever heard.
That's a great one.
That
going
is
back to like a
powerful
day or
last
two
name.
ago of like amazing running names.
But, dude, Brian Bondi. Dude, what if Brian Bondi and Brave sponsored some sort of ultra running initiative?
Maybe they could be the sponsors of next year's Cocodona 250. Registration for which is open now. Lowest prices you'll ever see until May 15th at the link pinned in the chat. We've had a few people sign up from the chat, so shout out to you.
So, Brian Bondi just finished. In addition to making an absolutely massive contribution to the internet and finishing the Cocodona 250, a couple facts about Brian. He drinks a lot of coffee and usually spills it on himself. His favorite movies are Braveheart, The Last Samurai, and Ray.
Oh, I love
The Last Samurai.
That's
Is
one of my
so
favorite
good.
movies.
It's so good. The Last Samurai is incredible.
What was the last one? The last movie? you said?
Ray.
Oh, Ray's. Yeah, that's an amazing movie too. Like that's just like so well done. Getcha.
Oh, Ben Mercer says also there are mountains in Georgia. FYI, bro, I've run the Georgia Death Race 3 times. I love it, but that's just northern Georgia.
Well, the Appalachian Trail starts in Georgia, the southern terminus.
Yep.
And the approach trail, also super, super rad.
Oh, I just assumed that section was paved.
Ooh.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, and the founder of Brave would like Braveheart,
Yeah.
as someone in the chat said.
Oh, yeah. So, gosh, Brian
Yeah.
Bondi.
Brave could sponsor the blimp for sure. I'd be down for a Brave blimp.
Oh, yeah. I want to see what the market cap of Brave is, if it's even public.
Where does... do you know where Brian lives and trains out of?
He's in Ontario. He's Canadian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Joshua Bowles says, hosts, you need to go back and watch Bondi's finished. He was not going to be passed.
Were you guys were watching it in the other room?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
actually
amazing.
Yeah, that was he got passed, and then he like pressed the NOS button.
We
He
got to
channeled his inner
interview this guy.
Braveheart.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hit the NOS button and was just like, "Too soon, Junior." Tell me which Fast and the Furious movie that quote is from. You basically have a 1 in 10 chance.
Too fast, too furious.
Wrong.
Please do, and tell Brian that we would love to have him on the pod. Tell him that I'm a super user of Brave.
Oh, really? I don't know if that came. Dude, the founder of the Brave browser just finished.
Brian Bondi is is the founder of Brave, which is like the web browser that I use. So cool.
He just finished.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just.
And
He had the
ma-
massive kick.
He had a massive kick at the end to pass a guy. Oh yeah.
Well, someone passed him, and then he just unloaded a sprint. At least.
I'm gonna take power and Wi-Fi to the Flagstaff City Council meeting
All right.
next time. Jamil's going back
And
down to.
Jamil's. Don't forget to put on Strava.
He's going down
he's
to,
about to
see if
sprint.
we can get Mike McKnight on, and I think that we're going to be trying to again work through some audio stuff while we're down there, and then we'll be able to pull on some of the people who are currently finishing as well. I know that all these people have such amazing stories. We want to let them have their moment because it means so much to all these people. But we are going to try to see what people we can chat with.
Yeah, I'm ready to ask some questions. Actually, that's more Finn's like forte.
No, Brett's got good questions.
I just kind of giggle and be like, "Yep, uh-huh."
The question I have is, was Brian Bondi wearing a Hoka Bondi?
Was Bondi in the Bondi?
Would you wear a Bondi at the Cocodona 250?
No, but you
could.
You could. Yeah.
could.
I mean, on paper it's a road shoe, but I do wonder how many times at like 250 mile pace do you really need grip? So it's a comfortable shoe. If you're comfortable in it, sure, go for it.
What shoe do you think Ryan Raff wore?
Probably the Hoka Tecton X2. If I had to take a guess. Because he was
Probably did.
decked out in a full Hoka kit, and that's like the race shoe.
Yeah.
So
What a run.
it would either be that or the Hoka Torrent, probably. But yeah, Tecton X2, that's definitely a favorite amongst the fast people in Flag here. I don't think I've seen a single one in Cocodona.
I think this is Allison Mercer in the chat. And Allison, if I remember correctly, you were on the live stream a couple days ago, but if you do want to come back on and go more in depth about Josh Perry, we'd be down for sure. He had an excellent race.
Let's do a little tracker update. So we've got a little bit of time before our next expected finisher. Looks like we're looking for Kirill Minkovic, bib number 35. They are
35.
nearing their way towards Buffalo Park, about 3 miles from the finish.
Okay.
Let's see, and the last runner that we have tracker data for on course right now is bib number 136. That's Rebecca Walker. And
Talk about nominative determinism.
let's see. Sorry, Finn, that one went way over my head at the current moment as I'm trying to get an update on bib 136. Just having a hard time finding it here. So Rebecca is the last tracker on course at the moment. Bib 136, and they're at roughly mile 211.
Okay. A little bit of intel on Rebecca Walker from our questionnaire. We asked if there's anything fun or unique about her. She says, not really, haha. Is it interesting that I have 2 cats and their names are Batman and Robin? And to that
I think that's
say,
interesting.
Absolutely.
I like that.
So we've got our working list right now of Michael McKnight, Brian Bondi, and Chad Wright for interviews we'd love to do if they're still around. That's my wish list.
To have Michael McKnight just lead the Chad Wright interview questions.
I think you should interview Chad Wright. I feel like you have more intel than I do. You would ask the best questions there. I would just be so inspired. I would just be sitting there like I wouldn't even be able to think in real time.
I'm not good at thinking of questions to ask. I always think I might be able to think of good questions to ask, but then I just end up saying stupid things. Like what's your favorite color? Like, what does that have to do with Cocodona 250? I guess I'll have to. If we do get Chad Wright on for an interview, what questions do you have for him?
And we do have Allison Mercer here. We'll pull her on in just a second. Give me 1 second here.
See, exactly. Finn is literally the question guy. Brett is there for the sarcasm. Like I feel like all my questions would be like, was that a real question, or was that like, is that an insult? Are you making fun of me? Because like, my genuine question would be like, was an 8-week training plan enough? But now it sounds like kind of an a-hole type question.
Cheers to the questions.
We do have Allison on here at our finish line cam.
Hey, Allison, how's it going?
I think she's muted on.
We're muted. I think you're muted.
Yeah, on my end.
Oh.
Now I'm not muted.
You're good.
Hey, how's it
I
going?
feel like I'm in a Teams call, you know?
That's really all this has been.
Just a nice big Zoom party, right?
Yeah, for the last 103 hours.
How much sleep have you been getting?
More than I should admit, actually.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't admit it on air with Chris in the other room watching and myself producing here, Brett.
Yeah.
And shout out to Allison. She came on in the wee hours of the morning during the overnight broadcast and kept me alive and well as we kept the stream going.
I had to do a sanity check, safety check on you, Matt. I was like, he needs some help. I'm here to help be his pacer. And I was like, I'm up anyways. I can talk for hours. I'll help him out. And I was going to be watching Josh anyways finish. And I had been talking to his crew since 4 a.m. I'm in Georgia, actually. So, I can speak to the mountains too. So I was like, might as well help and give some added color commentary as I was texting Josh, his crew, and on the live stream and trying to follow along. So it's tough to multitask.
Well, Allison, we're excited to have you on. Brett and I have been talking at length all week about how races like Cocodona are the perfect opportunity for two different worlds to intersect. You have the long distance through hiking world. You have people that have dabbled in 100Ks, hundreds, moving up in distance. With someone like Josh Perry, for folks that typically only follow the ultra world and aren't familiar with his accomplishments, what made him capable of a second place finish today?
He's willing to suffer. No. I mean, it's true. Like, he's used to moving long distances every day, relentless, and he's used to doing it on his own, having a self-supported PCT and Arizona Trail and Long Trail. Like, when you're used to being so self-sufficient being able to problem solve on your own, and you have a special pain cave where you're willing to suffer and what it, you're on your feet for a long time. I mean, possibilities are endless. Plus, he knew, following in the footsteps of Joe and Versteeg and Witt, he had big shoes to fill. So he knew he better show up. So I was very proud. And, his crew too had never crewed a race before. So, I mean, it's huge. It's a team effort. So it was so fun to follow along. And you could just see how much fun he enjoyed it. I don't know about y'all.
Does this feel, I mean, for someone like Josh, does the Cocodona 250 really feel like you're moving down in distance, and because there's aid stations, because there's fans, there's a live stream, it's an easier environment to operate in, or is it still a challenge?
I would say he's not used to running. He's used to just doing a consistent pace. It was funny. I was like, well, you better speed up if you want to move up. And he's like, wait, I have to run in this? He's like, my legs already hurt. So, I mean, his pacer Joe helped him, sprint through Buffalo Park and really get it going. I don't know if he told him that Michael Greer was catching up or what they did, but, they are so used to just moving at a steady pace day after day and knowing how to pace it. I mean, you saw on the leaderboard who you saw on day one was definitely not who you saw on day three. So it shows you really have to be methodical in how you pace a race like Cocodona.
Have you had a chance to debrief with Josh at all post race?
Yes, definitely. Actually, when I was on the live stream with Matt, he was like, is there any way you can get me in or talk about it? But he actually feels good. He took a nice bath, ate some, went to breakfast, felt fine. It's incredible. I mean, I don't know how he's feeling today. I haven't talked to him today, but, he felt good. He was shocked. He was excited. He really felt like he proved himself. And the funniest thing, he was like, people recognize me. He was like, during the race, people asked for my autograph, for photos. He was like, how do they know who I am? He doesn't have the big social media following. He hasn't done any races in the US, but it just shows because in the thru hiker community, he is such a staple. And what he did last year on the PCT just shows how remarkable it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think over the course of the 3 days of racing as well, so many people became fans of new competitors in this race, and that's one of the fun things that we learned about Cocodona is like a lot of people had no expectations on who are we rooting for, and then by the third day they're like all in on Josh Perry, like full-blown Josh Perry fans now, and that was really, really special to see.
Allison, question for you that's outside this event, but I figure it's relevant. If you look at the Appalachian Trail FKTs, the supported record, it seems like, goes down at least every year or every other year. By contrast, Joe McConaughey's time, self-supported, has stood for what feels like eons now. It's been 5 or 6 years. Is Josh Perry a candidate for that, and do you think he's interested in going for it in the near future?
I've heard speculation that may be the case.
Sources are saying possibly.
Some
Sources are saying
close to the
possibly.
subject. But if anyone can do it, I mean, what Joe did is remarkable, especially when you talk about how we have advances in technology and everything else. Like you could get Amazon ship, a package or whatever, on the or on the trail before you had Gaia and all these other, special technology. It's incredible. So yeah, I mean, would Josh use it? Josh doesn't even use his cell phone. It was kind of funny when I was trying to talk to him for the PCT, and I was like, does he even have a GPS watch? Like, how is he tracking this? And he didn't even wear a watch during Cocodona. He had no idea his mileage. I mean, so it just shows he is as like I guess, grassroots as it gets. And just, he even told me right before, he's like, I actually got a proper headlamp. So, I mean, it just shows you he just loves it and just has that appeal where you see people decked out in the latest gear and everything. And he was as, bare bones as it gets. He wasn't changing shoes every mile. He wasn't doing, a $300 headlamp. So just Nightcore.
Right on.
And we do have eyes on our next runner starting to come in here. I know that it's a bit choppy, but that's Kirill Minkovich. And then we also have eyes on our second Eldon Crest finisher, and that is going to be Ryan Hansen, Flagstaff local, coming in here. And I think we're getting lined up for an interview from the finish line here shortly. So, Allison, we're going to let you go. We appreciate you tuning in.
Such a pleasure.
If
Yes.
Ben is driving, give Ben a shout out for us. All the love to Ben. There he is on the live stream.
All right.
Allison, have a good one.
Heading
Thank
down
you
the
so
shore,
much.
Jim.
Love it.
Bye.
So we're looking at
This is Ryan Hansen, Flagstaff local in the Eldon Crest 36, and we have eyes kind of coming in and out. The feed is chopping up a little bit there, but we, at the bare minimum, we won't miss the finish for Kirill Minkovich.
Gosh, I would love it if Trueheart ran this race.
which one? Which distance?
The 250.
Just go all in on it.
Dude, I don't even know where to start with this Michael McKnight interview. I'm so fascinated by like everything he did.
There was a lot of chatter on Twitter that this first day was all part of your strategy.
We got to leave with that.
Well, I think one question I have is how does he feel about a future maybe documentary of this race coming out with the title "The Dark McKnight Rises"?
Yes, the dark.
You got to lead with that. That's excellent. That's excellent.
And again, we're on Ryan Hansen right now. We're trying to get our feed of Kirill Minkovich back up and running here. We may need Trevor to refresh his browser there, but we will keep our eyes
Coming down to the wire.
peeled. Well, this is a super impressive run by Ryan as well. So we're going to have Ryan's going 1-2 here.
Yes.
But like his time is going to be, he's at 5 hours, 50 minutes right now. So he's going to finish the 36-mile race, which is probably closer to 38 miles in under 5 hours. And he just
that's a
looks
solid
like he's
round.
having a good time.
Looks
And
good.
in the middle of it, you have to climb Mount Eldon.
He's probably complaining that he had to stop. He's like, did Ryan Raff have to stop?
Having talked with Ryan a few times at Team Run Flagstaff trainings and things like that, I've never heard him complain.
Wow.
So I'm guessing he's just like, oh, this is
trail racing.
I get a break. Hopefully I don't cramp up after this, and then I'm going to get cranking again.
Hoka Tecton X for Ryan. I just saw
Oh, nice.
a little blip of the shoe. So yeah, the Hokas came out for the shorter distance race, which is funny because it used to be the opposite.
Yeah, Aid Station Fireball says, can you imagine being in a sprint finish in a 36-miler and getting stopped at a traffic light?
If you could dodge a car, you can dodge a ball.
I mean, we saw Chris St. Jean yesterday. Even when he had the right of way, still have to dodge some cars. He did it beautifully.
Yeah, I guess one of the slight dangers of the downtown finish, but I still say worth it.
And we're going to bring Jamil on here first to try and work through some of these audio things. So, Jamil, can you hear us?
I can hear you. How's the audio sounding?
That is incredible.
Yeah, you're crisp.
You sound crisp.
Okay.
You sound NPR.
Okay, great. Well, without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you the 2023 Cocodona 250 champion, Mr. Michael McKnight.
Yeah. Can we insert clapping noises? Can everyone give us some clapping emojis here in the live
Sports
chat?
Center right now.
somewhat close, but yeah.
There he is, Michael McKnight, ladies and gentlemen, and we are watching our Eldon Crest 36-mile second place runner coming through, and we are going to, I think we're going to keep it locked on the aid station here while we chat with Mike. Boys, take it away.
All right. Michael McKnight, thanks so much for sitting down and chatting with us for a few minutes. How are you doing this Friday afternoon?
I'm doing good. I just ate a 3-patty burger with some egg. I feel great right now.
Mike, there were a few. First of all, massive congratulations on your win at this race. Brett and I have been debating the last 3 days whether what you just accomplished can be considered on the Mount Rushmore of greatest ultra running comebacks of all time. On that note, there were a couple people on Twitter that said that first day was part of your plan all along. Can you comment on that?
No, I was not planning on puking and wanting to quit. No, that was not the plan at all. That was just a terrible day.
So, yeah, we'd love to get kind of the firsthand experience of I guess what went wrong on that first day, and then 2, how did you turn things around?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what it is about this race, but I just seem to like make the dumbest decisions, especially like around electrolytes. I come into it with a plan, and then like my brain just shuts off, and I make so many mistakes. But it all started. We got to the start line with like 4 minutes before the race started, so I was super rushed. And amidst all that, I forgot to grab my salt pills, and so I did the majority of the first, like from the start to Crown King, without any salt, which I was fighting cramping issues from that. I was fighting stomach issues. Like it was just a mess because of not having any electrolytes with me. And so it was my own fault. Like I'm not trying to make any excuses or anything like that, but I made mistakes with my electrolytes. And I can't even think of any of the other issues that I was having, but I came into Crown King very depleted. I couldn't eat anything because of the electrolyte imbalance. And so that whole day I was just kind of fighting this battle of trying to get in some electrolytes, but not overdoing it to like make my stomach hurt even more.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a big part of it. And then the icing on the cake was when I missed that Camp Kippa like turnoff. I don't know if anybody saw that on the tracker, but I went a couple miles past the turnoff.
Oh, you did.
You want me to wait a second while somebody's...
Yeah, we just had Ryan Hansen, our second place finisher in the Eldon Crest 36 finish. Looks like that would be 5 hours, 55 minutes. Flagstaff local, knows the trails. What an incredible run. Ryan's such a great dude, so it's awesome to see him have such a strong race.
Hey, Mike, I want to ask one question that just backs up a little bit pre-race. I was listening to an interview you did, I believe, with Joe Corcione on Everyday Ultra, and you had said that initially this spring you were planning to do the Arizona Trail, but just conditions in the northern section were not amenable to an FKT, so you did this instead. Can you talk for a minute about how motivated you were heading into this race, given that it was your second option of for the season?
Yeah, I was very motivated. I was very motivated. I was probably the most focused and motivated going into this race than I have for any other of my races. So yeah, the motivation was definitely there, and the focus and the determination.
So, yeah, definitely there's been a lot of chatter all week just about how one can seemingly, turn an entire, like a horrible whole first day around and then keep the motivation not only high, but to not burn yourself out on, say, day 2, because there's that level of excitement and maybe it feels like the clock is kind of ticking. How did you keep your composure then over day 2 that allowed you to then have such a strong day 3?
So I can understand why people would suggest that my slower pace on the first day was like a strategy, because I usually do try to do that. Um, I've always wondered though what I could do if I don't hold back. Like if I just go out hard from the get-go, can maintain that for the full 200 miles? And so when I made the decision at Friendly Pines to, I think that's what it's called, Friendly Pines, like mile 70 or so.
Mhm.
um, when I finally decided just to finish this thing, I told myself, I was like, you know what? Like I'm I'm towards the back of the pack at this point right now. Like I just want to finish, but I'm gonna push as hard as I absolutely can till I get to that finish line and see what I can maintain. And in my mind, I was just like, if I blow up even harder and have to slow down even further, then like, who cares? Like this is the perfect opportunity for me to test what I can hold if I'm just pushing as hard as I can. So, I mean, I really didn't do much different, anything different for that second or third day. I just pushed as hard as I can. I just kept having these like mental conversations with myself, trying to like hide the pain that I was in from running so hard during those days. So, I mean, it just kind of worked out, I guess.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. Um, oh, what was I going to ask? So there was a lot of, questions after you finished of like, oh, did, Mike McKnight just like break open the mold of like this new potential strategy of like maybe purposely taking day 1 entirely too slow and then hammering the last few days? It kind of sounds like now looking back on this race, it's like, well, I did day 2 and day 3 how I normally do it. I could maybe do that for day 1 as well. So, looking ahead with what you now have accomplished, do you see the potential for just keeping the fire burning hot from the get-go now?
I don't know what to say because I don't want to give people bad ideas. um, I definitely want to try it. I don't know. It could bite me in the face. I do think like a race like Cocodona, though, this is one where you need to be very strategic because, I mean, compared to all the other 200-mile races I've done, like this is the most exposed, it's the rockiest, it's the hottest. And like if you go to the well too hard and the heat that you have to deal with in this race, then I do think that could set you back quite a ways. So I do think there are races that have the potential to like go hard from the get-go, but I'm kind of on the fence if Cocodona is one of them.
Michael, I'm going to butcher the exact numbers, but I think you were in something like 62nd place right around mile 70 in this race. At that moment, when things started to change and you were in an attack mode, what did you think was possible? Like, was the win still on your mind at that point?
So I took a nap at Friendly Pines, and when I woke up, I've heard so many different things. I heard 62nd, I've heard 73rd. So yeah, between 60 and 70 is what I got to. And when I woke up and decided to keep going, I did feel this like fire that I don't know where it came from. Like it was probably from that 2-hour nap that I took. But when I woke up, Ben Light told me that he thinks if I pick the pace up, that top 10 is a possibility. And when he told me that, I said to him that that's great, but I'm still going to go for first in the course record. And so from Friendly Pines, like that was still my goal, even though that I was still so far back. But so yeah, so top 10 was for sure, but I was definitely thinking of the course record at Friendly Pines still.
Did it surprise you at all about how well an athlete can bounce back and how much ground they can make up in a matter of 1 or 2 days at that position in the race?
I mean, that's the coolest thing about 200-mile races, in my opinion. Like, I mean, obviously, if I was at mile 70 and I was back towards the back of the pack, like, there's no way you can make up that much time in 30 miles to get a course record or a win in a 100-mile race. So, obviously, with more distance, there's more opportunity to make up that kind of ground. Essentially every 200-mile race that I've done and came out on the podium, like I've never led those races. I've always had to pick people off and work my way up as the races progressed. So I've always known I've always believed that that's a good strategy for these distances. But I mean, if I started the Cocodona 250 and somebody told me that I was going to get into the 70s at mile 70 and be like, I believe I was over 50K behind Killian at Friendly Pine, if I
Yeah.
heard that stat correctly.
Yep.
So like if somebody told me that before Cocodona started, like I would have just laughed at the comment that you would still have the possibility to pick people off and still get first place in a course record. So like before Cocodona this year, I would not have believed that. But now that it's happened, like, obviously I'm wondering what kind of threshold that can turn into like for future races.
Michael, we'd love to hear you talk about the moment that you passed Killian Korth and solidified first place in the race, and you obviously went on to win. Talk about that moment, what the conversation looked like between you and Killian, where it all happened. Yeah, just paint that picture for us.
Yeah, so I came into Fort Tuttle. My crew told me that he left. It was about 45 minutes or so before I got there, and I tried to make that aid station pretty quickly. I was very motivated to catch him. Somebody asked, or I don't know if somebody asked me or if I saw it in a comment, but somebody made the comment about if it's easier to hunt or to be hunted, and I definitely feel like it's easier to be the hunter. I would much rather do that than be chased by somebody. And so I came into that aid and I was very motivated to chase him down. I caught him, I want to say it was about 7 to 8 miles outside of Fort Tuttle. And I heard that he was hurting, that he had some messed up feet, some blisters, and I could see that in his gait as I was approaching him. It was actually on that steep climb. I don't know if you know where I'm talking about, but there's a steep climb just after, just after you turn left off of the Arizona Trail. Anyway, I caught him on that climb, and he turned around, and I could tell something else was going on just by like the look in his face. And when he started talking and breathing, I could hear, what's the word I'm looking for? Like I could tell his breathing was raspy, like almost sound like he had liquid in his lungs. And so he said that he was having some kind of asthma attack and that he had some kind of medicine. I forget what it's called, like albuterol.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. He said that he had some of that. He took some of that and it wasn't helping. And so we actually just kind of stood there and chatted for like 2 to 3 minutes. I told him I knew nothing about asthma and if there's anything I could do to help him, for him to suggest it, but he didn't really have a lot of insight on how I could help him. And I'm sure there's nothing I could have done, but basically it was just, I told him that I would get to the aid station and tell the medics to potentially go back and give him some help. But like he was also talking about wanting to, he didn't say he wanted to quit, but he said he didn't know if he'd be able to go up Mount Eldon with how hard it was for him to breathe in that moment. And just from like my experience, this is my 9th or 10th 200, I think. And so I just told him, like, dude, you're going to be less than 26 miles from the finish when you get to Walnut Canyon. You're obviously ahead of everybody but me at this point. So you have so much time. Just get to the aid station, take a 12-hour nap if you need to, see how you feel after you wake up, and then finish this thing. Like there's no way you're not going to finish this. So I was just trying to my best to motivate him, because I've obviously never had breathing issues before. I don't have asthma, but I've been there. I know how hard it is, like when you're having something going wrong and you just can't envision going another step further. But I also know that just taking even a 30-minute nap can correct that.
That's actually pretty amazing that, two, competitors in the race are still, helping each other, looking out for each other. I think that just says so much about this sport as a whole and, you as a human. It's interesting that you said it sounded like Killian had fluid in his lungs. We got to interview him the other day and he said asthma attack, but on his Instagram this morning, he said he actually had to go take a little trip over to the hospital because his breathing was still a little bit wonky. And turns out he had developed a pulmonary edema, which is essentially fluid buildup in the lungs. So, dude, Dr. McKnight with the correct diagnosis
That's
early
serious
on.
stuff.
But yeah, he's going to be okay. It's not. It can be life threatening, but it sounded like it's minor from a living standpoint, major from a racing a 250-mile standpoint. But
And just for our viewing audience at home, we have Jared Buchanan, bib 123, pretty legendary bib. He's about to pass through the bridge under Flagstaff Medical Center here, so we'll keep our eyes on him while we keep chatting with, as the live chat likes to call, the Dark McKnight.
The Dark McKnight rises.
Here, so just wanted to let everyone know what we were watching right here.
yeah, the Dark McKnight, that was a name that
Can I
very
give
much stuck.
somebody a quick shout out?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you just reminded me of something when you were talking about like how the sport of ultra running is so unique because like competitors also try to help out each other. And so I wanted to give a huge shout out to Jeff Garmeyer and Pete Kostelnick because when I was at Camp Kippa, I was gonna quit. I blowing past the aid station was kind of the icing on the cake for me with how everything was going wrong that day. And so I was going in to quit, and both Jeff and Pete were in there, and I could tell that they were struggling too. They looked pretty awful. And when I told them that I was going to quit to ride back to my crew at Friendly Pines, they both essentially just said, well, we're kind of suffering too, so don't quit. Just walk with us to the next aid station, and then hopefully we can figure it out along the way. So if they weren't there at that moment, I would have quit at Camp Kippa. So I am very grateful for them and their
Right on.
support, even though we were all competing against each other.
Mike, I have so many questions I want to ask you. Maybe the first one, we were talking with Joe McConaughey a couple months ago, and he remarked that if you think about training for these 200-mile events or even racing these 200-mile events, he says it's all voodoo magic. We still have so much to learn in this arena. You had mentioned just a moment ago that you've done 9 or 10 of these things in your career so far. What's something new that you learned in this Cocodona event that you can share with the audience?
Just like about strategy, you mean?
Strategy, logistics, sleep, nutrition, anything.
I mean, I think we kind of covered it. I don't think we fully know how far you can fall behind or how easy you can take it on the first day, and like how that correlates to what you can make up for the back half of the race. Like I've always known that, like I've always tried to negative split my 200s. And it's obviously easier to negative split when you just like spend so much time at aid stations for the first half like I did. But I've always known that that was a possibility, and I've always known that that's a great strategy, but I didn't realize how wide that range was. Going from being behind 32 plus miles behind Killian to catching him at the end. So that's the biggest thing I learned, that there's really no point at which you should write your race off, because things can just turn around so much, and you just have so much more time to make it up in the end if you're motivated.
So I would probably consider you a veteran of the sport in regards to the 200 plus mile distances.
Or as I coined the inaugural Cocodona live stream, the Michael Jordan of the 200 mile
Yeah, there you
distance.
go.
Love it. This is not the last
That
dance.
one makes me blush.
Well, the question I had was, now that you've trained for and raced a good handful of these 200 plus mile races, do you feel like there's more to be learned in the training and preparation for this race, or in the actual race themselves?
It's a great question.
I don't know if I have an answer. I mean, so Cocodona, for example, a big thing for this is heat training. I've done this 3 years now. The 1 year that I didn't heat train for it, I ended up in the hospital with rhabdomyolysis. And so, I do believe that a race like this, you have to get, and obviously everybody doesn't have the convenience to like go to Phoenix for 2 weeks before the race like I did. So I know that there's some limitations there, but I do think like if there's any steps that you can take to make yourself more fit or more ready for a race like this, it's going to pay off. And so if you can do a little bit of heat training, that's going to pay off. If you can do more mobility and more stretching and more strength training, that's going to pay off. Like any little step that you can take to help you get better for a race like this is going to help. It's a matter of what you have time to do and how much you can actually do to make yourself better for it.
Definitely.
Mike, couple of questions from me here. What is left for you on the 200-mile racing scene to accomplish? You have wins at seemingly every single significant 200-mile event, at least on the West Coast and in the Mountain West. At this point, do you cycle through them again? Do you try to lower your times there? Do you go to Europe and race something like Tour de Géant? How do you think about what's left for you to accomplish in this part of the sport?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we need more 200s. And until we do get more 200s, I'll just keep cycling through because it's my favorite distance. But I mean, they are starting to pop up more and more. Like there is a new 200 in Canada that I'm doing this year that I'm currently signed up for. Tour de Gent is definitely on my list. I just need to be fully confident that I can do it before I actually sign up for it because it's so different from what I'm used to. But yeah, I mean, I just got to keep hoping that the 200-mile train keeps picking up and that more races keep popping up. Me and Ben Light and another buddy are actually starting our own 200-mile race up in the northern mountains of Utah.
Nice.
So we're hoping to continue. Yeah, should be a good one, hopefully. But yeah, so hopefully we can just keep getting more and more people wanting to start a 200-mile race throughout the country, and it'll eventually get to. I don't see how it's possible for it not to get to the point where we have just as many 200s as we do 100s. Like it's picking up like fire, and you guys broadcasting the entire race like you do, like it's almost impossible for people to not get excited about the distance.
Well, and huge shout out to you and your crew because we had a chance to talk with Ben Light, for example, multiple times in the broadcast, and I think that adds a lot of color and flavor to the event. And obviously, hearing from you from the source directly is awesome, but it was great to at least be somewhat tapped into what you were going through mid-race, and that's another exciting feature of these 200s that we don't get in the 100-mile scene or below, the opportunity to like really be embedded in the crew experience and the pacer experience, which is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mike, there's a couple comments here in the chat. People are really curious about your thought process around Tour de Géant. Liam in the chat says he's not sure there's ever been an American on the podium in that race yet. What about that race gives you pause and really makes you want to be sure that you're ready to give it your best?
Well, yeah. So last I heard, there hasn't been an American on the podium either. But I mean, there's like something like 90,000 feet of elevation gain in that race, which is, I mean, what's the official elevation gain in this race, Cocodona?
Like 40? 36?
So yeah, I mean,
it's 40 something.
Yeah.
It's over 40K, but I'm not exactly sure.
But yeah, you got to like double that for tour.
Yeah, you got to double that, and then it's also shorter in distance. So
yeah.
It's like so much climbing, which is something that I've never trained for. Like, I like the combination of power hiking and running. And from what I've seen on a course like Tour, you do a significantly less amount of that. And so I just got to get to a point where I'm going to be okay with doing more hiking training, but I'm not at that point yet because I just like running so much.
How about long trail FKTs? Obviously, the Arizona Trail has been an immediate focus. You've done the Colorado Trail before. Maybe talk a bit more about what your future looks like on the AZT and if you're considering even longer distances like the PCT or the AT.
Yeah, so unless we have another terrible snow year, the current plan is to do the Arizona Trail next spring. I don't want to do it in the fall again just because of how much overgrowth there was. And I'm good buddies with Derek Lytle, who lives in Tucson. And he was do you guys want to take over since someone's finishing.
Yep, we
Oh,
got
sure.
our next
Yeah, thank you.
finisher coming in here. I believe
Jared Buchanan. I
this
believe.
is Jared Buchanan. This is the best part. Look at that.
Awesome, Jared.
The flex, the energy.
Yes. Oh, the emotion.
so
I love
amazing.
it.
That was awesome.
Super cool.
Sorry, I have brain fog. What were we talking
Oh,
about?
well, you were talking about just how there tends to be overgrowth on the AZT in the fall, and so you're planning on it next spring instead.
Yeah, so I'm planning on it next spring. And yeah, the Appalachian Trail is on the list. I've
go.
actually talked to Carl Meltzer, Speedgoat. Do nothing, like, train and stuff for sure, but like there were no races. So like because COVID happened, I learned more about FKTs and started diving into that more. And like it's definitely something that I love. And I do love racing too, though, but I am going to keep mixing in FKTs. Like if I can go after one a year, that's something that I would like to try to do, and eventually working up to the Appalachian Trail in maybe 2 or 3 years.
Wow.
And
Okay.
it looks like we have our third place finisher in the Eldon Crest 36 about to come around the corner here.
Awesome. Mike, real quick. Well, actually,
Well,
they're coming now.
Yeah, they're coming in right now.
All right, this is our third place finisher. Awesome. Mike, Mike, there's a question in the chat here from folks. Just given how much history you have at the 200-mile distance, and you have at times had heavy race schedules. You've done the Triple Crown of 200s. What are your thoughts on adrenal fatigue, your experience with it, the risk for it, how you manage it, all of that?
Yeah, that's a big one. Adrenal fatigue is definitely something we need to watch out for in this sport, especially as you're piling on race after race. I do think it's important to find a nutritional strategy that helps balance that or counteract that in a way. I'm big on eating food that has a lot of nutrients in it. I take supplements that help fight adrenal fatigue. Cortisol is something that could affect that as well. And so, I try drinking apple cider vinegar every morning, which is shown to help lower cortisol levels. So I do think the food that you eat is something that can help fight that. But yeah, basically the more that you can take care of yourself on a physical level, on a spiritual, mental level, all that, I believe is a good way to help fight and forgive me, I'm having a hard time talking. I hope that's okay.
No,
My
and Mike, you've
brain's
been
not
awesome,
working
man.
on-
You've been awesome. You've been awesome. What's next for you?
Thanks.
What's next for you this summer and fall?
So I'm on the wait list for Western States as of right now. I don't know the likelihood of getting in. I'm number 50 right now, but supposedly they've gone through the wait list for the past 2 years, fully gone through it. So I might be doing Western in June, but as of right now, the only other thing I'm signed up for is that 200 miler in Canada in September. So yeah, as of right now, it's just those two.
And Mike, I've got just one more question for you before we let you go. What was that moment like when you, rounded the turn at the alley and, made your way to the finish line, capping off what was a 3-year journey to this moment? After we got one more finisher coming in here, and then I'll turn it over to you to kind of tell us what that moment was like. And it looks like this is going to be possibly Scott Jamie,
Yeah,
bib 706. Yeah, bib 706, Scott Jamie in the Eldon Crest 36.
Awesome.
Amazing run there. So yeah, Mike, what was that moment like when you rounded the corner, got the monkey off your back, and kind of culminated this multi-year journey at Cocodona?
I mean, the only thing I can say that hopefully relays how I felt is I'm not much of a crier, but I was definitely crying. So it was a pretty good feeling. Especially because obviously getting ready to quit at Camp Kippa, like obviously I reached a point of this race where I thought I still wasn't going to be able to like tackle this thing. Like I made a post the day before this race basically saying like I'm 100% confident I'm going to finish this race and like say I've conquered it. And so when I hit Camp Kippa and like those doubts were there and I thought I actually wasn't going to conquer it, like it was definitely an emotional roller coaster these past 4 days. And so actually getting here when I didn't think I was going to get here on day one there's just a emotional moment for me. And I'm just super grateful for all of you to like make such a epic race. Like, you know, it's I can't tell you how many like funny looks I get from people when I tell them like I'm getting ready to do a race that essentially goes from Phoenix to Flagstaff. Like it's such an epic race, it's such an epic concept, and like I'm just very grateful to be able to be a part of it and to finally get the finish that I wanted.
Well, Mike, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for making this such an exciting race to follow and contributing so much to the hype. I got to ask you one more kind of silly question. Where can we find that red Solomon bucket hat? Is it available for consumers to purchase? We love the style flex. It was awesome.
Yeah, well, I do want to say that I saw a lot of people say something that, like referred to me about like Tiger Woods apparently wears red when
Wears
he's
red on
wanting to
Sunday.
do- Okay, I didn't do that on purpose. I want to put that out there. But no, it's a bucket hat. It was on Solomon's website, and I just ordered it like 4 days before the race started. Like I love the color, so I just grabbed it. But yeah, you can purchase it.
Cool.
And on that note, I quickly want to show you. Ben Light and my wife told me that I had to wear this shirt today just in case I hopped on the live stream.
All right, let's see it.
I heard that this was a big topic on the chat, which kind of made me laugh. But this is my raw milk shirt.
Give it to me raw.
And I just got to hurry and show you the back of it too. But I love
And
that
we
that
got
was
our
a
next
talking
runner
point
finishing
for-
here. Bib number 34. That's a Cocodona bib.
Wow. Let's see. 34.
I don't have.
Really strong finish there.
I also want to hurry and tell you a story about this kid that just finished the 36 miler.
Yeah, so he must have gotten a
last-minute bib.
a last-minute bib or something like that. So awesome.
Yeah, so this kid, he's a part of a family. There's 4 brothers and a mother. They do through hikes together. They actually just finished the Arizona Trail a few days ago as a family. And me and Ben Light were talking to them at the finish line yesterday, and they were all saying how they want to get into racing. And so we told them about the 36 miler today, and they talked to Steve, and he let them all in. And so him and his 3 siblings and mom are all doing this race today.
So that's why he has a Cocodona bib, because he registered for the race
Like
yesterday. That is awesome.
Wow, thanks
Yeah.
for providing that additional insight.
Yeah, of course.
And is that is
anyway,
your
this
shirt?
is-
Yeah.
The back of it.
Oh my gosh.
Is that shirt available for purchase?
No, I made it for myself.
I think you got a lot of. If you opened up pre-orders right now, there'd be a good amount of people taking that one up.
Oh, well, maybe one day.
Mike, you've been more than generous with your time. We always love chatting with you. I know you got a lot of fans in the live chat, and yeah, thank you so much for everything you do in the sport. Thanks for helping popularize this 200-mile distance and all the learnings you can share. And we're excited to see how the rest of your 2023 unfolds.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for all you guys do.
Thanks, Michael.
Awesome.
What a cool dude.
I gotta get some coffee. Want some coffee?
The answer is yes.
So I was like kind of scared to say, "Nah, Finn, I think I'm good on the coffee," because Matt might punch me in the face. He was like, "How are you good?" Right
Yeah.
now.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep sipping on my
So-
convicted melon.
So now is when things are going to get super interesting with all these different finishers coming through. Trying to identify who is a Cocodona runner.
Oh,
who
that.
is So usually you could kind of tell. I thought that he was in the Eldon Crest 36 based on how fast he was running.
He's unknown participant, bib
Yep.
34.
Yep.
Because I had seen earlier on
That's right.
unknown participant.
You got to keep both things.
Yeah, but
Up
Aravaipa
here.
Live
Yeah.
sometimes is a little bit slow to update. Sometimes things.
Yeah,
get
but they've
mis-
got a split point at the top of Eldon, so that
Yeah.
should give you like maybe a rough.
Yeah, and there was
rough
there's a
idea.
Walnut Canyon split as
Yep.
well, except like Ryan Raffs didn't update.
Yep, they missed the first two,
Missed
I think.
the first one, but then he updated on Eldon.
How interesting is this? Men's champion, Ryan Raff. Men's second place, Ryan Hansen.
Oh my goodness.
Men's third place, Ryan Kiwi is what I'm going to say. I don't know how to pronounce it, and Ryan's told me before, but we got a
We have
podium
Ryan
of Ryans.
Podium. It's interesting.
kinda
how
cool.
All the Mikes did the 250, and all the
I know.
Ryans did the 36.
Well, and two of the three podium finishers in the 250 were Mikes.
yeah,
Mike McKnight, Mike Greer.
there's a theme there. If your name's Ryan, you're
Eldon
speedy.
Crest is for you.
You're speedy. If your name's Mike, you have endurance.
So far, there's never been an Eldon Crest 36-mile race where a person named Ryan wasn't a podium.
Yes,
Well, I guess where the podium didn't have someone named Ryan on it.
they're all Ryans. All of them ever in the history of the race.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Family that through hikes, and then they just
That was a
Pop-
wild story.
popped into
huge,
town.
huge shout out to Mike McKnight for that. That
Yeah.
might have been the most. The whole conversation was interesting.
Yeah, Mike
but
McKnight
that might have
dropped in
topped
the knowledge of being
cake.
like, oh yeah, these guys through hike, and then they did the race, and then also calling the liquid and Killian course lungs like right there
Yeah.
on course, because I had just gotten word of that this morning. And Mike's like, yeah, it sounded like he had liquid in his lungs. I'm like, dude, not even the people at the aid station.
Yeah, no one.
nailed that
Well,
one.
he didn't even know when he finished that that
No.
was the case.
Well, he had just figured asthma attack because you're not really going to default to like pulmonary edema. But
Is that how they pronounce it on the West Coast?
edema,
Yeah, there you go.
edema of the state.
It's an edema.
I think that's what Killian's naming his next album after this race.
That looks like Bondi right there.
I had you
And-
muted, Finn. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. That looks like Bondi right there. I think that's Bondi, and if we can somehow get him on to interview, I would love to talk to him about the intersection of ultra running and technology and
Oh my gosh.
the Brave web browser.
Don't ask too many hard questions, Finn. He still just went 250 miles.
Yeah, he finished like, a half hour ago. Finn's like, I want to talk to him about technology and trail
He
running.
kind of looks like the guy from Prison Break too, a little bit. They're like the main character in Prison Break.
Oh yeah. Like
That
what's next? What's-
battle back and forth was amazing.
what's going on? What's going on in the incubator up there? I just assumed he was from Silicon Valley. One of my favorite shows of all time. For
And
anyone.
we should have eyes on Aaron Barber, another crowd favorite, the Phoenix, Arizona native. He should be getting off the Switzer Canyon Trail and onto the roads here momentarily, so we should have him up on a follow cam soon.
Dude, I think there's been like 6 downloads of the Brave web browser in the last 2 hours. Our mission is complete.
So if there's no ads and stuff in the Brave browser, doesn't that put your old profession out of a job?
Well, there's this whole thing, and again, I'm going to butcher this, but there's a white paper out there that the guys from this cryptocurrency called Basic Attention Token wrote. And
Yeah,
Basic
the
Attention,
BATs.
the BATs, they wrote something in conjunction, I think, with the Brave guys, and that's what I want to talk to Bondi about. But basically, the idea is there's these micro transactions that can happen on the internet where, if you read an article, you can essentially tip the writer, cents on the dollar as opposed to being. Well, anyways, I don't want.
It gets rid of paywalls. It gets rid of
Yeah.
ads that just get pushed into your face.
Yep.
So pretty much by the whole point behind that white paper is that the actual content creators, writers, authors, they're the ones that are getting paid.
Yeah.
And not just random advertisements that people don't necessarily want to see.
Yeah.
And the main cryptocurrency for that was the basic attention
token. And one of the cool things too with Brave is like every time you get onto the browser, it actually tells you how many seconds or minutes or even hours you've saved because of the pop-ups they've blocked. It's incredible. Runner 807 looking so. Is this the
That's
first?
our first Eldon.
This is our first female from the
Okay.
Eldon Crest 36. This is Sarah Brown.
Must have been a last-minute sign-up because not seeing her bib
Well, they
number.
won't be on the tracker.
Eldon Crest won't be on
Won't be on
the
the tracker.
tracker.
You got to go to Aravaipa Live. Sarah Brown.
Yep. So anyone in the live chat,
No,
go to
not Sarah.
live.aravaiparunning.com and you can track the 36-mile participants.
Yeah, this
Technically
is Sarah
everyone.
Brown.
Technically everyone's on there.
Finn, I was an early adopter of the basic attention token in
Were you really?
2017.
That's awesome. I was too. I did not make much money,
No, me neither.
but I love the premise.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
Fun to think that maybe you're going to be like a gojillionaire.
Dude, that's awesome. Basic attention token's a deep cut.
It really is. Yeah, at this point, you can tell kind of the difference in stride and biomechanics between those who are coming in now on day 5 of the Cocodona 250 and on, hour 6.5 of the Eldon Crest 36.
Yep.
I also work in tech. Talk nerdy to me.
I think I have those same shorts. Those are John G shorts. Great shorts.
I like the John G shorts.
Oh, and we're going to be joined here in just a minute by the Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmeyer.
Wow.
The Tiger King.
I think we're going to follow in Sarah Brown, our Eldon Crest 32 women's champion here first. Then we will send it over to the Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmeyer. See what cool hallucinations he had, maybe.
Oh yes.
But for right now, the first ever women's champion of the Eldon Crest 36, which may have some bonus miles in it.
Yeah, that's the rumors that we're hearing.
Sarah Brown. She's at 6 hours 35 minutes right now.
Looking so good.
Pretty solid time, and here she comes to the finish.
Nice.
Little fist pump to the sky.
Love to see it. Amazing run.
Way to go. Way to go. New course record.
Yes, new course record.
And we are now going to bring on Jeff Garmeyer here. Let me get Jeff up and running. Let's see.
Finn, this cup of coffee that you brought me just reminded me that I have another cup of coffee on the counter that I bought at the bagel shop.
Want to go grab it for you?
No, not
And we
yet.
do have, we are joined by Jeff. Jeff, how are you doing today, buddy? This is Matt. You won't be able to, I don't think you can see us, but hopefully you can hear my angelic voice nice and loud. I'm joined with Finn and Brett here on the Single Track podcast. How are you doing, Jeff?
I am doing good. It's a process of recovery, but the recovery had to start at about mile 37 this year, and so I had to just turn things around out there during the race.
What when you say recovery started at mile 37, so that was the point in the race when things maybe started to go a little bit sideways or not quite to plan?
Well, I would say maybe miles 16 or 17. Just I'm not that great in heat or exposure, and it got to me and weighed on me through that first segment all the way to Crown King, and then it just became this whole task of first I got to be able to keep down water, and then we'll work on food, and then we'll start running more and moving up in the field. So it was a very, very strange race in that sense of dig a deep hole and then slowly work out of it the rest of the way. The most emotionally exhausting race or effort I've probably ever had.
Wow. Yeah, that's been somewhat of a recurring theme with some of the people that we've talked to about how that day one ended up being super, super difficult. But then, what's kind of unique with a race this long is that there's time to, seemingly turn it around. How did you how did you keep yourself out there and you know eventually get to a point where the spirits were high and you're able to start really moving up the field? Just kind of take us through the mindset there.
Yeah, so it was very obvious when well, it first hit when I'm just taking a break, knowing that I'm battling some heat issues out there. And Sally comes by and we chat for a little bit. And she's like, "Oh, do you want to try Tylenol?" So I took one and then immediately just projectile vomited and started doing that for the next many, many hours. But at that point, and in a number of other efforts, is when I have to come up with a plan for myself. So this one was like, well, if I can't get fluids down and keep them down in the near future, then the race is over. So that's the number one goal. So it's not about miles left or time or even that I'm in a race. It's like my goal right now is I have to be able to drink any fluids, mostly water, and be able to keep it down. And so for 4 to 5 hours, that was the task. And then eventually could do that. And then once I check that goal off, it becomes now I got to be able to get some calories and some nutrition in. So start slow with that. And I had set in my mind the goal of the Satisfy aid station that I need to be able to hold down food by there, or else I'm starting to get into some questionable things that I'm doing to my body. And so it just became this series of little goals, not worrying about the field or how I'm doing time wise. Just like, I got to check these goals off before I can even think about treating it like a race again. And so get past that. And the only thing that felt good the whole way was my legs. So once I could keep food and water down, had plenty of runnable terrain left, and then pretty good at cutting out sleep. So that became the strategy once I was at least 3/4 of a human again.
Jeff, this is Finn here. Brett and I have been debating this all week on the live stream about how and when it's possible to be competitive in a race as long as Cocodona, when you factor in moments where you just need to be surviving like you just described versus looking out for your fellow runners, the bonding experiences. I know you said in interviews past that you do consider yourself to be a competitive person. Is it possible to be in that competitive mindset from start to finish, or how do you think about it?
Great question. I went into this with the only goal of getting through the first 37 miles and still able to run some, especially from Lane Mountain into Crown King. It was like, as long as like my body's, maybe I'm struggling or throwing up or something, but as long as like feel good enough that I can jog some of that, that was the only goal. So I did put competitiveness on the back burner for that, because I think that's really where probably saw it this year. Don't know too much at the moment, but that's where it can really hurt the rest of your race. So I think you really do have to step back from that competitive side, at least at the beginning, because this race is so unique in that the second or the last 80% of it is really runnable, be competitive and everything, but that first 20% can really screw up the rest of everything. And I even played with that a little too much this year. So it's really coming up with a plan that's probably not based on other runners at the start, and then deciding when to move into treating it like a race.
Jeff, we just had a 1 sec. No, Matt, go ahead.
No, I'm pretty sure you're about to ask the question that I was about to ask. So take
Well,
it away.
Hey, great minds think alike. Jeff, we just had Mike McKnight on the show a minute ago, and he remarked that at his lowest moment in the race, you and Pete Kostelnik were there to kind of help lift his spirits or reorient him. Walk us through your perspective at that interaction around, I think it was mile 70.
Yeah, it was a Camp Kippa. I'd just come in. I'm doing awful. Mike is really not looking good and in pretty low spirits and saying some pretty dark things and not into anything. And I big on that we're community and we all race best when as many good people are out here pushing each other. So it was like, well, your crew can't even get here. They can get to your crew's waiting 8 miles away. So it's just, I'm leaving here in 10 minutes. Why don't you just come with me? The medics said, you're good to keep going. Let's do it. And then Pete jumped in too. And even on the climb up, at the beginning, Josh Perry was like, oh, my bottles already have leaks. And it was like, well, my crew is probably the easiest one to spot. Just go ask him for some bottles. I know he came from the UK. I think it's like this whole thing when you talk about the competitive thing of the race is like, it's only competitive and we only do our best and we like are pushing each other. Like, and I don't know, you get to chase down people or work together or push each other. So I think it's pretty cool to both recognize you got dark moments and there's at mile 73, there's 180 miles to go. Me and Mike aren't sprint finishing trying to crush that section. We're just like, let's go on a 8-mile run, figure some stuff out and see where we go from there. And pretty incredible and awesome to see him completely turn it around because it was in him. He just had to have some people show him and tell him that he just had to stick with it.
And we should have Aaron Barber coming into the finish. Yeah, I just saw him. He's going to be coming around the van here in just a second.
Awesome.
He is running so hard right now.
So
the Phoenix native, Aaron Barber, capping off his 250-mile adventure.
Congrats, Aaron. Aaron noted in his questionnaire that he completed the Mogollon Monster 100 back in September. And upon completing that, he said, why not, to the Cocodona 250 and took care of biz today.
Yeah, huge shout-out to Aaron, friend of the Aravaipa family, big crowd favorite as well. So huge shout-out to him.
Hey, Jeff, another question. This is sort of a category question, but we've also been talking all week about how these 200-mile races are the perfect meeting ground for your traditional ultra runner versus someone who comes from a thru hiking or long trail FKT discipline. If you had to make a pick, which category of athlete is better suited to complete these races and compete at a high level? Is it the thru hiking type of athlete or someone that comes from like the world of 100Ks and 100 miles?
I don't think it's so black and white. I think it I don't know. I think it really does come down to, as you saw in this race, it's coming in emotionally and mentally ready. And that means a lot more than how physically gifted or ready you are. Even in the middle of the race, Mike was able to turn it around mentally and emotionally. So I think both can do really well and both capitalize on different traits, whether it's runability or efficiency or anything like that. But I think the key to probably anything over 100 or once you get into the 200 realm, it really comes down a lot more to this like emotionally ready to invest for 3 days or something rather than what you're physically able to do. So I don't know. I think it's probably a huge toss up and can change year to year, week to week or whatever. It's just how people are coming in.
Aaron had said in his questionnaire, why not for can I do Cocodona? There's definitely been a lot of talk, about the mental aspect and, the deeper rooted reasons for, why to, sign up for an event like this. And, what drew you to Cocodona or what draws you to, these longer races in general? Where do you pull motivation from for something like this?
Well, I just like to try everything. And I think it's sort of getting in the way. Like this year now I've raced 600 miles in 4 months. So that's a little much, but I think everyone wants to try something new. Like Aaron Barber, super nice guy. And I chatted with him some on the first climb, like did 100. And then it's like, well, this was awesome and intriguing. How much more can we push it? So I think the motivation, Cocodona 2 years ago was my second ever ultra marathon. I'd done 150K before that. And it's just this new thing to jump into, try it. That year didn't have any crew or know anything, threw a spare pair of socks in my bag and went after it. And you learn so much out there. This year I'd done first 48-hour fixed time and learned a whole new realm from that. I think when you get stuck in like doing one thing all the time. Like your learning curve and your experiences are kind of you can only gain so much from that. So jumping in something new and exciting and trying something, even like the 125 or the Eldon Crest out here, are so cool because the cutoff times really allow for people that might be a little nervous about not being able to get through a traditional 100 and a traditional cutoff time. It just makes it so much more accessible. And I think something like this really offers that ability to do 60 miles a day, sleep for 6 hours, and you can just complete an epic adventure. So I think the whole why not thing trickles down from first place to last place and everything in between, of like it makes something unimaginable both attainable and pretty realistic if you commit to it. So I think it's just that try something new experience. And I don't know, 200 plus people started this thing at the beginning of the race, pretty vulnerable, put themselves out there because it's scary starting a 250 mile. And that's why this thing's so special. And I keep coming back.
Jeff, we're still in this very early days era of 200-mile racing where it seems like every single event that's hosted, some new way to train or organize with your crew or think about nutrition or sleep is discovered. For you personally, what is something that you learned from this Cocodona race that you're going to be applying to future races or FKT attempts? Anything across the board too.
Yeah, I need to learn to say no and accept that I'm the one out here doing this race and crew and pacers are out supporting and we can have fun and stuff too. But with some experience now, it really has to boil down to I know a lot of these things and I just need to accept what I know. It may be strange or different, but I didn't want to take polls at the first section and I just kind of got convinced to. And little things like that of just as you figure things out, trust them and not to go back on them. And whether that's training or anything like that, is once you know things or you think you know things, like you're going to gain a lot more from trusting yourself and going with yourself there. And rather than living in that unknown and being I don't know, a little beat up and questioning things. So I need to just kind of stick to my guns a little bit more through a number of things like that. And yeah, I think that's the biggest learning thing, is just accept that I have some experience and it's okay to know things and decide things, even if very few people are doing it that way.
You had mentioned just a little bit earlier about, continuing to try new things and, jump into events that you hadn't done before. What's on your kind of curiosity list from I don't know if it's running, training, racing, FKT standpoint at the moment?
I'm actually, I think this race really taught me that there is a too much. I'm pretty burnt out on the starting at mile zero of things in the triple digits. And I'm going to focus on some exploring Montana areas where I live and also do some of the crew and pacing for some of my friends and try to get a little bit of that fire back as we get to the later in the year and for the fall and stuff. And I think that's probably going to be the biggest thing I take away this year, is like you can be very healthy and into it and feel like training's good, but you only have so much emotionally to give, and starting over and over just depletes that. And just want to help other people hit their goals too, because that's pretty awesome. And I think I'm trying to just push off any goals or putting things out there or doing the what's next question for now, because I need to just like sit back and be pretty proud of some of the things for the first third of this year, and not keep adding stuff to the calendar and going into it only 99% prepared, because it makes it pretty hard to when that 1%'s missing.
Right on. I like that.
Jeff, I've just got one more question for you before we let you go. And this is a bit more of a fun question here. What was...
Wait, my questions weren't fun?
Well, not like this. I want to know what some of the more exotic hallucinations you had during this race were. You told us during the race that you'd seen a pirate ship. You'd seen some chicken feet sticking out of the ground. So is there anything else that tops either of those?
Oh man, I thought I saw like an abandoned pack, like someone was camping out by Walnut Canyon area. Oh, I saw this big old robot built into the side of one of those cliffs at Walnut as well. My pacer Calvin through there was like, after the fact, he's like, yeah, sometimes you would just stop and be staring at things and blinking, and it was like, yeah, I mean, I don't even know what I was seeing, but there was all kinds of strange stuff going on out there as far as just like shadows, trees, lights turning into everything. And that's really just from feeling like by having a poor first day that I could cut out sleep for the last couple days, and it gets pretty weird out there.
I love it. Jeff, thanks so much for your time. You're a legend, as your trail name aptly knows. And we've got Brian Burton about to come in here. Jeff,
Thanks,
we're going
Jeff.
to let you go. Thanks so much for your time. We appreciate you, brother.
Thank you guys. It's always amazing what you do.
That was Jeff Garmeyer, ladies and gentlemen. We have Brian Burton coming in to the finish of the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, there's a handful of people coming in right now on the final stretch of this course. Looks like we have a finisher from the Sedona Canyons 125.
Brian Burton, I believe.
Yep, that's Brian Burton.
That's a Cocodona bib, wasn't it?
That's a Cocodona
Yeah.
bib. I think next might be a Sedona Canyons finisher, and then we have two more Cocodona finishers after that.
Way to
we
go,
have
Brian.
Shad right here. So this
That's
might be our
David Aguayo.
Yep. Yeah, so this might be our next finisher.
Yeah, I got some intel on David here. Let's see. 3-time finisher of the Moab 240.
That's from good old San Luis Obispo.
He's got a puppy named Ragnar from San Luis Obispo, California.
One of the most beautiful running spots
Really?
in the U.S. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like severely underrated.
He said that he had heard some great things about the Cocodona 250 course. It looked beautiful, and in the process, he wanted to do some soul searching, which is awesome.
It's so funny how easy it is to just go down the rabbit hole of what is Cocodona and then be convinced to do it. Like,
oh, yeah.
Like the
Wait,
marketing for the race is that good.
Are you getting convinced, Brett?
No, I'm getting convinced that their marketing is that good.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah.
You're dang right it is.
I would love to do the 125. Yeah, Matt, this is what I was thinking. Actually, watch
David
this finish.
Aguayo
Watch David's
finishing
finish.
here.
Way to go, David.
But yeah, Matt, I'm gonna pitch my
Well, and then we've got
next week.
it's not ending right now. This
Oh,
is just
yeah.
getting us prepped for tomorrow. Oh, and we've got our next Cocodona finisher and Sedona Canyons runner coming in together. So that's bib 439 and
Jordy Throw.
And I can't get a read on
Probably Brian. No. Brian
bib
or just
24,
Kenny?
Matthew Moore.
Matthew Moore, yeah.
So shout out to
Yeah.
shout out to these two gentlemen.
Yeah, Matt. So I was thinking, Monday, Tuesday, commentate. Wednesday, Thursday, Sedona Canyons 125. Friday, Saturday, commentate.
Only if you agree to check in via live stream link.
Oh,
100%.
for sure.
Done.
Hey, some quick intel on Matthew Moore. He said he said roads were boring. YouTube showed me trail running. I eventually saw ultra racing, and after having an occupation as a transmission lineman, think really big cross country power lines, I thought that people running in extreme conditions at extreme lengths was very
And
enticing.
here they both come across the finish line together. Awesome to see.
Cool. Love that camaraderie.
And again, that was Jordy Throw in the Sedona Canyons race and Matthew Moore in the Cocodona 250. And we should have a little... our next runner should be Nestor Sanchez, who is coming down the Switzer Canyon Trail.
So Matt Moore is another guy who had a motorcycle accident earlier in life. He said that he's lucky to be running at all. I was in a bad motorcycle accident that required surgery on my left foot. I almost bled out. My toes have limited mobility. So just rebirth has been a constant theme in this Cocodona live stream, and you can be down and out. You can be in a tough situation and you can get out of it, and obviously complete a 250-mile race. Just incredible.
Yeah, this race has very much been like a celebration of human movement.
Yes.
Someone in the chat said, I was thinking of signing up, but then I would miss all of the live stream. We've learned.
Touche.
No, we've learned from like Kevin Goldberg
Oh, yeah.
and Jeff Garmeyer. You can absolutely be tuned into the live stream while you are racing.
Yeah, you won't miss out.
You won't miss a thing. Especially if you've got that YouTube Premium. You
Yeah.
can have it playing with your phone screen off, and you can just be listening. So, not a good enough excuse to not sign up.
And so I want to get a quick, I want to check out our cameras here. We are going to need to switch streams here. This is probably a good time. It's going to take us just a couple of minutes to switch streams, so you don't need to do anything in the chat. You will be automatically redirected to the next stream that is scheduled on YouTube. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick pause in the action and switch our streams over, and we'll be right back on a fresh stream.